It's Cigar Mile Day at Aqueduct Racetrack here in South Ozone Park, New York. We have a terrific day of racing on tap for you, including the Grade 1 Cigar Mile. Can Zandon close out his 3-year-old season in style? He has not missed many dances this year and looks to pick up the second Grade 1 win of his career. But standing in his way, perhaps, is a horse that's already a multiple Grade 1 winner, Mind Control, the 6-year-old who'll be making the final start of his career. In today's Demoiselle for the 2-year-old fillies, Julia Shining. She was shining on debut at Keeneland, the full sister to 2020 victress Malathot. In the Remsen, it's all about the boys. Arctic Arrogance is the New York bred for Linda Rice, who won the Sleepy Hollow impressively last time out and will get a little bit more distance today, and looking for 4 in a row in today's Go for Juan Battle Bling. She puts forth a good battle, that's for sure. We'll cut back to the 1-turn mile distance today. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. A little bit of rain in the forecast, but that can't stop us from smiling because it's a day we've been looking forward to for quite a while. Acacia Clement alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori, the Cigar Mile, Richie, and all of the graded stakes that we have on tap today. So much history as far as New York racing is concerned with these races.
It really is, and there's something for everybody, right? We've got older fillies and mares and colts and geldings in the Cigar Mile, and then the 2-year-olds, which is always my favorite thing. I was looking to the future, the Demoiselle and the Remsen. First time these young horses are trying a mile and a furlong, 2 turns. It's going to be interesting. Well,
we'll see who becomes the big stars of the day a little bit later on. 4 graded stakes on the program for you here at Aqueduct, the Demoiselle and the Remsen for the 2-year-olds, the older fillies and mares, and the Go for Juan, and of course the feature of the day, the Cigar Mile. Taking a look at that Cigar Mile, it is our America's Best Racing race of the week, a 1-turn mile on the main track, and a race that has garnered a lot of prestige, and you have an even money favorite on the morning line with Zandon, who is coming out of a 2nd place finish in the Pennsylvania Derby. And I was reading some quotes from his trainer, Chad Brown, Richie, saying that after that 2nd place finish, he thought maybe of putting Zandon away, putting him on the shelf, giving him some time and coming back for a strong 4-year-old season. This is his lone Grade 1 victory in the Bluegrass, which was back in April. And in fact, the last time he actually won a race, he has been going up against some of the toughest in his class. And I thought this could be cutting back in distance, a good opportunity for him to potentially close out his 3-year-old season in style.
Yeah, and I think going a mile, Acacia, he's going to get more pace. I like the way he finished here in the Bluegrass. There was some moisture in the surface that day. The track was labeled good. Obviously, we have a sloppy track today here at Aqueduct, but I love the way he was able to negotiate traffic and knife his way through that field and gets the right rider aboard for Joel Rosario for that kind of style.
Joel actually rode him on debut, where he did win going 6 furlongs, and despite a horse of his size, he handled that sprint distance just fine, and then since then has been running a 1.125 or a 1.25 miles. Will cut back in distance today. Joel Rosario staying aboard. The number 1 Double Crown, he was a big upset at 42-1 last time out, winning the Grade 2 Kelso for the first graded stakes win of his career for trainer Lynn Cash, whose horses that he is elected to bring here to New York have been well spotted, and they've been running.
You know, he's going to have to improve off of this effort, but this was a big effort. And he was always traveling into the bridle under J.D. Acosta, in behind horses, but in the bit, taking him. He was able to tip out, finish extremely well, and the Kelso is our major prep for the Cigar Mile. So he earned his right to give these guys a try. This is a little bit tougher than what he faced in the Kelso, but you got to admire and appreciate the way he won the prep in the Kelso.
It was a big victory from him, again, at 42-1, a big price. He'll be a big price again today, and we'll have to face some tougher horses with the likes of Zandon and Mind Control in here. What else is coming up? Here's today's races, presented as always by Claiborne Farm. Sealed and sloppy track with those 4 graded stakes at the Big A. We'll also be bringing you the first 4 races from Tampa Bay Downs. Fast and firm there. A few nice races on the turf. We have a stake early on in the program as well. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you can could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NYRABets.com for your $200 deposit match bonus. We get ready to kick off the program on Cigar Mile Day with a nice maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds. There's some big pedigrees in here as well. So we have 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 5 Classic Legacy 2-year-old colt that is the half-brother to Grade 1 winner Art Collector is currently 3-5. 1 of 2 in here for trainer Bill Mott. We'll learn a little bit more about him and the rest of the field as we get ready to kick off in South Ozone Park on Cigar Mile Day.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the number 1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
comes the formidable Flat Out on the far outside. Groupie Dow crying out for running room as the field turns for home. And it is Private Zone trying to gut it out for another eighth of a mile as Flat Out continues to bear down on the outside. Clearly now third toward the rail. They're coming to the finish. And here comes Flat Out, who's full out and on by to take the lead as they come to the wire. It's Flat Out to win the Cigar Mile.
Flat Out in the 2013 Cigar Mile, one of 3 wins in the race for trainer Bill Mott. That does include the race in which we now see this affair named for, Cigar, winning it when it was then the Naira Mile, later to be named after that terrific runner. But 3 wins in the Naira Mile Cigar Mile for trainer Bill Mott, which you'd think it'd be more, but still, it's a very, very tough race to win, and 3 wins is a lot.
3 wins is a lot. Actually, one of my several seconds in this race was on a Bill Mott training named Lucayan Prince, who was a big price, just missed. You know you're good when they change the name of a race for you, like they did for Cigar. Flat Out, very good horse. One going as far as 1.25 miles, as a matter of fact.
He has a stake named after him, too, up in the summer. But Flat Out, the last time Bill Mott won this race, of course, Cigar winning it in 1994 when it was the Naira Mile, Swanner and Serve in 2011, and Flat Out winning the Cigar Mile in 2013. As we take a look at horses in the paddock for the opener, again, 7 furlongs on the main track with this 2-year-old maiden special weight, and there is one of 2 Bill Mott trainees in the field. Have to Grade 1 winner Art Collector, Classic Legacy, a short price, as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, down in the paddock. Hope you're staying dry, Maggie. And what are you seeing from these 2-year-olds to kick off Cigar Mile Day?
Yeah, trying to here, Acacia, as we do see a sloppy sealed track to kick off the day. I don't foresee that changing on this Cigar Mile card. As we'll take a look at 2 first-time starters, and yes, Bill Mott does send out Classic Legacy in here for his 3rd career start, and again, trying the 7 furlongs. Let's look at his other one. That's a first-time starter by the name Bearings. He's number 4, a son of Candy Ride, and the dam ran some fast numbers kind of at a middle distance, 7 to a mile, on the main track. And she is also, or he is a full to mastery who went 4 for 4 in his career, multiple graded stakes winner, and also half to another stakes winner going long. So a lovely pedigree for Bearings here, a lovely frame of an animal too. I mean, he's kind of got that nice scopy, athletic look to him. Now he's wearing blinkers, which I don't often like to see with these first-time starters from these bigger outfits. You know, there's some trainers, i.e. Wesley Ward, Prime A example, that wears, all of his 2-year-olds wear blinkers, so we don't discredit those ones. But, you know, Barnes, especially Todd Pletcher, sometimes with Billy, it can kind of go either way, but I just don't love to see it. And he's just wearing a short cup cheater blinker. Furthermore, he just looks, you know, about 80 to 90% fit, like he's going to need a start. But I don't foresee him having any trouble with the wet track. He kind of has that typical Candy Ride foot to him, which is very small and kind of straight up and down in his pastern. So should be able to cut through this going quite easily. Number 6 is Battlefield Park, son of Warfront. The dam was the greatest stakes placed runner on turf and did all of her running on turf. And he has a turf hoof. And he looks very much like a Warfront in that he's kind of shorter coupled, typey, really kind of built downhill, just a ball of muscle. So the 7 furlongs to debut at, despite the pedigree, looking at him, Elise, kind of, you know, separating the two as I look at him, I'm kind of questioning it a little bit. He just looks more like a sprinting type to me. But he comes in here incredibly fit, incredibly strong looking, and he's been the utmost professional so far. So an interesting proposition, Acacia. We'll see how he handles the going. And as I often say, if they're meant for turf, sometimes they can handle this sealed type of racetrack.
Let's see how he gets over it. 7-2 now. Maggie, thank you. Battlefield Park, that colt by Claiborne Stallion Warfront to the outside. And Maggie talked about him looking like a typical Warfront, and he does just that. I mean, they really carry a lot of substance. He has been just an absolutely tremendous sire, really kind of the flagship sire at Claiborne Farm. But sometimes you can look at a horse and really kind of understand who their sire is. I think Warfront is one of those.
You can really see it through the pedigree. Warfront being by Danzig and the influence that Danzig, a very similar type to Warfront, and how it's been passed on, and of course, the ability that gets passed on.
There's Classic Legacy, though. He's your short price favorite for Bill Mott. This is the one that's the Have to Art Collector, winner of the Grade 1 Woodward. He has run 7 furlongs already, finishing second last time out.
And finished very well that day. He's also a foal to Legionnaire, who had kind of a breakout performance at Churchill this fall. And, you know, Bill Mott's a trainer that horses seem to get better with racing, get better with time, and this horse certainly took a big step forward from his effort at Saratoga to this last start, and he has a bit more foundations than some of the others.
Has had 2 starts already, caught by Into Mischief with that nice pedigree. He faced Echo again, who was a runaway winner on debut back at Saratoga. So this will be his second time going the 7 furlongs. Junior Alvarado aboard once again. There is the number 3, Yorkshire Prince. He's a second-time starter as well, 6-1 for trainer Tom Morley. A horse that didn't do too much running on debut, but you would certainly expect it to have the opportunity to take a step forward. Nice to see Luis Saez back here in New York.
Yeah, and I like that Ryder switched to Luis Saez. You know, he's aggressive. The horse has had that effort under his belt that he could take a big step forward. Sometimes it's like a kid going to the first day of school. It's just, everything's a bit overwhelming to a young horse. And after they have that experience and they settle in, they just get better at it.
He's 6-1 right now on the board. Lovely Son of Cairo Prince. We saw the number 1 bite go by. He's an invader coming in from Parks as well. 3-5. I know that this horse ran a good second last time out at the distance, but that's a short price in the opener here.
It is a short price. Also for a horse that's devoid of early speed in slop. You know, how's he going to handle the kickback? Is he going to be okay with that? And it's going to be interesting to see early on, Acacia, how this track's playing. It is sealed, it is sloppy, and sometimes horses just get kind of run over the top of the ground, and speed can be very good. So just something we're going to need to pay attention to the first few races.
Early pick 5 kicking off here as well. We start Cigar Mile Day with this 2-year-old maiden special weight. Let's meet the field, kicking things off with One Bite, who's actually cutting back in distance from a 2-turn race at Parks.
Yeah, adds blinkers, turns back, does have foundation, the 1:70 to the 7 furlongs. Tough inside post.
Here's the number 3, Yorkshire Prince, second-time starter.
Yeah, would have to take a step forward, but very well can for trainer Tom Morley in his second start, has some experience now.
One of 2 first-time starters in the field. Here's Bearings with that big pedigree.
Yeah, the Full to Mastery, the Claiborne Farm stallion, who was undefeated in his short but brilliant career, and looks like he's minding his manners well.
The other Bill Mott, your heavy favorite, Classic Legacy.
Another one with a big pedigree, and you know, did finish well last time going the 7 furlongs.
And first-time starter to the outside, there's Battlefield Park.
Yeah, taking money, so that's significant. Trainer Shug McGay's horses get better with racing. He's got a couple of nice gate works. Is out of a mare that was more, you know, turf family on the female side. I actually rode the grandmother, Wonder Woman, for Kieran McLaughlin, who did an amazing job to have her ready to win, going 1.25 miles off a 13-month layoff.
Wow. That's a big performance for sure. You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances for all of the races on today's show. Little bit green with the pony there, Battlefield Park, but if we could just stay on him for a moment. I wanted to go back, Richie, to something Maggie had mentioned in the paddock with this horse maybe physically having a look a little bit more of a turf horse, and this is a good visual of it here in what we call a sealed track. And horses that maybe have a little bit more of a turf physicality, a track like this can sometimes almost mimic the way a turf course might play, and those horses can get over this kind of sealed track a little bit easier.
I think it was a really good point that Maggie made about, you know, turf horses handling sealed tracks a little better because they're not getting down into the track as deep. There's a tendency to run a little bit more over the top of the ground. And we see turf horses generally aren't digging down in the turf. Once we get some really soft turf, they kind of get over the top of the ground. So I think it's significant the money this horse is taking. And from the outside, Jose Lezcano, maybe he's going to show some speed. And in a day like this, conditions like this, if you have speed, you want to make everybody else pay behind you. You want to throw as much kickback on everybody. You want to go to the lead if you can and meander. A little bit in, a little bit out. Don't let them set up where they get so comfortable in their rhythm. Try to throw them off their rhythm.
All about those tactics. 2 to 5 now on your favorite. We heard about some first-time starters. Maggie, what do you make of that short price Belmont runner?
I'm going to have to just lean on him here, Acacia, for the fact that, you know, I didn't mind Battlefield Park in the paddock, but as you mentioned, you got a little green out on the racetrack. And furthermore, I'm just not sure, you know, to lean on him if this is really his racetrack that he wants to run over. So let's take a look at your heavy favorite, Classic Legacy. He didn't have much speed again in his second start. He was coming off a little bit of a freshening, but he ran on really well the last eighth of a mile, in which that race was run in fast fashion, but wired by a heavily favored first-time starter from the Todd Pletcher barn in Rutter's Men, who looks to have stakes in his near future if he stays healthy. Classic Legacy is one that I saw in his debut. He was kind of really laid back, just kind of, I don't want to say clueless, but just kind of like, whatever. And then he's just woken up a bit. Not that he's, you know, really, really eager or anything. I just think that he just is clued in to what his task at hand is, and he's gotten fitter and stronger. And I really don't see him having any trouble with this racetrack, because he is a little bit of a lighter framed horse where he could possibly skip over it in the right kind of way. Number 3, Yorkshire Prince, named in honor of my late father-in-law, Yorkshire area in England. That was home to my father-in-law Jake for quite a long time, and a place that he truly loved. But Yorkshire Prince, the horse, broke a bit slow last time out. Then he was climbing from the kickback. It was really more or less an education and a kind of a tightener. He's a horse that gives me the impression, though, that 7 furlongs is more or less a starting point. So I would have liked to see him possibly going a bit longer, maybe a 1-turn mile in his second start, just because he's that leggier, more even frame, again, very laid back in the paddock. But I must say that Luis Saez did give him a very aggressive warm-up to kind of wake him up and ensure, hopefully, a cleaner, quicker break in his second start.
A special name, Yorkshire Prince. Best of luck to the Morley family. Maggie, thank you. Luis Saez with that big warm-up. We'll see if he can break sharper today. Your favorite, though, Classic Legacies. They load in for the opener on Cigar Mile Day. We kick things off at the Big A. John Imbriel standing by.
Battlefield Park about to move in. And we are set for race number 1. And they're off. Classic Legacy broke well. Battlefield Park now to join him on the outside. Battlefield Park grabs the lead. Classic Legacy runs in second. Yorkshire Prince next in third. Break of 2 back to 1 bite. And Bearings, the trailer, in 5th as they race up the sloppy and seal track. It is Battlefield Park in front here by a length. Yorkshire Prince and the big favorite, Classic Legacy, they are right together, second and third. The quarter, 22 and 4. It's 2.5 lengths back to 1 bite. And farther back in the field is Bearings. Battlefield Park continues to lead here. The lead is 1.5 lengths. Classic Legacy in second with Yorkshire Prince down at the rail, now in third. 1 bite is fourth, 4 lengths from the lead. The leader, Battlefield Park, still there by a length. Classic Legacy in second with Yorkshire Prince down at the rail, half-mile 46 and 3. Battlefield Park challenged on the outside by Classic Legacy and on the inside by Yorkshire Prince. So it's 3 of them across with 1 bite all out in fourth. And now the field comes into the stretch. It is Classic Legacy who has now taken over. Yorkshire Prince down at the rail moves into second. Battlefield Park is back in third. 1 bite out in the middle of the track. Classic Legacy with the lead. Yorkshire Prince is in second. 1 bite is next in third. It is Classic Legacy. And he wins the opener on Cigar Mile Day. Classic Legacy by 3.5 lengths. Yorkshire Prince was second. 1 bite. Finished third.
Your favorite, a winner, Classic Legacy, the best in the opener. Homebred for Bruce Lunsford, who, of course, campaigned this colt's half-brother, Art Collector.
Nice pedigree here. This horse was sharper today, broke sharper, put himself much more in the game. The 6-horse Battlefield Park was very sharp for a first-time starter, made the lead, but he was stalking from the outside. Big improved effort from the 3 Yorkshire Prince, who was very game, coming up the inside. Just no match for the 3rd-time starting Classic Legacy, but a nice effort from him. And I think watching the first race, you got to feel pretty comfortable that the track is pretty fair. It didn't seem like it was favoring any particular path. Yorkshire Prince came up the rail. 1 bite was on the far outside, and in between paths was the 5 Classic Legacy, so it looks like a very fair racetrack at this moment.
5-3-1-4, 1-5, a short price on your favorite, but he delivers. Classic Legacy, the son of Into Mischief, gets the job done at third, asking Junior Alvarado in the saddle as he was able to build off of that last race. And you know, it's interesting, that October 22nd race, we saw Classic Cats, the third place finisher, come back to win, and Maggie mentioned how good Rudder's Men looks in that start. I mean, the horses that have come back, this one included, really kind of flattering that race.
Absolutely, and it looks like a very, very strong race. And this horse, I just like the progression, you know, from his first start to the second start, and I think an even more improved effort, obviously, in the third start. Horse with a lot of upside, particularly with his pedigree.
Big win today. We'll see what's in the future for Classic Legacy. 1-5, your favorite winner. To kick off the day, we're off and running with a lot more to go on Cigar Mile Day. When we come back, we'll look a little bit back through history. The likes of Malathaat, Ashado, Open Mind, their careers really kicking off with a win in the Demoiselle and the incredible things they would go on to do.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run. Standing at Gainesway.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 1 on Cigar Mile Day. In the books, a heavy favorite, but he delivered. Classic Legacy, ridden to victory by Junior Alvarado, who's standing by with Maggie.
Here with Junior Alvarado, we were commiserating about sick children. But it always helps when you get a win here, as you did with Classic Legacy. And Junior, a horse where the experience, I think, really helped him today. He just seemed to break better and relax.
Yeah, you know, it's a horse that, you know, I remember I've been working in Saratoga, a horse who was scared to everything, his own shadow, you know. And then one day you would work in the morning, he would be in the lead, and then he would work even with a Grade 1 horse and keep it up. But if you put it behind horses and you put a slow horse in front, he wouldn't never try to pass him. You know, it's been a work in progress. You know, I still even today, you know, I think he's very spotty. He still has the ability, he just doesn't know how to use it. But, you know, we're glad we got the win today and keep working with him.
It seems as though it might run in the bloodlines, as it feels as though his brother and sister have gotten better as their careers have gone, and obviously being after art collector. But Junior, you often work a lot of horses for Bill Mott. How much of a help is it to know these horses prior to getting on them in a race?
No, it's a big difference. You know, I get to know the horses in the morning, then I get to ride, and then you know, in the race, you know, however I feel in them, you know, I have idea how he felt before, and I kind of get what to do with them in the race, just depending how the race is developing with them.
We stepped back in our time machine to 2013 when you won the Cigar Mile aboard Flat Out. Such a cool horse. He was one of my favorites. Talk a little bit about your rapport with him, riding for him for Belmont.
Yeah, no, he was awesome. It was an unbelievable, for me, it was one of the best, greatest win I ever had because, it was the Cigar Mile, I know Belmont trained cigars, so I knew it meant a lot for him to win that race. And I knew I was riding the horse through the year, and I couldn't ride it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. So just to get him back and get that great one that day, I remember it was just an unbelievable experience.
Oh, it was fun watching it right before this past race, but congratulations here and taking the opener on Cigar Mile Day.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado, such a potent team we have seen throughout these recent years. Acacia, him and Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
Oh, absolutely, Maggie, a team we have gotten to know quite well, of course, teaming up together to win this year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile with a very special victory with Cody's Wish. And I loved what Junior had to say to Maggie in that interview, Richie, about the partnership and working horses in the morning, being familiar with what's happening with the team and the horses that he's going to ride in the afternoon.
You just have so much more confidence in horses when you've been on them in the mornings, you've gotten familiar with them. And when you have a trainer that has confidence in you, you have confidence in the trainer, that communication is key. Classic Legacy starts off the day a very short price, $260.
Short price favorite, but delivered in race 1. Here's what's still to come. As we talked about, Cigar Mile Day, but 4 graded stakes on the program, the first of which will be a little bit after 2 o'clock in the Demoiselle for the 2-year-old fillies, going a mile and an 1/8. The difficulty of the race, the prestige of it, and the history of fillies in the past who have won the Demoiselle and gone on to do some terrific things on the racetrack is one of the many things that makes the Demoiselle one of the elite races on the NYRA calendar.
The Grade 2 Demoiselle Stakes is the only graded stakes for 2-year-old fillies at a mile and an 1/8. For more than a century, this event has been a showcase for superstars. In 1973, it was Hall of Famer Chris Everett that strode to victory in the Demoiselle.
Chris Everett taking the lead by 1 length. Chris Everett in front.
She is one of the elite 8 to win the Triple Tiara, which consisted of the Coaching Club American Oaks, the Mother Goose Stakes, and the Acorn. She was a foundation broodmare for Three Chimneys Farm and is the granddam of champion and 1985 Travers Stakes victor Chief's Crown. In a rousing 1979 edition, Hall of Famer Genuine Risk fought back against multiple Grade 1 winner Smart Angle.
Smart Angle on the outside has the lead by a neck. Genuine Risk on the inside under a stiff drive is second. Genuine Risk comes on again. Genuine Risk on the rail has the lead.
The daughter of exclusive native became the second filly to win the Kentucky Derby the following year since its inception in 1875. Dual champion Open Mind served notice her star was on the rise when she triumphed in the 1988 Demoiselle.
Open Mind is now joined alongside, and those two race to the wire with Open Mind on the outside, gaining the lead.
The filly became the 7th horse to win the Triple Tiara the following year and collected trophies in the Kentucky Oaks and Alabama. In 2003, it was a Shadow's turn to shine.
A Shadow holding on. Lorena trying to come back again. Dr. Kathy on the outside. It's a Shadow and Lorena, and it's a photo finish.
The Hall of Fame member became the first horse to win the Kentucky Oaks and Breeders' Cup Distaff. A Shadow was also the first horse since Life's Magic to be named champion at 3 and 4. Champion Malathot rallied through traffic and slop to capture the 2020 Demoiselle.
Malathot, who is coming on now on the outside. Milfoy and Malathot, the two curling fillies. Malathot got it. Malathot makes it 3 for 3 in her 2-year-old campaign.
Malathot won 6 Grade 1 races, including the Kentucky Oaks and Alabama. She concluded her brilliant career with a scintillating triumph in the 2022 Breeders' Cup Distaff. Nest demonstrated her promise in the 2021 edition of the Demoiselle.
Nest on the outside, then Venti Valentine, and it is Nest. Nest to win the 100th running of the Demoiselle.
She was second to stablemate Mo Donegal in the Belmont Stakes, and then vanquished all rivals in the Coaching Club in Alabama. Even older fillies and mares were no match for Nest in the Grade 2 Beldame, as Curlin's daughter galloped home in isolation.
who will add their names to this prestigious list as we get ready for this year's Demoiselle. It could be for 3 years in a row a daughter of Curlin, as Julia Shining, of course the full sister to 2020 victress Malatha, looks to kind of hold the key. We'll go back to another special winner though, Richie, back in 2000 with 2-item limit, and I think this one looks a little familiar to you.
Yeah, it's special, at least to me it is. 2-item limit, really nice little filly. Loved riding her, daughter of Twining, owned by Joe Graffio, trained by Stephen DeMauro. I came up under contract under Steve's dad, Steve Sr. So to win a big race like the Demoiselle for basically somebody I grew up with, my brother, Steven, it was a big deal, and she was just a hickory. She showed up and tried every single time. Not the biggest filly, but the biggest heart. She had won the Tempted nicely, came back here going to Mile 8th. I remember Joe Graffio, a good friend of mine, wasn't sure he wanted me to ride her this day because I was coming back from the Mideast. I had ridden over there for a couple days. I got there in the morning. He was worried I was going to be tired. As easily as she won, I probably was tired. It didn't matter.
She won by open lengths there too. Big performance from that filly, 2-year-old going in the Demoiselle back in 2000. A special performance and winning a race like that, of course, for a rider based in New York. These races, these kinds of marquee days that we have in the history of these races, of who else has been big performances as we saw in that feature, it adds a little bit more weight to it.
Oh, absolutely. These are the races that I grew up watching, and you know, if I couldn't be here at the races, I was watching the Frank Wright Show, Channel 9 on Saturdays at 6 o'clock, Charles C. Canty, Dave Johnson. And to be a part, knowing you're going to be a small part of the history of these prestigious races that you grow up falling in love with the game in, it is very special.
We have some exciting things to come a little bit later on with those 4 graded stakes and see who else will be a little bit part of history. Another maiden special weight race coming up though for the 2-year-old fillies, the New York breds in the spotlight in race number 2. Right now, Midtown Lights, currently your favorite Ford trainer Brad Cox, going to be running on the dirt for the first time. We'll talk a little bit more about her chances and meet the rest of the field. We'll also look back on why Cigar Mile Day is so special for jockey Kendrick Carmouche. Back in 2020, brought him his first Grade 1 victory.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple times, dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on the sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is gonna pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
What's this, a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1! Oh, we got our Grade 1, baby!
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
Such a special victory back in 2020 for jockey Kendrick Carmouche, getting the first Grade 1 win of his career with True Timber. Taking a look at horses in the paddock, there is Kendrick's mount, Midnight Rosie, who we just saw on the screen. She's a first-time starter for Jeffrey Engelhardt. As we welcome in Maggie to talk about these New York bred 2-year-olds. But first, Maggie, I wanted you to reflect back a little bit on that Cigar Mile with Kendrick, because I know that that was such a special moment for you to have the chance to interview him that day too.
Absolutely. And I feel like a lot of my favorite horses have won the Cigar Mile, and True Timber was one of them. I was so excited Jack had shipped the horse in to Tom's barn, so we got to spend the week with True Timber. And when Kendrick came back and he's going, is this a Grade 1? I'm like, duh. But he was just so emotional. You could see he was just overcome with, with joy and pride and a sense of achievement. So it was great to be there and witness it for the horse, for Jack, and especially for Kendrick. As we'll take a look at your current favorite in here, Midtown Lights, as she takes the blinkers off and gets on the main track, and a sloppy one at that. But I mean, I had written in my notes first time out for her that she didn't look overly turf, and kind of given the pedigree, it could go either way, especially with Redesdale. He was a horse who was proficient dirt sprinting, and so I like her kind of getting to this surface for the first time, taking the blinkers off. They've kind of kept her in the saddling stalls, but rightfully so. It is pretty wet out here. And so she's just a little bit nervous, just kind of that internal nervous energy that you sometimes see, but it's not as if she's expending too much or getting too hot or anxious. So, like I said, I think she makes sense in this spot here. But again, you never love to take a short price on horse trying something new for the first time. There's some interesting pedigrees with regards to the first-time starters. We'll take a look at number 3, Happy Smile, who is the, co-longest shot on the board with number longest shot on the board of the first-time starters, excuse me. But daughter of Run Happy, and this one has that lovely pedigree on the bottom. Serenity Smile has produced nothing but, runners pretty much throughout her breeding career, such as Bluegrass Cat Smile, Johannesburg Smile, and they've all been kind of, middle distance type of runners. And this one came in, she's got a nice size to her, very athletic looking overall. She might want to eventually go a bit further than this, to be honest, because there is a bit of elongatedness to her frame. And 2, she's wearing blinkers first time out, and as we see, she's getting a little bit green here since they've gotten the tack on her. So maybe the wait and see approach should be taken with her. As we'll take a look at number 4, Loon Cry, daughter of More Than Ready. The dam was a stakes winner on the turf, but ran just well on the dirt too. And the siblings have been more dirt runners, albeit on the kind of minor side of the racetrack. But solid, should be fine on this surface, and comes in here very fit and professional, kind of all things you come to expect with Christophe Clement, first-time starters. So I'm not going to rule her out being able to step up and win here at first asking. Acacia?
She's at 5-1 right now on the board. Maggie, thank you. First-time starters intriguing in this spot, but all the money going to the number 6 Midtown Lights, who is trying the dirt for the first time. And as Maggie had touched on, the pedigree would suggest it. And yeah, I think it's that conversation, Richie, that she could absolutely win, even if you're intrigued by her going to the dirt. But it is tough, especially with a young horse, to take a short price on a horse that's doing something for the first time.
Yeah, it's always tough for me to do that. I mean, there's a half to Bally Shade, who was a dirt winner. Redsdale's out of that brilliantly fast Danzig mare, Harpia, so there's dirt pedigree, you know, on both sides. But why did they start her on the turf if she had shown so much on the dirt? That's the question to me.
There is Kendrick Carmouche getting a leg up on Midnight Rosie, as of course a couple years ago right here on this day he got that first Grade 1 win in the Cigar Mile aboard True Timber. This one to the outside of Bernardini filly, who does debut for Jeffrey Englehart.
I like the steady diet of half miles in 48 and change. That means a young horse is basically able to string together furlongs, eighth of a mile in 12 seconds. And to me, that's always a bit indicative of a horse that has some ability.
We'll see what she does at first asking. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting with the most experienced runner of the group. Here's Sweet Liberty.
A good run from her last time in an off-the-turfer in the mud, and she was able to put herself a little bit closer than she had been.
Dylan Davis going to be in the saddle. Here is the number 2, Pretty Miss Keynes.
Has some speed, should be forwardly placed. Sometimes in the mud, that's a good place to be.
Getting a big warm-up from Eric Cancel. Number 3, Happy Smile, daughter of Run Happy.
Yeah, daughter of Run Happy. Like Maggie said, the mare is a producer. She's had 7 winners.
She's 8-1 right now, that first-time starter. Another firster, here's Loon Cry.
Mare was stakes placed on dirt, stakes winner on turf. She really has not produced anything of merit yet. Some winners, but on the lower level of the scale.
Second-time starter, here's FEMA Funds.
Yeah, ran okay first time. Could take a big step forward, too. Get Jose Lascano. This is a full to Money in the Bank, a real hard-knocking horse around here.
Number 6, Midtown Lights, your favorite, going to the dirt.
Yeah, trying something for the first time as your favorite. I usually shy away from those, but does have a pedigree that suggests dirt will be okay.
Here's another firster, big price on the board, Bendulu Queen.
Yeah, first fall out of a mare that was predominantly more of a turf performer.
Affiliate by Frank Conversation. And here is Kendrick Carmouche's mount giving that big warm-up, Midnight Rosie.
Again, I like the steady diets of halves and 48. Usually, again, kind of a barometer of the ability they have if they can string together furlongs in 12 seconds.
The biggest price on the board is the number 7, Bendulu Queen. She will be ridden, though, by jockey Katie Davis McCarthy, who we did see in a very special moment the other day on Thursday, winning the opener for trainer Amira Shishakli. And that was the first win back for Katie since she became a mom. And we saw her have her first mount back this summer in Saratoga. She's been galloping in the mornings for Ray Handel, and she did announce on social media that she will be riding here throughout the winter in New York, and I know it's just such a special victory for Katie, and it's not easy to come back and get back into the saddle.
It's really not, especially with an elongated layoff like that. She looked terrific.
Yeah.
I mean, really finished well on Narcisco Dali. Like to see her, and she's got a big shot in the next race as well on the outside on a Ray Handel runner, Diva Banker.
Could be a big day for Katie. Could be a big winter for Katie as well. As we get back over to these New York bred fillies, let's go back to Maggie Truckside.
Let's take a look at FEMA Fun. She's number 5 in here for Linda Rice, and I feel like it's that classic scenario with Linda that they're just going to improve for a run. And while I wasn't here, I was down in Kentucky, and so were a lot of jockeys. She gave Jackie Davis the call, but she is back to her kind of regular go-to rider in Jose Lascano with FEMA Funds. She's just very strong behind the saddle. She's incredibly fit looking. Again, I'm not one that knew what she looked like in her debut, but I just feel like there's going to be that move forward from her, and ultimately at a generous price of 6-1, she's going to be my pick in here, as we'll take a look at the first-time starter who, relatively speaking, is taking the most money on the outside in number 8, Midnight Rosie, daughter of Bernardini. She has that half to thorny tail, who did good for Jamie Ness. But she came in, I kind of wrote her off when she first walked into the paddock, to be quite honest. And then I looked up at the board and I said, ooh, she's taking some money. She's small. I mean, she is about as short in stature as you can have a horse be. But again, these are 2-year-old fillies. So, but she's the smallest in this group. She's very, very strong behind the saddle. And the way that Kendrick warmed her up, that string, as Richie was pointing out, of 48s, you know, just leads me to believe that she's going to be quick. And maybe if you're able to get in front of this group here from that outside post, she could be dangerous. But I just feel like on this surface, possibly Acacia, and I mean, look, we've only had one race, but that one race was dominated by horses, maidens that had experience. And I just feel like experience does speak a lot when you're dealing with these wet tracks.
Could hold the key. Maggie, thank you. As we were looking at that first-time starter, Richie, you're going with Midnight Rosie, and we saw some good horsemanship by Kendrick Carmouche as she was trying to rear up a little bit there, and he was able to get her to settle. And when horses start doing that, you want them to keep moving forward.
Yeah, you don't want to give them an opportunity to get up too high and maybe lose their balance. It was interesting the way she reared up. Sometimes horses rear up in a panic, and then they'll have a tendency to maybe lose their balance. She kind of went up almost in defiance.
Yeah.
She was very solid with her balance and just was kind of saying, I'm not going to do it your way. I'm going to do it my way. But it looks like she settled back down. And Kendrick did a really good job of being able to just stay in the middle and stay very calm with her.
There's FEMA Funds. I was in the paddock for her debut and thought it was interesting what Maggie said about her. So my notes from her first start were she was a good-looking type, just needed to strengthen up in her hindquarters, and looks like she's done exactly that. So she's intriguing at a nice price of 6-1. Your favorite 6-5, Midtown Lights, switching to the main track. It's race 2 from the Big A. Here's John and Brielle.
Waiting now for Loon Cry and Midnight Rosie. And they're in the gate. Number 5, FEMA Funds, has been backed out of the gate. FEMA Funds now back in. And they're off. A slow beginning for number 8, Midnight Rosie, and Bandaloo Queen also off slow. It's FEMA Funds who goes out for the early lead with Pretty Miss Keenes down on the inside, and in second, Midtown Lights moves up on the outside from third. Loon Cries in between horses. Sweet Liberty is down at the rail and advancing from fifth. 2.5 lengths to Happy Smile, who runs in sixth. It's almost 5 lengths back to Midnight Rosie, and another 4 to Bandaloo Queen. The opening quarter over the off-going 22-2. So it is FEMA Funds by a half length. Loon Cry, and on the outside, the favorite, Midtown Lights. They're right together, second and third. Sweet Liberty runs in fourth. Happy Smile has dropped back. Midnight Rosie picks it up now, but still with a lot to do as the field hits the top of the stretch. And it is FEMA Funds challenged here on the outside by Midtown Lights. FEMA Funds and Midtown Lights. Loon Cry is in third. And now they're at the 8th pole. It's Midtown Lights on the outside, FEMA Funds on the inside. Midtown Lights has a narrow lead. FEMA Funds in second, and Loon Cry is third. It is Midtown Lights to Breaker Maiden. FEMA Funds was second. Then came Loon Cry and Sweet Liberty.
Another favorite, another winner, switching to the main track. Midtown Lights gets the job done under Javier Castellano.
Yeah, the pedigree suggested that this would be the case. I have a hard time taking these kind of horses at short prices, but she set up shop outside and was able to wear down the 5 FEMA Funds, who really ran well, never switched leads. This is a good example of it. You can see the filly on the outside leading with her right foreleg. The filly on the inside, FEMA Funds, lingering on that left foreleg, leading with that left front foreleg, just not finding that little bit of extra energy, but a nice improved effort from her. And I think that's a really good illustration when we talk about it. If people have a hard time, take a look at the two fillies and how they're running. This is clearly when you could see inside horses on the left lead, outside horses on the right, or proper lead in the stretch.
And you can see the inside horse, number 5, Fema Funds, Jose Lezcano, trying to get her to switch her balance and switch to the outside. And you could see how she was struggling a little bit more versus the good momentum of the filly on the outside, Midtown Lights.
Yeah, it just gives them a little bit more energy. You think about you're running through the airport with a bag in your hand, you're trying to make your flight, you get a little tired, naturally you switch the other hand, you get a little bit more energy. I think that's the best way you can kind of explain why it's helpful for a horse to get onto their right lead in the stretch.
Maggie talked about how experience would be key in this race, and we see experienced fillies running 1-2 with the firster in third, 6-5, 4-1, 6-5 on Midtown Lights. She gets the first win of her career in her first start on the main track. We'll bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised at Windstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him. Big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 in the books. She's still on her toes. Midtown Lights, very proud of herself, getting her first win when switching to the main track.
Yeah, it was well placed, in the clear. What's the? I learned it from you. Clean faces win races.
Yeah.
I like that. She was always in good position, making her third start, so she had foundation, first time on the dirt with a pedigree that suggested she should handle it. You get Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, who has just really put together a terrific year and having a terrific meeting. He and his agent, PJ Campo, doing really good work. Nice run from the 4, Loon Cry, the first-time starter that finished best of all the first-time starters.
654 in race 2, $4.50. That favorite getting that maiden victory. We turn our attention now over to Tampa Bay Downs. We'll be bringing you the first few races on the card there. First race on the program is on the turf, going 1 mile and a 16th. It's a maiden claiming for $32,000. Just one scratch of the 5. And no surprise, the number 6, Ballandine, is currently the favorite, as this one has been gelded. He leapt up a little bit at the start last time out and then kind of dropped back and re-rallied in that debut.
Yeah, finished with some interest. Should improve with the race under the belt. First time gelding. a horse that did show enough ability that certainly warrants the favoritism. The 3, Secretary of War, also taking money. New York bred, who ran okay in maiden allowance races in Saratoga, was claimed for 25 last time out of the same race with Ballantyne, and had a little bit of trouble. I didn't think it was maybe as significant as the chart would lead you to believe.
I agree. He was 4th in that race. He was 60 cents to the dollar that day and has been claimed. Now with Darian Rodriguez blinkers going back on. We'll see how he does with that. The number 1, Noble and Kind. This one is 7-2 on the board, getting on the turf for the first time after 2 races on the Tapeta. The Dam was 1 for 1, also on synthetic. This one by Noble Mission.
Yeah, I mean, there's a thought process that horses that handle synthetic can handle turf, but there's 2 distinct different surfaces.
Yes.
And I think you'll see turf horses form hold up maybe a little better in synthetic races when those races are taken off the turf and everybody's kind of in the same boat.
I would certainly agree with that. I think it's important to approach them as unique surfaces. 7-5 now on the number 6, Ballantyne, who is a son of Highland Reel, which I thought was cool too, the globe-trotting horse. I had the opportunity to see Highland Reel run in the Breeders' Cup and also in Hong Kong, which was really cool. It was a horse I always loved.
That's a pretty nice double there. I like that. Yeah.
He ran all over the world and has turned out to be a pretty good sire too. Son of Galileo. No surprise there. Horses, I think, moving towards the gate for the opener. They're somewhere.
Terrific turf course there. I really always enjoyed when I was riding to go there. Kind of like a billiard table. It's very, very level. Cool. There's a lot of good turf courses that have just more undulation in them. And horses aren't as smooth on them, but that turf course at Tampa Bay Downs is a really nice turf course.
6-5 favorite for the opener. The 2-year-olds in this maiden claiming. You've got some with turf experience who are taking the money and some who have not run on the turf before.
See the 1 horse, Noble and Kind, the assistant starter had to come out and get this horse. This horse is very reluctant to head towards the starting gate. Now you see it takes a community to get this horse moving forward.
First start at Tampa, but as we've discussed, starting gate crews will share notes on horses, especially ones that are particularly tricky. So you'd imagine the gate crew from Gulfstream would have shared that this one was a little bit tricky at the gate because it seemed the crew was well prepared to push her in.
Just all of a sudden there was like 6 guys around Noble and Kind, and then he went along, a little reluctant at first, but then he was like, okay, you guys got me.
2-year-old colt by Noble Mission, your favorite 7-5, though, in the opener. The first from Tampa Bay Downs. Here's track announcer Jason Beam with the call.
And Classic Bourbon will be all set for a start today's opener. First of 10 here on a Saturday at Tampa Bay Downs. Ronnie Allen Jr. and Ballantyne coming forward. Classic Bourbon, Jose Ferrer to the outside to complete the line. Classic Bourbon just about in. Now goes forward. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Noble and Kind from the inside got away in good order. Up from the extreme outside, Classic Bourbon has good early speed, and Capazzo coming through, as is Adios Buccaneer and Secretary of War. So they sort themselves out. They bed into the stretch for the first time. Capazzo, Secretary of War, those are the 2 that cut the corner and go on best. They're 2.5 in front of Adios Buccaneer. Classic Bourbon's right to that one's outside in 4th. Noble and Kind, who broke sharply, settles back 5th. Ballantyne's at the back early on. About 5 lengths cover the group as they go into that first turn. And it's Capazzo the leader. Secretary of War, some pressure on the outside, a half length back. It's another length then, back to Adios Buccaneer. Moving up, Ballantyne on the far outside, going by Classic Bourbon. As Ballantyne quickly was last just a moment ago, and now all the way up to challenge for the lead. Draws within a half length the leader. Noble and Kind is at the back. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Capazzo has made the lead for much of this journey so far. Ballandine is still 3/4 of a length back in second. Secretary of War now back a spot third, about 2 off the lead. It's 2 more then. Back to Adios Buccaneer. To that one's outside is Classic Bourbon. They're 4.5 or 5 clear of Noble and Kind, who trails. 48 seconds flat for an opening half mile. Capazzo a long shot leader. Pressure from Ballandine on the outside. Secretary of War biding his time just in behind. Horses just got the cue there to try to go up in between rivals as Capazzo comes to the quarter pole. Secretary of War, Ballandine, 2 and 3 wide respectively, coming up to try to make a line of 3. Just in behind them, Adios Buccaneer awaiting some room. Going to look toward the inside. Is bottled up though as they come into the stretch. Capazzo, Secretary of War. Now room presents itself for Adios Buccaneer, who tries to come after them from the 3 path. Here's Adios Buccaneer right down the crown of the track. Capazzo battles on toward the rail and Secretary of War. 16th pole. Skylar Spanabel and Adios Buccaneer. Capazzo back to second. Secretary of War. Adios Buccaneer. 14-1 upset winner of the opener by 2. Capazzo was second. Secretary of War third. There was a really close photo for fourth between Ballandine and Classic Bourbon.
An upset winner, first-time starter, Adios Buccaneer gets the win at first, asking had some pace to run at and delivers for trainer Kathleen O'Connell.
Yeah, and there were a lot of trips in here. The horse on the lead was showing good speed coming off of that one turf sprint at Colonial. The 3-horse Secretary of War had a decent trip in behind him. Your favorite, Ballandine, just had a nightmarish trip after kind of hopping at the break end and getting rank. But Adios Buccaneer, by that turf sprinter, Bucaro, gets it done. First asking, worked out a nice trip.
Today, we are remembering a true legend, Cigar, who had that unbelievable 16-race win streak. His namesake race coming up a little bit later on today.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire, with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. A little bit of rain, but we're all smiling because it's a great day of racing that we've been looking forward to for quite some time. The Cigar Mile today, named in honor of a truly great racehorse, Cigar, who had that 16-race win streak, won Grade 1s all over the country, and truly was America's horse.
For every great champion, there is a unique story. And for 2-time Horse of the Year Cigar, his road to glory began in his 5th start for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who believed the Maryland-bred son of Palace Music had more talent than he had shown in 11 straight grass races.
The last time he had run on the turf, I think Julie Crone had ridden him and said, well, he galloped back good on the dirt. And I said, well, maybe it's time we try the dirt. So we were over here in October, and we really didn't know what to expect. He reeled off some pretty fast fractions, but he just kept widening his margin, and then came back about a month later and won the Naira Mile.
Cigar running a monstrous race today. Beat Double is due by 6 lengths.
Cigar would go on to win 14 more consecutive races, but possibly his most impressive and memorable performance came in the 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic.
It was a sloppy track, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, he had never run in the mud before. Now we're facing a new challenge, and Jerry Bailey's holding on to him, waiting for him to go, and when he released him, I mean, he just, like you shot him out of a cannon.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush, a quarter of a mile between Cigar and a perfect season. Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has, and here he is, the incomparable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
Throughout his mighty 2-year reign as the best horse in America, if not the world, Cigar not only won the admiration of the most avid racing fan, but also captured the attention of the general public and made them fans as well.
You know, the great thing about his career was it lasted over a 3-year period. You know, good horses sometimes are limited to 1 year where they hold their form to that top level. It's very difficult to keep any top horse in form for 2 full years. He became such a fan favorite, and he was America's horse. You know, Mr. Paulson's colors with the red, white, and blue, and we took him everywhere. We took him east, west, we took him abroad. Finally, it got to the point where people were saying, man, let's go see him. Let's just go watch him.
So, when it was announced that Cigar would be retired at the end of the '96 season, Connections made sure that America's racehorse was sent off in style. And what better way to do so than to van him into the middle of Manhattan to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Mrs. Paulson was into the show horse world as well, and they had the National Horse Show at Madison Square Garden, and she said she wanted to take him down there and parade him, and I thought she was absolutely crazy. But as it worked out, Bailey and I skipped the races that day. We both rode down on the horse van with him, and it really turned out to be probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. We brought him in and they turned the spotlight on him. I mean, everybody stood up, and it was exciting for me, and I think everybody that had ever worked around him and seen him for that matter.
The mighty Cigar, just such a special horse, 2-time Horse of the Year. At 10 different racetracks, that 16-race win streak, I think that is just as impressive, if not more, than the streak he put together.
Took his show on the road in his own decked-out van, as a matter of fact. It just was absolutely sensational over an elongated period of time. And I remember, you know, Jerry Bailey going to that retirement ceremony and talking to him about it after the fact, and just how moving it was and touching. And watching that clip of him taking the tack off that horse for the last time, that had to be incredibly emotional, knowing that that's the last time I'm going to get to dance with my partner.
And they truly were partners, and what a tremendous racehorse Cigar was. And we pay tribute to him with the Cigar Mile, which is our feature on the day today. Turning our attention back to this afternoon, though, we have at race 3 coming up next at the Big A. It's a New York bred claiming race for 25,000 fillies and mares. Coming up, there is Diva Banker, as you had touched on, Richie. Katie Davis going to be aboard, and looks like she has a good chance with this one, trying to build off that second place finish. Let's head downstairs, get a paddock report from Maggie.
And we'll start with a horse who is coming off of a very disappointing effort, albeit against some tougher company. Arguably in number 5, Beautiful Karen, who does get the riding assistance of Luis Saez today as the blinkers go on for a filly who does look as though she could be the fastest in this field. Just a shortcut cheater blinker here for Rudy Rodriguez, second off the claim. Plus, she gets a little less ground to work with, being from the 7 to the 6.5. My problem is I was kind of intrigued by her on paper because maybe she could have just taken these on a kind of merry chase, so to speak. But I've seen her look better prior to some starts. She looks a bit dull in her coat. She's kind of just meek walking around here. I wish she had a little bit more energy as well. So we'll see how she does as we'll move on to your current favorite in number 7, Diva Banker, who off a bit of a freshening back on November 5th ran very well with Katie Davis, who will be aboard here once again. She kind of followed the winner, Veradia, who she'll also meet in here again. And they were both out in the wide in the center of the racetrack. Diva Banker kind of drifted about, and Katie must have a pretty strong left hand because she did kind of respond to the crop in the running of that race, but still ran on well. And for one that I haven't seen as of late, she looks a lot better than the last time I had seen her, and I think she makes a good deal of sense given the fact that she could be on that kind of upward trajectory once again here for Ray Handel. But I kind of feel like maybe it's an indictment on number 6, Quality Stones Acacia, because she also has speed here, and she could be the fastest over Beautiful Karen. She drops out of tough company, and she does have the best wet track record.
She does indeed. 2 wins on a wet track. Quality Stones, she seems to handle it quite well, and she's 4-1 right now on the board. But here is that race between Veradia and Diva Banker that Maggie was talking about. And we'll see. We'll see if Diva Banker, who was 11-1 that day and is actually the favorite right now, can turn the tables on Veradia, who was the winner of this race. You see how far out in the center of the track Diva Banker was that day, as Maggie had touched on.
Yeah, she got to wander a little bit. You know, and listen, Katie Davis was coming back off a fairly long layoff, and sometimes you just got to find your rhythm, find your timing. Everything's got to start coming together, and I think we saw that the other day with her win with Narcisco Dali. I think this horse is very well meant. She had a little bit of a layoff. She was coming off that time, hadn't been run since the early part of September, ran well in November. I think she's well drawn outside, and I agree with Maggie. I think the 6 Quality Stones and the 5 Beautiful Karen had the potential to really hook up here. When you have 2 speed horses drawn side by side, that's when you see speed duels, because they kind of almost get their competitive juices up. They get themselves keen because they're in such close proximity.
There is Veradia, the remaining part of the entry. She's 5-2 right now. Dylan Davis, Katie's brother, going to be aboard. So the siblings going head-to-head in here, which is always kind of fun. This is one that was claimed back by Jeffrey Engelhardt. I'm always intrigued when a trainer goes back in to claim a horse they once had.
Just a sign of confidence. They like the horse. They feel like they have intimate knowledge of the horse and how to get the best out of them. I always find that a vote of confidence.
And this one off the win last time out for Veradia. 7-year-old mare will kick off the post parade.
Yeah, should be looming right in behind the pace. How is she going to handle the kickback? Last time she was just outside the speeds. She get nice warm up here under Dylan Davis.
Here is the number 2, Dancing with Daffodils.
Has won over the wet. Just feels like her form has kind of waned this past year as a 7-year-old mare.
She has run some good races in the past. Can she run back to those? Here is the number 5, Beautiful Karen, with that speed.
Adds the blinkers, drops back to 25 where she was second to Dame Cinco. I think she's going to have her hands full with a filly just outside of her as far as pace goes.
Speaking of, here is Quality Stones. We saw apprentice jockey Jason Wyas get his first NYRA victory yesterday.
Yeah, and he's made a nice impression. He looks good. Horses are running for him. Then, you know, when you have an apprentice and you put them on a speed horse, you're not asking them to rate them. You're telling them to let them roll.
And 2-1, Diva Banker.
I think well drawn outside, has a recency of that race, chasing Veradia. I think she's a major player. She's who I want.
And I'm sure she is a special mount for Katie Davis, too. We talked about her coming back to riding after becoming a mom. This was the first mount that she had in Saratoga because she was galloping for Ray Handel, and Ray put her on Diva Banker. So this was her first horse back when she started riding, too. So I'm sure it would be even more special to get a chance to have a win on her. You kind of become a little bit of you get that relationship with those horses. Let's go back to Maggie.
It's so true. I am 99% sure that Katie was jogging Diva Banker a couple days or the day before she ran, and I was on the track too with the horse. And Diva Banker was like launching and bucking, and Katie just sat in the middle of her saying, "Oh, you silly girl." So it just speaks volumes to Katie's personality, to her work ethic, to her riding abilities, that she's just that type of person where life is good, and she always finds the positivity in life. And I think, a lot of times that translates to the horses, and I hope that translates to Diva Banker for her sake and all the connections involved with her today. And it's good to see her riding for Ray, as he was the guy, or the outfit that kind of said, "I'll work with you as far as being a mom and finding childcare so you can gallop and breeze horses again." So it'd be a very sentimental win too here with Diva Banker. Guys?
We'll see if it all comes together. I love that story. And yeah, she really does have that great personality, Katie. She's just really infectious too, and you love to be around her. And I think Maggie is absolutely right. I mean, horses feed off of your energy. They can feel it. If you're nervous, you're tense, they're going to respond to that. If you're relaxed, if you're having a good time, if you're kind of rolling with the flow, they feed off of that as well.
I believe in that, and I believe in that positive energy that somebody like Katie brings. I mean, she just exudes it, and you can see how much she really just appreciates the opportunity to do this.
Mm-hmm. Her husband, Trevor McCarthy, unfortunately sidelined with an injury. I know he was very proud to see her back in the winner's circle, posting on Twitter too. But we hope to see Trevor back in the saddle soon.
Yeah, just a tough deal when, had that incident on the turf. And hopefully Trevor's doing well, and we'll see him back sooner before later.
Favoritism has now shifted over to Quality Stones, who drops back down to the 25,000. She won impressively for 22 starts back.
Yeah, and speed, and the fact that she's going to be forward, and you get a break in the weights with the apprentice. And this is how she goes. This is what she wants to do. You let her roll along, and again, you don't put 7-pound apprentices on speed horses and ask them to rate them. You basically are telling them, you let this horse go as far and as fast as they can go, take advantage of that break in the weights. So I think this horse will be in front. I do think she might be a little bit quicker than Beautiful Karen, right to her inside.
Apprentice Jason Huai is going to be aboard. Maggie had a really nice interview with him the other day where we got a chance to learn a little bit more about his history. He's on Quality Stones, all in for the third. Just about. One more to load. Diva Banker. We'll send it up to track announcer John Imbriel for the call.
They're all in. And they're off. And it is Quality Stones out for the early lead, with Beautiful Karen racing in second. Viridia is down at the rail. Diva Banker's on the outside, and Dancing with Daffodils, the early trailer, in fifth. And she's about 8 or 9 lengths from the front. And the front runner is Quality Stones, who leads here by 1.5 lengths. And Beautiful Karen is second by a head. Viridia is down at the rail. The opening quarter in the slop in 21-4. Diva Banker sits in fourth. 4 lengths from the lead. Farther back, Dancing with Daffodils. It is Quality Stones, who leads now by 3 lengths. Beautiful Karen, Diva Banker on the outside moves into second. Then Beautiful Karen and Viridia, and Dancing with Daffodils continues to trail as they chase Quality Stones to the top of the stretch. The half in 44-3. Quality Stones the leader. Diva Banker up on the outside now to challenge. It's Quality Stones and Diva Banker there 1-2 with Beautiful Karen and Viridia third and fourth inside the 8th pole. Quality Stones all out to hold the lead over Diva Banker. It's Diva Banker on the outside, Quality Stones on the inside, and the two of them will fight it out to the finish. Diva Banker, Quality Stones, they hit the wire. Very tight. Looked like Diva Banker got it narrowly over Quality Stones.
Looks like it was the number 7 Diva Banker and Katie Davis over the number 6 Quality Stones, who set a very fast pace and hung on gamely in the lane.
It was very game. She showed such high speed, very fast, but that's how she runs, and I'll never blame a rider for using speed. I'm impressed. Katie Davis showed no panic. She just held her filly together, kept riding her forward. It's so hard to do when you're just coming back off of a long layoff like that. And, you know, your desire is so strong and you want to win, and sometimes you have a tendency to override horses. She didn't. She kept her filly balanced and kept her going forward. I just thought a real nice, professional, calm kind of ride by Katie Davis.
2 wins this week for Katie Davis, who will be spending the winter riding here at the Big A. And she starts making that move on the turn, I think realizing that the pace wasn't really coming back. Quality Stones was still going, even after that quick pace that she set. And coming on the outside, no drifting today. She asked her right-handed with the riding crop, and Diva Banker was able to get up in time.
Well, the coach and me, while we're watching the race off camera, I'm going, take your time, Katie. Take your time. This horse will come back.
Richie was nervous for her. Yeah.
But you know what? She did it just right. She went after it just the right time and got it done. Very game performance from the runner-up, too. You got to give her high marks, Quality Stones. And an apprentice that I've been impressed with. Yeah. I think Jason.
Wyas.
Okay, I didn't want to say his last name improperly.
I believe I'm saying it right.
I tell you what, I've been impressed, and he really kind of looks good on horses. He finishes well. Nice little neat kind of package on a horse. And a rider doesn't want to move around too much, throw his weight around. You want to stay in that sweet spot, right on the withers. It's just easier for the horses to carry your weight.
As we heard him telling Maggie the other day, he's really done pretty much every job on the backside. Started out grooming, hot walking, learning to gallop, learning to ride, and fun having him here on the New York circuit. But great to see Katie Davis in the winner's circle once again. And again, a very special horse for her, Diva Banker, who was her first mount back this summer at Saratoga after becoming a mom. And now she guides her to the winner's circle at the Big A. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Sire Sensation Gunrunner is the sire of 6 first crop Grade 1 winners.
God-eyed, and he's going to win the hopeful
Red Zulu wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and Cyberknife has won the Haskell.
Society is going to win the Cotillion, and ta-da! They win the Bathurst, Pennsylvania Derby.
Early voting comes inside and wins it. He wins the Preakness.
Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. A special win in race number 3 at Aqueduct. Katie Davis back to the winner's circle once again, this time for trainer Ray Handel, who she also works for in the mornings. And they team up for a victory together with Diva Banker. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Please be joined with the both of them here, Acacia, as Katie Diva Banker. She was the first mount you had back this summer up at Saratoga. Talk a little bit about your rapport with her and just how cool it is to win on her here today.
Oh, man, it's a blessing. She was definitely a cool horse when I first got on her.
And we did get along very well, and it was nice because Ray kept me on her, and we did work together. And it's nice to get on them in the morning because then you know them in the afternoon, you know, and that's a big advantage. So, and I'm very blessed and lucky to have Ray to support me when I came back. And, you know, I say to him all the time, I wouldn't have done it without you, you know, because having a child is hard. And you just got to learn the balance, and he helped me through the whole way.
Ray, talk a little bit about that, about, you know, working with Katie, her being a new mom.
I was, you know, we're just, I know how it feels. You know, I have a young one myself, so, you know, just trying to be a team player, and she's tremendous talent, and it was, you know, I feel like I was the lucky one to have her.
Oh, that's very sweet, Ryan. A little bit of a bittersweet win here, as Diva Banker claimed, but what a cool ride she's been on for you, one that you claimed yourself for only $5 grand 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, and she ran dead last the day we took her. But, you know, she looked like a dirt horse. She had sneaky form. They were running her on synthetic and turf, and I said, you know what, 5,000, take a shot, and it worked out.
Katie, Trevor is in trouble. No, I'm kidding. No, you're the breadwinner now.
I told him I'm going to feed him nothing but carbs so he could stay home, and I'll take over this winter. Just cheer me on, honey.
He can be the armchair jockey, Acacia.
I love that. I love Katie so much. And the whole family, of course, her family and Trevor's family, riding horses is in their blood. And you know that there's some healthy competition in the family, too.
Oh, absolutely. I'd like to be a fly on the wall, some of those dinner conversations. Obviously, Katie's dad, Robbie, tremendous rider. Mike McCarthy, Trevor's dad, a tremendous rider. I competed with both of them, but I love it. The Ryden-Davis clan, and then you add Trevor into the mix.
I love it. Congratulations to Katie and Ray, Diva Banker, with a very game victory over Quality Stones, these two New York bred mares, making it a really fun show in race number 3. As we turn our attention on to the 4th race, we'll have the New York breds in the spotlight there, but we head back over to Tampa Bay Downs first for a nice maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds, going 6 furlongs on the main track in Oldsmar, Florida. And you have a fun field with a few first-time starters, some with experience as well. Here's a look at the board. A couple of horses at 5-2 right now, including the number 4, Ship the Goods, first-time starter for Christophe Lamont, and to the outside, second-time starter, Dropkick Murphy, who did finish second on debut.
Yeah, it showed good speed that day up at Gulfstream, going 5.5. Gets another 16th of a mile to negotiate, but with that race under his belt, Ship the Goods is a full to Baldor, earner of over $500,000, a debut winner. And this horse was training up in Saratoga with Miguel Clement, who, you know, I favor those horses that spend time in Saratoga with Miguel. But how can I not go with a real long shot here with the 7, Richie's on a Roll?
Like that. Richie's on a roll, has been on a roll early, making start number 4, was claimed by Gerald Bennett 2 starts back, stepped up to the maiden special weight level last time out. You'll get a nice price on him as well. The number 5, Dream Night, cutting back in distance for Saffie Joseph Jr. Of course, Saffie will be represented in New York today as he sends out White Abarrio in the Cigar Mile.
Yeah, and maybe this turnback's going to be just what this horse needed. Started at 7 furlongs, stretched to the mile, now turns back to the 6. The 6 horse, Free Fold, has an interesting pedigree. Horse not taking any money whatsoever. The mare's had 9 horses to race, 9 foals to race, 8 winners, including 3 Rules, who actually won his first 5 starts, including the Stallion Series in Florida.
I had just started working at Gulfstream. It was my first year there when 3 Rules went on his tear. He actually took his connections. They ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and he turned out to be a much better sprinter, really a 7 furlong horse. He won the Grade 3 carry back, but he was a very precocious horse, a beautiful runner, and I've seen several others from this mare, and unfortunately none of them have really lived up to that level, but he was very precocious, and we'll see if maybe she can pass it on to a horse like 3 Fold, who is by uncaptured, and I think that's important because 3 Rules was by Gone Astray, and some of the other stallions that some of the other progeny are in maybe haven't been as kind of quick early, whereas those uncaptured are very precocious.
Yeah, I mean, it is telling, though, the horse is not taking any money on the board, but I just thought that was an interesting pedigree. And when a mare, you know, is a producer and you get a horse that was as precocious as 3 Rules, it's certainly worth noting.
100%. Big price on that one. The favorite now to the outside, second-time starter, Dropkick Murphy for trainer John Vinson, as progeny of Bucaro looked to sweep the early double. We saw an upset runner on the turf in the first race, that first-time starter. This one's a second-time starter, that 2-year-old colt.
Yeah, and you know, not a big foal crop for Bucaro, but you know, nice to see him starting to have some success. A horse that was a very proficient turf sprinter.
Number 1, Groveland, is a second-time starter for Owen Hardy as well. This one, the Godolphin homebred, will run on the main track after debuting and finishing 3rd on Tapeta in his first start.
Yeah, finished with interest there. Has a pedigree that would suggest dirt will be fine. So Groveland, kind of an interesting prospect. Owen Hardy seems to
looks
have...
like the rider of the 2, Kingfish Stevens, is off. It looks like those Peter Brandt silks. And it seems like they have the front of the gate open, and he's just giving them a tough time going in. There he is, sidestepping behind the gate. Yeah,
they're being a bit obstinate about getting in the gate. And sometimes they'll open those front doors occasionally to give horses, you know, some daylight. They don't have anything in front of them, especially horses that have a tendency maybe to be a little claustrophobic. They don't want to go into that confined space. The trick is when you give the horse that daylight, being able to stop the horse from continue to go forward once you get them in there, not an easy thing. And he's kicking out pretty good, so the gate crew's got to be pretty careful.
Poor Groveland, he was loaded in already, the number 1, and he's just got to stand in there while they try to get this 2-horse in.
It used to annoy me to no end when I was on a horse that loaded early, and then another horse would be reluctant to load, because the longer you're in there, more chance for things to go wrong, more chance for your horse to kind of lose his focus and not be as you know, prepared for the break. I used to get so mad. I used to get mad at riders when they would jump off horses prematurely because the horse, you know, sneezed or something. Like, no, get on the horse. You're the pilot. Stay on the horse.
Groveland and actually the number 5, Dream Knight, also have been loaded into the starting gate already, as you see the starting gate crew behind trying to work with Kingfish Stevens. He has done this before. He raced once already at Gulfstream where he didn't do too much running, but did face a couple of horses that came back out to win, including that second-place finisher was Il Miracolo, who we will see running in the Remsen today for Antonio Sano. But this horse, the son of Candy Ride, is being very, very difficult behind the gate.
Yeah, very opposite. It looked like they almost had him to a point where he was going to be able to be packed in, and he backed off pretty aggressively. So we'll see what kind of tack they take. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll bring a horse to the front of the gate and try to back them in.
Or even try to disorient them by circling them.
Put a blindfold on them, turn them around. Although, honestly, the horses are just so smart and intuitive of where the gate is. Even when they do that, they usually kind of know exactly where they're at.
So you see now they are trying to bring him in, and it looks like they've got him in pretty successfully. But it's a tough situation when a 1,000-pound animal decides that he does not want to do what you want him to.
Honestly, you've got to try to get them to work with you and get along. You're not going to force a horse to do anything ultimately that they don't want to do.
Jockey Ronnie Allen Jr. climbing aboard inside the gate as they continue with the load. I have to say, Groveland and Dream Knight, who had loaded already, were very professional in waiting that whole time while already in the gate. They could continue with the loading process, getting the rest of the field in for this maiden special weight race 2 at Tampa Bay Downs. Let's send it up to track announcer Jason Beam for the rest of the load and call.
Ship the goods. Richie's on a roll coming forward. Dropkick Murphy and Pablo Morales going to be the final one to join. Dropkick Murphy to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Jaybird hopped just a touch at the start, came away last. Good start toward the outside. Drop kick Murphy. Richie's on a roll. Threefold. The three outside runners quickest. Ship the Goods. Joining them from the inside is those four, separated by just over a length as they go up the back stretch. Dream Knight moves up outside of Ship the Goods. Then comes Kingfish Stevens, who's back in 6th. It's a length more than back to Groveland 7th, and a break of 3 more to Jay Bird, who is the trailer, with a half mile left to go. This three-prong battle continues up front. From the inside out, it's threefold. Richie's on a roll and Dropkick Murphy. Those three across the track. Just in behind them, Ship the Goods is 4th, only a length and 3/4 behind. Dream Knight to that one's outside. It's 2 more then back to Kingfish Stevens, Groveland. They're starting to close in. 7 of them only covered by 3 lengths. It's about 7 or 8 more then back to Jay Bird. A wide open scramble here as they come past the quarter pole. Between horses, Richie's on a roll. Dropkick Murphy. Dream Knight going out about 4 or 5 wide. Kingfish Stevens trying to gain up about 5 or 6 wide. Looking for room there was Groveland, who swung toward the outside, and Ship the Goods got through down at the rail. Final furlong left to go. Here's Ship the Goods, who goes to a narrow advantage. Dream Knight down the outside. Richie's on a roll between them. Groveland is back 4th, trying to put in a bid. At the 16th pole, it's Ship the Goods there by a length. Dream Knight, Groveland down the outside. Ship the Goods in front. Sammy Camacho and Ship the Goods to win it. Second ended up very, very close between Groveland and Dream Knight. It was a long way back to Richie's on a roll in 4th.
Ship the Goods, first-time starter with Sammy Camacho in the saddle, gets the win at first asking.
Nice professional debut, too. Was in behind the pace, was able to come through along the inside. Some horses, first time out, could be reluctant to do that, so he showed a lot of courage, a lot of determination, and Ship the Goods was the goods in his first start at Tampa Bay.
Gets the win at first asking, the son of Munnings, holding on. Very game performance and showing some tenacity down on the inside. Number 4, Ship the Goods with the win. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation about the Cigar Mile, a race that Todd Pletcher, no surprise, has won several times already. He's looking for his 6th Cigar Mile and has a big chance with Mind Control.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay Thirsty switch to the outside for the run past the quarter pole, and the field turns for home. Buffum, Coyle, and Groupie across the track. Stay Thirsty just in behind Groupie coming into the final furlong. It's Coyle doing battle with Groupie. Those two head-to-head for the lead. Stay Thirsty is coming at them from the outside, and the filly's in front. The filly Groupie trying to hold off Stay Thirsty. Groupie and Stay Thirsty. A thrilling finish. Photo finish!
Stay Thirsty by a nose in the 2012 Cigar Mile, one of 5 Cigar Mile victories for trainers Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, under Ramon Dominguez here, you had Groupie Doll, Rajiv Mirage on the inside. What a nice mare she was. And you saw Ramon late. His horse was trying to lug in, Stay Thirsty, and he just said, you know what, I've got to hold them together, hands and heels, put the crop away. And this is a perfect example of when putting the crop away was a huge benefit, and only a rider with his poise would have been able to do that in that kind of situation.
The strength, the athleticism of Ramon Dominguez on display there with Stay Thirsty getting the win in the 2012 Cigar Mile. Todd Pletcher won last year's rendition of the Cigar Mile with New York bred American Revolution, taking the 2021 edition, and will look for his 6th win this year with Mind Control to the outside. We turn our attention to race 4, New York bred maiden claiming, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And we'll meet the post parade, starting with the number 1 Hereby, first time for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, it just feels like this horse would have to improve. He's got a couple races that make him somewhat competitive and has had speed at times from the inside. Probably be important to show that speed today.
Number 2, Quackenbush.
Yeah, nice looking first time starter for Mark Hennig. Not taking a tremendous amount of money on the board.
9-1 on the board right now, as Kendrick Ramouche will be in the saddle. Here's one that's had several chances already, Class AJ.
Usually not my thing, 0 for 11 horses. This horse got a couple good races in the mud, and you get an apprentice that I'm impressed with.
Number 4, Chief Engineer is next.
Good speed last time.
Here is Central Pride, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, cutting back in distance. Will that intensify his late turn of foot?
Disqualified last time out. Here's Built to Last.
It showed high speed that day, and if he wants to lead, I got to think he's the speed of the speed here.
He has crossed the wire first already. And here's the number 8, Steerage.
Adds the blinkers, turning back in distance. Also, best race came October 7th here at Aqueduct, the Belmont at Aqueduct meeting, going 6 furlongs, and he's well drawn outside.
3-2 on your favorite, who looks to get the win today. Horses warming up on track. Let's head down and check in with Maggie.
We'll take a look at a first-time starter in here. Not sure where the name came from. Number 2, Quackenbush, is a half-brother to a filly that actually won, a 2-year-old, in her second start. So maybe the family does need a start, and he looks about 90% fit, but as Meg pointed out, he's a good-looking type, a son of Beauty in the Pulpit, and he looks he just looked very professional in this debut and warmed up nicely over this wet track. But again, I think I err on the side of caution when it comes to first-time starters today and maybe take the wait-and-see approach. So one I'm intrigued by, I kind of want to watch him and see how he runs here in this first start. Next, we'll check in with third off the layoff. That's Clash AJ, and he's only run for the 40 one time before, and it resulted in a second-place finish over that Sabi racetrack back in February. And he's a horse that is much more relaxed now, has a later 3-year-old. He's very fit now, third off the bench, makes a good impression, and he's going to be a square price, 7-1, and could possibly drift up from there. I'm going to go, though, with number 5, Central Pride. I just like the turn back. I like the fact that we've gotten those kind of fitness building races into him, going longer, and he's a horse that he had a lot of speed in that very first race, and they were like, well, that's not the way to ride him, but they put the blinkers back on, and so I just feel like he's going to be not necessarily more forward, but he's just going to be a little bit more positionally wise this time around. And furthermore, Acacia, he's just built like a sprinter, so I really like the turn back in distance for Central Pride today.
7-2 right now on the board. Thank you, Maggie. Blinkers going back on for Central Pride. I like what she said, positionally wise. I think that's a really good way to put it.
Yeah, it is. I like the way she phrased that. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm kind of on board with her a little bit with the 3 Clash AJ. I think this horse has got some good races and off tracks, should be in a good position, and an apprentice that I am impressed with.
Number 6, Built to last. He is a horse that did cross the wire first last time out at Saratoga. Unfortunately, was disqualified subsequently. So he is still in for the maiden claiming opportunity here, and will have the opportunity to cross the wire for the second time. But he has done something that nobody else in this field has done, and that is cross the wire first.
He didn't get to keep the victory, but he has the roadmap to the victory, right? So, and he's fast. And I think speed on days like this is a good thing to have. Not that you have to be on the lead, but at least you're forwardly placed and you're not getting mud thrown back in your face. So Built to Last should be involved. I just wonder if anybody in here can take him on early. You know, obviously Chief Engineer showed high speed last time, and you would think that having success with that tack last time that they're going to use this horse's speed again.
7-5 on your favorite. Number 8, Steerage to the outside, 9-2, taking some attention as he cuts back in distance, which I do think should bode well for him. He was kind of one of those horses that took a little bit of attention and buzz at the start of his career after a couple bad trips, and then unfortunately just hasn't quite panned out as of yet.
He's well drawn outside. He could kind of get the same kind of trip that we just saw Diva Banker get in the last race, kind of stalking from the outside.
Loading in for race 4 at the Big A, New York bred maiden claiming race coming up. Let's send it up to another New York bred, John and Brielle, for the call.
Chief Engineer now moving into line. And we're waiting for Central Pride, Built to Last, and Steerage. Main track is sloppy and sealed, and this 4th race begins today's middle pick 4. Built to Last stepping up and in, and Steerage will complete the field. And we're all set. And they're off. Awkward beginning for the first-time starter, number 2, Quackenbush. A good beginning for Chief Engineer, who has the early lead. Built to Last runs in second. Steerage is next in third. Clash AJ races in 4th. As they move up the backstretch, Central Pride is next in 5th, followed by Hereby in 6th. Big break back to Quackenbush. Chief Engineer has a 2-length lead. Built to Last is in 2nd through a quarter in 22 seconds. Steerage is on the far outside and in 3rd. Clash AJ towards the rail, and alongside is Central Pride as they go around the far turn. It is Chief Engineer, challenged now by Built to Last, and the two of them are right together. Steerage just off of them in 3rd. Now Built to Last pokes ahead in front. Oh, awkward steps there for number 4, Chief Engineer. Chief Engineer racing awkwardly there as they come for the top of the stretch. So it is Built to Last who has the lead. Steerage has moved up on the outside and into 2nd. Then Clash AJ, Chief Engineer, as they move up for the 8th pole, and Built to Last has opened up on the field. It is Built to Last by a half dozen lengths and extending that lead as they come up for the finish. Built to Last really love the off-going here today, and it's going to be tight for 2nd, very tight, between Steerage and the late closing Central Pride.
Built to Last, much the best in here. Like you said, Richie, he had the roadmap to the victory, and he pulled away from this field in race number 4.
He was very impressive. He sat off the pace set by the 4 Chief Engineer, who was racing awkwardly around the turn. He was trying to get out, and he was in a fight with his rider, and you can kind of see his head carriage. It looked very awkward, but Chief Engineer was, Built to Last was very comfortable outside of Chief Engineer. And when he was asked, he just set sail for home as much the best under Javier Castellano. Good job by Tom Morley. Have this guy ready off of the bench. Hasn't been seen since August. Now he's finished first twice in a row.
6-5 gets the job done. Another favorite winning on the card here, Built to Last. Once again, a clean face getting the win in this 4th race over the number 8 Steerage, who you mentioned, Richie, could get a good trip. 6-8-5-1 in the 4th at the Big A. It was actually quite close for 2nd there between the 8 and the 5, but was the number 6 Built to Last, no doubt about the winner. 2nd win today for Javier Castellano, as well as You mentioned he has been having himself a terrific meet once again. We turn our attention back over to Tampa Bay Downs because it's time for our first stake on the program, the Sandpiper for the 2-year-old fillies, sprinting on the main track. Let's see who can pick up a stakes win. We'll talk a little bit more about these 2-year-old fillies after this on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to get started at NairaBets.com today. In the 4th race at Aqueduct, Built to Last was much the best. Second win today for Javier Castellano. And we heard that Tom Worley walked away. He wouldn't even give his own wife an interview.
Yeah, success, goes to some people's heads.
Yeah,
but,
come on, Tom.
The Built to Last sat just off the pace and really finished, and very impressive. He just powered away from this field and drew off as much the best, and Built to Last showed a little bit of a different dimension today too, rating just off the speed.
Very impressive performance, $4.70 for the win. Congratulations to the Morleys. Race 4, Built to Last, the favorite, another winner. We head back over to Tampa Bay Downs. It's time for some stakes action. The Sandpiper coming up for the 2-year-old fillies. And taking a look at the field, Lady Rattler to the outside is currently 6-5. The only one that's not a Florida bred in the field. And she does come in out of a 2nd place finish at Keeneland in the Myrtlewood last time out.
Yeah, already a stakes place performer, has natural speed and outside post an advantage.
Meet the rest of the field, kicking things off with Awesome Pick.
Speed from the inside for Awesome Pick, who's really kind of figured the game out after 2 starts.
A little rambunctious in the post braid there. She's on her toes, trying to make it 3 wins in a row. Looks like a little bit of a fun ride there.
Yeah. She's just letting you know she's there.
Yeah,
that's all.
She's sharp. She's like a rocking horse almost. Here's the 2 final episode.
Has been chasing Awesome Pick around. Actually got a little bit closer to last time, but was still well beaten by her.
She's a big price, 18-1 right now on the board. Here's the 3, Dreaming of Snow. We're going to get that soon in New York.
Yeah, we won't have to dream about it. Might have a nightmare about it, but Dreaming of Snow, very professional on debut, and can build off of that.
I love this name. Here's Dorth Vader.
Yeah, daughter of Gervin, 2-for-4 lifetime. Gervin gets 21% overall with his first crop.
And your favorite to the outside, Lady Rattler.
faced much better last time, ran well, drawn well outside, natural speed, but not forced into the race.
That's the field for the 2-year-old fillies in the Sandpiper. As we welcome in for the first time today, Jonathan Kinchin here with us, first stake of the program today. JK kicking things off at Tampa Bay Downs. What are your thoughts?
Well, as we're talking about Tampa, I mentioned it yesterday on the show, I mentioned it again here today. Historically, being down on the inside is not exactly where you want to be. Now, that's not a steadfast rule, but it is at least a suggestion. So I always kind of lean towards horses that are drawn towards the outside. And I think in this race, the 2 outside horses make a little bit of sense in here. The 6, Lady Rattler, taking the most money. Look, she's running the stake prior. She ran well that day. She got a nice speed figure. She gets kind of an outside post rather than the inside post that she had previously. She's got a couple of wins. Lots of things to like. I understand why she's 3-2. But I'm going to go with the 5, Dorth Vader. Okay, very good name, by the way. But I like this horse who ran well going 7 in the juvenile race down at Gulfstream Park. Now gets to cut back to the 6 furlongs. If you look at the pace figures, suggest that cutback is going to be a cutback that she appreciates. Now, she just has to work out a trip with her main competition to her outside. I think she wants to try to find a way to get some position moving forward. Hopefully, Antonio Gallardo will go on with it a little bit. She can end up kind of sitting outside of that one. But she also needs to understand, and her rider needs to understand, that if they need to go on with it and take the lead in this situation, go on and take the lead. Just try not to get glued down to the inside. Try to stay in the 2 or 3 path. It's just a safe place to be at Tampa. I'm going to go with the 5 in here at 2-1. I have a feeling that there's going to be a little bit more money coming on the 5, but I do hope that I can keep this price at 2-1 on the 5, Dorth Vader. I'm not going to make any puns about being anyone's father because I'll leave that to Richie.
I like it.
I'm not touching that one.
Dorth Vader, filly by Gervin, for trainer Michael Yates, who he is very good with his 2-year-olds. If you're not familiar with trainer Mike Yates, typically has a lot of very precocious Florida breds down at Gulfstream in Tampa. Has a lot of progeny of Cajun Breeze in particular. This one, a Gervin, a Florida bred, homebred for John Ropes. And this one won the juvenile fillies sprint last time out, 3rd in Florida Sire Stakes, 2 starts back. So certainly has some credentials coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, her first 2 starts, she didn't get away from the gate very cleanly, even though she did get up and win going 5.5 in her second start. Seems like she's kind of worked out those kinks. She's figured it out. She's well drawn. I'm with Jonathan there with Dorth Vader. Lady Rattler, you know, it's funny when we prepare for our shows. I know we all look at pedigrees and we, you know, all the tools available to us. And if you're out there handicapping and betting, you've got to make yourself avail of all of those tools, give yourself every opportunity. I'm looking at Lady Rattler and I'm going, I know this damn Sally Bowles. And I just looked it up. I actually wrote her for Mark Hennig. So I have a connection to, but I still like the 5, Dorth Vader.
Sally Bowles, as Mitch Levitas, our director, wanted everybody to know. Yes, I knew that, of course, that she is the main character in Cabaret, or one of the main characters in Cabaret. So
I grew up in a tack room. I have no idea about any of that stuff.
it's a great production. I actually saw it in production of Cabaret in New York City with Michelle Williams was the lead playing Sally Bowles. It was Liza Minnelli in the movie. Yes. Mitch is quizzing me right now. On
didn't see the movie.
Cabaret.
Didn't see the play.
We'll do a screening later. 8-5 on Lady Rattler out of Sally Bowles. 2-1 on Dorth Vader. The number 3, Dreaming of Snow, also taking some attention. She broke her maiden first time out at Colonial in September, and so she's coming into the deep end for trainer Gerald Bennett, who always has a very strong meet at Tampa Bay Downs. But it is her first time stepping up against winners, whereas the others she's facing have some more experience.
Yeah, a little bit more foundation, a little bit more experience. You know, I think is always important. But she did win on debut and came from just off the pace, so you like to see that certain amount of professionalism. When you see first-time starters win gate to wire, you know they're fast, but you don't learn a lot about the overall quality of them. It's it's when a horse is able to maybe take some kickback, overcome a bit of adversity. That's when you get a better idea of what the horse is.
Yeah, when you get a chance to see a little bit about their character in the first start, see what they're made of, so to speak, I think that's always a benefit too. And even if they don't win, if they have kind of an educational debut that they can build off of for young horses, you like to see that as well.
You know, years ago, a lot of the old school horsemen, before the game had became even more statistically driven, didn't want their 2-year-olds to win first time out because they wanted them to get at least another race or two against maidens and basically set them up for a career, not for a race. You know, let them get some kickback, get some education, let them see different experiences, get buffeted about a bit, and really learn the game. And then, you know, guys would start getting a reputation. Well, he never wins with firsters, so owners would gravitate towards guys that did win with firsters. So it became a necessity for guys to start really cranking up their young horses to win early. And honestly, I think the biggest disservice was to the horses.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure to win first time out, especially at some of the kind of elite meets, Saratoga, Keeneland, whatever it might be. And we do see some younger horses starting their careers off the back with those big wins. And then it is tough because after you have a 2-year-old that wins first time out, sometimes there really aren't many opportunities other than stakes races after that. You don't really kind of have the opportunity to bring them along slowly and find allowance races at that stage of the game.
We just don't see allowance races going for young horses, particularly early in the year, where we used to. And now it's, as soon as you win, you've got to go right into the deep end of the pool. And again, it's just asking a lot of a young horse. Some handle it well, obviously, and they're that kind of precocious. But I think overall, most horses would do better with more of a progression.
We have the 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight in this third race. The Sandpiper, Lady Rattler, who won second time out at Colonial for this filly by Cantharos. And then she came in and she actually did have the opportunity to run in an allowance before facing Stakes Company for the first time. So she's a good example of progressing. She was 30-1 last time out at Keeneland when she finished second in that stakes race.
Yeah, ran well. She was, stalking last time. Projects to get a similar trip. We've seen the 5 and the 6 now kind of get closer in price. At one point, they both were 9-5.
9-5 on your favorite to the outside, 2-1 on Dorth Vader and Dreaming of Snow. Let's see how this Sandpiper does turn out. Our first stake of the program, 2-year-old fillies at Tampa Bay Downs. Here's Jason Beam.
First of the long journey to the Tampa Bay Derby. And Tampa Bay, or Florida Oaks, rather. Lady Rattler to the outside, goes up. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Sandpiper Stakes. Dorth Vader got away well. Awesome Pick from the inside might be quickest, though, and goes out for the early advantage. Dreaming of Snow right alongside her. Lady Rattler up from the outside. Dorth Vader makes it 4 in a line. That quartet goes 2.5 ahead. A final episode who's at the back early on. But Lady Rattler from that outside draw now up to assume command. Dreaming of Snow tries to go with her. Dorth Vader is now up third as Awesome Pick, who broke sharpest, settles back fourth. After that is final episode at the back as they have 3.5 furlongs left to go in the Sandpiper. 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Antonio Gallardo and Lady Rattler rattling on here as they're in front by 1.5 lengths to Dorth Vader up on the outside of Dreaming of Snow. Those two just 1.5 lengths back. It's 3 or 4 more then. Back to Awesome Pick and final episode still not involved. Around to the quarter pole they come. Lady Rattler, here's Dorth Vader with a fresh challenge up on the outside. These two spin into the lane pretty much as one. Dreaming of Snow down toward the inside trying to come through as Dorth Vader drifted a little bit wide. Awesome Pick's back into the bit and trying to pick all 3 of them up. They have a final furlong left to go. Dorth Vader, here's Awesome Pick down the outside. Lady Rattler still pitching away toward the inside. It's Dorth Vader in front. Awesome Pick down the far outside. Dorth Vader clear though. Dorth Vader going to win the Sandpiper. Dorth Vader and Marcos Meneses 2.5 in the end. Awesome Pick was second. Third, Lady Rattler. Fourth, Dreaming of Snow.
Darth Vader winning the Sandpiper. Jonathan spoke about the merits of this filly, and she looks like she's a little bit quirky there, a little bit erratic in the stretch under Marcos Meneses, but he was able to straighten her out, and she was even trying to lug in a little bit there in the stretch by herself, but she was an impressive winner of this stake.
Yeah, she really was impressive, this daughter of Gervin, who's gotten off to a terrific start as a stallion. Didn't corner well, kind of blew the turn. Then kind of was a little bit awkward changing leads, wanted to duck in a little bit, so she was a bit erratic, but certainly a lot of ability and got it done and wound up winning pretty easily in the end.
Darth Vader with the win in the Sandpiper. There are plenty of more graded stakes action to come from New York. We're saying farewell. And who do you like in the Cigar Mile today?
That's a good question. I think Zandon. I like the turnbacks of the mile for the 3-year-old. And he's going to have his hands full with a tough older horse on the outside, though, in Mind Control.
I'll be downstairs reporting later. Looking forward to it. But for now, stay tuned. Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way as we get ready to kick off the Pick 6 in New York and get closer and closer to that featured Cigar Mile.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 won't do it. 300,000. 275, medium 275,000. 75, but to get 75, 275,000. 250 on Ralph now, 250,000. Here, but to get $200,000.
Peek out the window. Go ahead. We do it all the time before heading outside. We want to know, is it hot, cold, raining, snowing? Horses, they're a lot like people. The weather affects them. When you're looking for winners, there are so many different ways that you could factor in weather conditions into which horse you pick. But let's start out with the most basic. In the top right corner of any race, there's a section described as wet. That lists the results for each individual horse over a wet track, like a muddy track, a sloppy track, or just a good track. The number on the far left represents how many times they run over a wet track, and the next three numbers represent how many times they finish first, second, and third in those types of races. You can also find horses for courses by looking at how they've done over this racetrack in previous races.
Good to be with you. Continuing live coverage on Cigar Mile Day here at Aqueduct on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf, Andy Sterling with you. Final Grade 1 on dirt for older horses of the year coming up later on in the program.
I know. It's always a big race, the Cigar Mile. And you know, I understand
Obviously, the weather conditions not ideal. You got 4 Grade 1 winners in this race. You got the winner of the Florida Derby, the winner of the Bluegrass. You've got the final race of Mind Control, who's kind of been one of the cooler horses racing over the last 4 or 5 years. It's a fun race, it's a fun day. The Demoiselle, Julia Shining coming in the Demoiselle, a horse that's gotten a lot of conversation. So I'm looking forward to it a lot, and I know you are too.
She, of course, full sister to Malathot. We're looking forward to that. And with points on the line for the Kentucky Oaks next year, and in the Remsen, points on the line for next year's Kentucky Derby. As we get set, though, for race 5 right now, start of the pick 6 on this Cigar Mile card. Allowance optional claiming race, 7/8 of a mile. That is a look at the Wood winner from last year. It's 72-1. Kendrick Carmouche guided Bourbonic home that day over Stable Dynamic one. He hasn't won since.
Feels like a long, long time ago since this horse won the Wood Memorial with Kendrick, and probably just a race to get him started. And what's one of the reasons I put this stat up? Todd Pletcher, you won't find bad stats like that for Todd Pletcher. He's got outstanding numbers in many, many categories. What this stat, I think, says, Greg, is just what most of us think about this horse. It's a starting point. I don't think Todd expects him to win at 7 furlongs. He's got to start him somewhere, and we'll see if he can get him back to some better form when he stretches out.
Here's his shining moment. No one gave him a chance. Winds up running down a stablemate right at the wire to punch his ticket to the Kentucky Derby.
And for Todd Pletcher, who was here with the connections of the second horse, and I don't think the connections for this horse were even here, he had to endure Mike Rapoli getting beat at the wire by one of his horses. So it was probably an odd moment for him. And I also love the fact that Kendrick Carmouche wins with this long shot coming from dead last, because so many people act like Kendrick is this one-dimensional speed rider, when of course we know he's not. He's a multi-dimensional talented rider. And in this case, he showed he can come from dead last and make a run like that. The problem for Bourbonic is he's never run back to that race.
That was sort of a standalone moment. I mean, he's run figures that actually eclipsed that, but just in terms of results, it's never been there.
The reality is that you're only as good as the ones you're running against. So the funny thing is he beat Dynamic One, who turned into a pretty good horse, to say the least, and had some really nice races even this year. He won the Curlin last year. Every horse has their day, and somewhere in there, Bourbonic has some good races. Whether or not it's today, though, remains to be seen.
Well, you just saw your favorite leave this screen. We'll get to Milton the Monster in a moment. We start with the entry. Here's Kadri at the rail.
I picked the entry, and I honestly thought both of them could win here. Kadri seemed like he ran well here just a few days ago with a wide trip.
I also get Monday Morning QB with the entry. Breaks second to the outside.
I prefer him. Didn't get the best of rides last time. Is a horse that can be a bit forward near. Didn't think there was a ton of speed.
He'll break third to the outside. Excuse me. Here's Hero Tiger for John Kirby.
Comes off a sloppy sealed track claiming Crown Express win at Churchill Downs. Can't be a negative, though he might need to get a little faster.
The Wood winner from last year. Here he is making his comeback.
Greg, they can never take it away from him.
It's fun to see him back on the card. We'll see if he can put in a decent effort on the comeback draw. American Gentleman, Gustavo Rodriguez trains.
I think 5-1's a very fair price on a horse coming off a nice win. Gustavo Rodriguez 1 for 21 off wins in the dirt.
Turn of events. Manny Franco on a horse just claimed by Rob Falcone.
This horse only ran the dirt once in his career and did not lift a hoof.
And here's the 6. Cash Now Heeman Harkey aboard for Don Skelton.
This would be a massive upset.
Was nowhere in a sprint at Aqueduct last start, and nice appearance here from the favorite Milton the Monster at 9-5.
You know, I was just talking to David Aragon, the morning line maker, and often I'll see a horse that I'm surprised is the favorite, and David will have made the horse the favorite. Well, he agreed with me in this one and had him a relatively big price in this race. I think he has a horse that's probably been against the track in a couple of recent starts. He's got a good races on sloppy sealed tracks in the go back, but is he the same horse as he was when he ran those big races? And once again, I won't be shocked by a lot of results in here outside of Cash Now. This horse should not be favored, in my opinion.
Fair question. Interested to see what Maggie thinks of him appearance-wise. I like that warm-up on the track. Let's go to Maggie now for more.
Yeah, me like you, Greg, but we'll get to him in a second. But I do want to bring up a quick note with regards to the 2. Hero Tiger did have a shoe repair to his right hind when he first walked in here. As Andy said, he's a horse, though, that doesn't mind a wet track. Question the 7 with him a little bit, looking at him physically, as we'll take a look at Bourbonic. Coming back here today, and look, I echo the sentiment that this is probably a jumping off point. 7's probably a little bit too short for him, but he's done so well in the interim. He has grown up. He has filled out. A horse that would sometimes get nervous and just not look comfortable and content with
his task at hand in his subsequent starts after that Wood Memorial win is relaxed, striding out, looks confident. I'm interested to see what he does here coming back, but obviously he just looks like a horse who wants to run longer too. As we'll take a look at the 1A Monday morning QB or quarterback. Yeah, as Andy said, had trouble in his last race, broke slow, rushed up, checked, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, had a legitimate excuse. What a good looking horse. I remember him from when he ran back here 2 years ago and really liking what I saw from him. Same thing rings true here today, though not sure about this wet track because he's such a bulky, heavier animal. Sometimes I just don't like it that much, but Milton the Monster, he's a little bit of the antithesis of that theory as he is a big, strong, robust son of Jack Milton. But he's one that has proven, at least, that he doesn't mind a wet track. He looks sensational. As you said, Greg, he looked great out warming up, and I've liked him a lot. As we get it over to JK, sorry, I've taken up most of your time, Jonathan.
No, it's all right, Mag. You know, I like to go fast. I like Milton the Monster, too. I just think this horse has some back races that fit. Andy mentioned probably against the track on September 24th, a big inside rail day that day at Parks. And then I agree with Andy as well with the entry. I think one of these horses could get loose. Same trainer. I don't think they'll duel with each other. And they both have the ability to make the lead. I think one of the two of them will make the lead and could wire. If not, I think the 7 will pick up the pieces.
Well, the 7 trained by John Service. He has the talented and unbeaten Tuskegee Airmen to come. And the grade 2 Remsen coming off that stakes win in Delaware.
The way they bet John Service, I think, is sometimes people think every horse he has is Smarty Jones.
Seems that way. This horse taking a lot of money. He looks exceptional, though, warming up. We'll see if he runs to his looks. We're set. Pick 6 starts here. Let's go to John Embrial.
And we're set for race 5. And they're off. And it was a hesitant beginning for number 3, Bourbonic, and he trails. Cash Now is up close along with Monday Morning Quarterback. Hero Tiger is down at the rail. Milton the Monster on the outside. 4 of them stacked across the track for the lead. Kadri sits just behind them in 5th. American Gentleman's in between horses in 6th. Turn of Events is next in 7th. And then the big break back to Bourbonic, who trails. The quarter, 22 and 2/5 seconds over the sloppy and sealed track. And it is Monday Morning Quarterback who leads by a half length. Cash Now is in between horses. Milton the Monster on the outside. Then a break of 3 lengths to Hero Tiger in 4th, followed by Kadri, American Gentleman, and Turn of Events. And still that big break back to Bourbonic. It is Monday Morning Quarterback with a half-length lead over Milton the Monster, who now moves right alongside. Milton the Monster to challenge for the lead as they hit the top of the stretch. And here is Milton the Monster to go head-to-head with Monday Morning Quarterback. It's Monday Morning Quarterback on the inside, Milton the Monster on the outside, then Kadri and Hero Tiger. They're moving for the 16th pole. Monday Morning Quarterback has the lead again. On the outside is Milton the Monster, all out. Hero Tiger is next in 3rd. They're coming off of the finish, and it's going to be tight, and it's going to be Milton the Monster to win it by a long neck. Monday Morning Quarterback was 2nd. Hero Tiger finished 3rd, and Bourbonic came from way out of it to complete the superfecta.
Milton the Monster looked like he was in trouble in this race. He battles back after getting headed, re-rallies to win under Luis Saez.
There's been quite a succession of wildly overbet favorites winning on today's card, starting with a 1-5 shot in today's first race. And whether you like Milton the Monster or not, 7-5 is a ludicrously bad price, and the value was with the entry. But Milton the Monster, who looked like he had gotten put away by Monday Morning Quarterback, he came back on, and seems like the favorites are just being magnetically pulled to the winner's circle today.
7-5 over 9-2. As for Bourbonic, terrible break out of the gate. He was off the screen most of this race. Gets up for 4th in his comeback effort, first start since December of last year.
As you and I were saying when this race started, is it necessarily bad for Bourbonic to get left? Because you know he's going to be back there anyway. But I think you have to be encouraged that he ran a little bit today. It's nice to see him do it. And as we talked about, a starting point for him.
7, 1A, 2, 3. Bourbonic, as we said, checking in 4th. Milton the Monster, courageous to battle back here and get that win. He's now 4 for 7 on a wet track. Luis Saez, John Service, Robert Brittingham, James Wasserman, your winning connections. And the 7-5 favorite starts off the pick 6. Still to come. It's Cigar Mile Saturday in the big one. Bluegrass winner from earlier this year. Third in the Kentucky Derby, Zandon. Going to reunite with White Barrio, who he met in the Derby, the Florida Derby winner, 2 3-year-olds. Hoping to stamp themselves as major players for next year. Trying to get a Grade 1 win against older company.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play all the action in Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com or download the app. Milton the Monster passed in this stretch but battles back to get by a stubborn Monday morning QB for the victory here, the 5th win of this 5-year-old's career.
Yep, he gets the job done. It looked like Monday morning quarterback put him away. Probably a better bet at 9-2, but 7-5. He got the money with Milton the Monster. What can I say?
Pick 6 begins with this race. So underway with the favorite to begin things. And John Service, winning trainer. We mentioned he'll have Tuskegee Airmen later today in that points race for the Kentucky Derby. That 2-year-old Remsen at 1.1 miles. He sends out Tuskegee Airmen, 8-5 morning line favorite. What'd you see? Well, we'll get to him in a moment. Let's go back downstairs to Maggie.
Please be joined here by winning trainer John Service and John Milton the Monster. He's a pretty cool horse. He does seem to love a wet track, too.
Absolutely loves it. Moves him way up.
And to talk a little bit about his resolute ride, too, from Luis Saez, who you know you're going to have the strongest, most aggressive rider on a horse's back when you put him up.
Yeah, Louis does a great job putting horses in the race right off the get-go, which he did, and made a big difference. His last couple starts, he kind of lost interest early and came running late, and he did a good job putting him in the race.
Well, you'll give him a leg up again a bit later in the Remsen. Tuskegee Airman, the favorite. He is a gorgeous son of Street Sense. John, talk a little bit about what you theorize may have kind of happened where in that 2-turn Delaware race, he kind of lost interest midway through.
Yeah, you know, it was his first time 2 turns. And Paco used him pretty good to try to get position, which he didn't get. He ended up being pretty wide going around the first turn. And, you know, he's very immature. And I think really more than anything, he just lost interest down the backside. And thank God Paco got him interested again, you know, back in, you know, middle of the turn, and he went back to running. Very talented horse.
Given the pedigree, you couldn't be too concerned about the track condition, right?
No, I mean, he's trained well in it. I've never breezed him on a track like this, but he's trained well in it. And with his pedigree, I don't think it'd be an issue.
Well, wishing you the best of luck later, but congrats here with Milton.
Thank you very much.
All right, Milton the Monster, he terrorizes the rest of the competition today, Greg.
Ran to his name, indeed. But yeah, Tuskegee Airman, looking forward to see him put that perfect record on the line off that stakes win at Delaware. And yeah, as he said there, I mean, he said these comments before, John Service, horse who's just still a little goofy, still trying to figure things out.
Yeah, listen, it's bad favorite day. I mean, overbet horses have won really the first 5 races. I don't think that's going to make him more likely to win, but I just feel as though this is such a competitive race that taking a short price on him doesn't work for me. That's just how I am at a horse player. I don't have any problem with him. I think he's one of the major players, but I thought the race was fairly wide open.
Late pick 5 next. It's 2-year-old fillies. Points on the line for next year's Kentucky Oaks. And the big story here, full sister to Malathot, champion 3-year-old, soon to be champion 4-year-old filly. Julia Shining, who looked so impressive in the debut. Didn't earn a huge figure, but the way she did it has a lot of people talking.
Right. I think there's a lot of ways to look at it. Sometimes you see visually impressive performances, and they get really slow figures, and you realize they won because the field was bad. And I think that's the case, for instance, with the 2 Royal Spa, who we'll talk to. I think Julia Shining actually ran a very commendable figure, given the way she won the race. If she had gotten a perfect trip and things worked out, she would have gotten a figure in the 80s probably. And that would have been the kind of number that's a pretty strong one. The winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies ran an 85, and she's going to be the champion.
Going to say just momentarily goodbye to those watching on FS2. You're going to watch the conclusion of South Carolina, Georgetown, Big East basketball. We will be back on with our horse racing coverage on Cigar Mile Day at the conclusion of that game with our FS2 coverage. So we'll see you in just a little bit. You can continue to watch us on our YouTube page at New York Racing Association. Still to come, Demoiselle Malathot, soon to be a 2-time champion, won it back in 2020 for Todd Pletcher. The incredible Nest, boy, did she get good the second half of this year. She won it last year. Now can Julia Shining follow in their footsteps for the Pletcher barn? We will find out coming up.
Together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. As we get set for the late pick 5 Grade 2 Demoiselle we'll get to shortly with Julia Shining, full sister to Malathot, making start number 2. She's an odds-on favorite. We are at Tampa Bay right now, race 4. And a 6-furlong sprint starter, optional claiming race, even money on Astonishing Annabelle, who we'll see in a moment. We start with King Sparrow coming off a win.
King Sparrow will have to get a lot faster to be competitive here.
7-1 Next Door, as well on Coco Shell coming in from Delaware.
Improved markedly to win the race last time out from a speed figure standpoint. That figure is actually good enough to be a player in here.
Dixie Magic had a win first time out at Prairie Meadows and was in a stakes race.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this filly. She's got a couple of races at Prairie Meadows that are good enough to be competitive here. Her last race at Hawthorne, though, was a clunker.
Beat by Tyler's Tribe. That start number 2 was in the Breeders' Cup. Astonishing Annabelle, even money favorite.
Well, from a feed figure standpoint, she's a stick out based on her last 3 races, so understandably a big favorite.
Belmar Summer at 20-1.
This one looks like a 20-1 shot.
7-1 Honey Bunny Boo Boo.
That's why you're laughing? Coming off an effort in a synthetic track. Before that, a little slow at Fort Erie.
And 5-1, okay, let's go on the outside for Gregory Sacco, the original trainer of Mind Control.
Absolutely, and based on the last race, this horse can win, but was it one of those figures that just got fast as the horse ran off on an easy lead?
And by the way, you know, we have Mind Control making his final start. We have a half-sister to Mind Control making her first start later today at Tampa in race 7.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Wow, you're prepared today. You look at race 7 at Tampa?
White Hot Gold, the 6, yeah, for Sacco.
Wow. You have more free time than I do.
There she is. There's Julia Shining. Full sister. William didn't appreciate it. Julia Shining, full sister to Malathot. Impressive in that debut, going 7-8. Sequila, there's Todd Pletcher. Saddling her up. Luis Saez will ride. He has said, with her, and you would think with that pedigree, the more ground for her, the better.
I think she's going to be very tough to beat. I picked against her because I just feel like on this track at 1 1/8, a bit of an underlay in here. But I think she's a very likely winner. And to be honest with you, she's kind of the horse in this card I've been looking forward to seeing the most. I mean, a lot of us were excited when she made her debut. The thing about her debut was she made a long, sustained run. She didn't break that sharply, but she was 3-4 wide and just kept on running the whole way. And it's not as though it was a race that fell apart. And I think the 71 buyer is a very acceptable number for that kind of performance in a debut. And as you say, given the pedigree, she's supposed to get better. She's under a lot of pressure as a foal to Malathot, right, with that kind of pedigree. But she could really be the goods. And let's face it, a day like today, the Cigar Mile's a big day, but the Remsen and the Demoiselle, we've seen over the years some really, really good horses come out of these races. And this is why you come to track sometimes to see horses like this, even if they're short prices and you don't want to bet on them.
This could be absolutely a future star in the making. Her full sister, of course, has become, or soon to become, a multiple champion. Distaff winner as well this year. 3-5 favorite. And even, look, even if she doesn't happen to win this afternoon, it's not to say that she still can't evolve into that and become a star.
Absolutely. Listen, one thing about horse racing, one day doesn't make a star, and one way doesn't make a failure. 1 1/8, a wet track. She's getting some things thrown at her right away in her career, and she may very well overcome them. I think she's a bit of an underlay at 3-5, but I also think she's a fairly likely winner. I just don't know if she's 70% to win this race.
Back to Tampa, 4th here coming up, and all about Astonishing Annabelle here. It's been a short price favorite throughout.
She is the most consistent from a speed figure standpoint and probably the likeliest winner of this race. I wouldn't run it. I bet her at 3. I'd rather bet Julia Shining at 3-5 than bet this horse at 3-5. I thought the horse on the outside, the 7, had a little bit of a chance, and I thought the inside of her, Dixie Magic, had a little bit of a chance.
See how it plays out coming up. Chantal Sutherland on the big favorite for Jorge Delgado.
Is she riding at Tampa the whole winter, Chantal?
Not sure on that.
Yeah, I don't either.
She's got the one to beat here. Horse the 2 back just got up to win. That was at 7/8, by the way, won by a neck. Beaten favorite last start. It was a next out winner in front of her, though, after getting bumped out of the gate. Has had some problems actually getting out of the gate a couple of times.
The horse seems to have some problems getting into the gate today.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to take a horse at this level at this short a price, but from a speed figure standpoint, she is too fast from these. But she won race 2 back at 1-5 by a neck. It's not exactly winning as a 1-5 shot should.
2 left. Let's go to Jason Beam. Here's the 4th from Tampa.
Okay, let's go. We'll be all set for a start here in today's 4th. Okay, let's go. Moving in. They're in the gate. Coco Shell, number 2, is acting up. Settles down. And the race is on. Dixie Magic in the center heads out for the early advantage. Here's King Sparrow toward the inside, and King Sparrow going to head them all off and go to the front. Dixie Magic back to second. The favorite, Astonishing Annabelle, right to their outside in third. That trio goes 2.5 ahead of Honey Bunny Boo Boo. Then comes Belmar Summer. Coco Shell, after a bit of a slow beginning, came away in 6th. And Okay Let's Go is 7th and last as this 3-prong battle up front continues. They go past the half-mile pole. King Sparrow, Dixie Magic between horses, Astonishing Annabelle, the filly out 3 deep. That trio now 4.5 or 5 ahead of Honey Bunny Boo Boo, Coco Shell, Belmar Summer, and Okay Let's Go at the back. 22-1 for the opening quarter mile. King Sparrow, Dixie Magic, and a 3 deep Astonishing Annabelle. Astonishing Annabelle now coming up a little bit closer on these top 2 as they're now right across the track past the quarter pole. It's 4.5 more back to Coco Shell. Belmar Summer, Okay Let's Go is starting to launch a rally, but is going to be cast out 4 or 5 wide. These leaders have gone hard at it here as they come to the final furlong. Astonishing Annabelle on the outside, a narrow advantage. Dixie Magic between horses. King Sparrow back to third on the inside. 3.5 more then back to Belmar Summer, who's starting to pick up some ground, but at the 16th pole, Astonishing Annabelle and Chantal are clear. Astonishing Annabelle 4-5 going to go on to win it here, going away by almost 3.5, 4 in the end. Dixie Magic looked to hold second over King Sparrow, and Belmar Summer finished back 4th.
Astonishing Annabelle, short price favorite, the win in the 4th at Tampa. We'll get those prices coming up in a bit. Right now, it's grade 2 Demoiselle time. 2-year-old fillies going 1 1/8, and there she is. Before she ever ran, she might have been an early favorite for next year's Kentucky Oaks with that pedigree. Start number 2 coming up. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here in the paddock, the apple did not fall far from the tree when you talk about dreaming of Julia and producing fillies, because she does look very similar to her full sister in Malathat and kind of reminds me a lot of her. Though I will say Malathat was always that very laid back type of individual where, not that Julia Shining is rambunctious, but she just has a little bit more of an eager disposition. She's a bit more forward. I don't know how she behaved in her debut down at Keeneland, but I think it's a good sign considering that she didn't get away that cleanly and was climbing. So maybe we'll see a filly that breaks better and moves more forward this time around. Certainly don't foresee a problem with the racetrack today. Looks very good here, but there's some intriguing propositions as we'll take a look at some other horses coming in here from Kentucky, including number 2, Royal Spa. She completely blew the break and made this kind of wide, sustained run. This Daughter of Violence is a half-sister to Sipacan Harbor, who won the Grade 1 Spinaway at 2. Really solid, great size. You can see why, though, she's a homebred that they kept. She's pretty crooked, and sometimes when you're dealing with a crooked horse, I don't love the racetrack that we're dealing with here today, but I do think that she should appreciate the stretch out in distance, though this is a big stretch out from the 6.5 to the 9 furlongs immediately. But number 5, Affirmative Lady, she's one that broke well in her second start, then dropped back, not keeping pace, and then ran on wide behind a gate to wire winner in Black Forest back on Breeders' Cup weekend at Keeneland, and she wants every bit of this 9 furlongs. I know she's getting thrown into the deep end of the pool being a maiden in this Demoiselle field, but I really think she's going to be the one that relishes the distance, and I can also foresee her relishing the wet going, as she says that long, lean, spindly type of filly that has a very elegant way of going that should be able to handle the wet surface, Greg.
Leg up to a man with a chance in this race to set a new record in this sport for all-time stakes wins in a single season. Arad Ortiz Jr.
He has been stuck on this number for. I feel bad us even talking about it. It's like we've jinxed him. I still think he's going to get there, whether it's here or another day. In fact, to get well beyond it. And he's just had such a great year, regardless.
Tied for that mark with Garrett Gomez. Let's get to Foggy Night to kick things off. Butch Reed runner, who was big at Parks, 2 back.
Going to try to wire the field with that runner, Greg. I'm hoping that horse can do it with Paco.
Royal Spa, Rudolph Brissett sends out debut winner Churchill.
Good example of visually impressive. Broke slowly, made a big run, got it done, but it was a very slow race.
Here's the full sister to champion Malathot.
I think we're all looking forward to seeing what this filly can do. Win or lose, she's probably one of the more exciting horses on this card.
La Vida Sofia, trained by Rudy Rodriguez.
We'll see if she can prove off her last performance. Didn't do much running.
A maiden, and she is at 5-1 here. Affirmative lady, she's 0 for 2. Graham Motion.
I can tell you because I sat next to Graham Motion when she ran her last start, and he said, I really think she needs more distance. What I don't like is she got passed from behind trying to close by Songbird's first foal, who finished 3rd.
Here's Arad Ortiz Jr. looking for that record to stand alone for Todd Pletcher with Gambling Girl.
I'm not sure that Todd would be happy if he upsets Julia Shining with this horse, but at least in this case, it'll be for his main owner, Todd, Mike Rapoli.
And Tribal Queen won a race taken off the turf last out.
Tony Dutrow, not great numbers, stretching out overall, and last time was the time for this filly, but she could be forward early.
Pick 5 begins here. That pool at 410,000 and growing. Jonathan, how are you going to play it?
I got a couple singles. I'm going to start here with Julia Shining. I wanted to try to get cute here. Her figure wasn't that fast last time, but the way she did it was so impressive. I think she's going to be tough in here with the added distance, so I'll single there. In the Rimson, though, I thought that race was extremely hard. I'm going to hit the all button here. That's where I'm going to hope to try to pick up some value in this sequence. I think all those horses look very, very familiar. In the third leg, I'm going to go 3, 4, 7, 8, and 10. I thought the 8 Betsy Blue was the one I liked the most out of those, but I'm going to spread a little bit there. I'm going to single Zandon in the Cigar Mile. He just reminds me a little bit of Frosted. Get back to that one turn, and maybe something special could happen. He's always there going 1.1 1/8 and 1.25 miles. You just can't see it through. I think the cutback's going to help Zandon. I'll single him in that Cigar Mile, and to wrap it up, 4, 5, 7, 9 to wrap it up there in the last. Try to hit this pick 5.
Jonathan, good luck. Good luck to everybody playing this late. Pick 5 begins here in the Grade 2 Demoiselle and graded stakes debut. First try against winners for Julia Shining, the 3-5 favorite for Todd Pletcher, the full sister to Malathot. Meanwhile, here's Foggy Night. So Butch Reed breaks her maiden at Parks by a country mile and then winds up second in the Tempted here at Aqueduct.
I feel like I read that the winner might have come out of this race with a minor issue. That's why she didn't come back Foggy Night, and she would have been maybe vying for favoritism with Julia Shining. She ran well to win that race after a nice win in her debut for trainer Chad Brown, Peter Brandt. I thought Foggy Night ran fine in there, being involved in what was a pretty strong pace, all things considered. With Paco Lopez in the rail, assuming she breaks fine, you know she's going to go. Now, we'll see how much pressure Tribal Queen can put on her from the outside post. But if she's not able to put much pressure from that somewhat difficult outside position, I think Foggy Night can establish the lead and makes her, I think, the biggest threat to the favorite, which is why I picked her on top, just looking for an alternative.
She's at 5-1. There's another look at her, and this will be start number 5 for her. She's never been off the board. First 3 starts, though, came at Parks, but showed she could come to New York and could certainly handle the circuit.
And we keep talking about Butch Reed and, you know, that upset last week in the Discovery with the big price coming in from Parks. Another trainer who comes here and he means business in this race. Listen, I'm not against Julia Shining. I just don't necessarily think she's a great play at that short a price. And I don't mind taking a shot on a horse that's run reasonably well in her last couple starts and looks to be the main speed from the inside with a rider you know is going to be aggressive. I don't know where else he would really go in this race.
She has not moved from that right. And look, David Aragona is so good. Nails it. 3-5 morning line. She's been that throughout the wagering here.
I thought, if anything, she would be lower than 3-5.
I was with you.
I wouldn't have been shocked. She's got some following, and perhaps for good reason.
Well, here's Royal Spa. She, too, like Julia Shining, making start number 2. She debuted at Churchill, 6.5 furlongs. Had a poor beginning. Look at that. Lunged up out of the gate, knocked back, knocked to the side. Comes up to win from well off the pace.
Right. It's very unfortunate Churchill Downs create a situation where you can't actually see the beginning of their races. But it's clear, as you say, that she jumped up at the start and she cost herself 2-3 lengths, put herself behind the 8 ball, did very well to get back in the running of the race and get the job done. The problem was it was a woefully slow race. And as somebody's been known to say, there's no trips in slow races. Well, she had a trip, but not necessarily one that makes me want to bet her back in here. I could see why they're taking a shot, coming back in just 15 days, but she's got to get a lot faster, and she sure can't jump up at the start in this race.
3 to 5's gone now, 1 to 2.
Like I said, I knew she'd be shorter.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Checking in with the inside runner who just loaded in, Foggy Night. She was just second best behind 1-2 favorite Good Sam. She might be second best again here. But I do like the warm-up. You know, usually I'm critical of Paco Lopez where he doesn't get his horses out of a jog, but he did warm up Foggy Night fairly aggressively, indicating to me that it's go time. It's go to the lead, see how far they can take him. And I know that Butch Reed kind of said that he felt as though she should be able to get the distance, but she wasn't able to get the one-turn mile last time, but maybe she was forced to run a bit too quickly that day, and now she gets to kind of find her rhythm and find her pace a bit easier.
Grade 2, Demoiselle, full sister to champion Malathaat, Julia Shining, the 3. Her first stakes test. Let's go to John Embrial.
And they're in the gate. And they're off in the Demoiselle Stakes from the extreme outside. Tribal Queen trying to get that early lead, but now moving up is a Royal Spa. Oh, steadying there was Foggy Night as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. Foggy Night is in the middle of the pack here as they go around the turn with a Tribal Queen on top. And then comes Royal Spa, who's racing in second. La Vida Sofia on the outside. Now Foggy Night advances down at the rail. And then comes Affirmative Lady, who's racing in 5th. It's almost 3 lengths back to the big favorite, Julia Shining, who's in 6th position. And the trailer is Gambling Girl. They're on the backstretch now after a quarter in 24 and 3. Tribal Queen is the leader here, 3/4 of a length. Royal Spa is in second by a half length. La Vida Sofia on the outside in 3rd, a little more than a length to Foggy Night, who races in 4th. Another 3.5 back to Affirmative Lady. Julia Shining is at the back of the pack with Gambling Girl, the half in 49 and 1. Big long shot. Tribal Queen is the leader here by 1.25 lengths, with Royal Spa in second. La Vida Sofia is on the outside in 3rd. Foggy Night is down towards the rail. Then Affirmative Lady in 5th. Julia Shining being pushed along. She hasn't responded yet, about 7 lengths from the lead. Gambling Girl trails. 3/4 up in 1:14 and 1. And the 2-year-old fillies head for the top of the stretch. There's room on the inside for Foggy Night, and she's coming on through and going up to challenge for the lead. Right there is Tribal Queen, and on the outside is Royal Spa. Julia Shining is out in the middle of the track along with Affirmative Lady, and now they're coming for the 8th pole, and Julia Shining is coming on now on the outside. Here comes Julia Shining up to grab the lead with a 16th of the finish, but Affirmative Lady is right there along with Gambling Girl. They come on for the finish in the Demoiselle. Julia Shining won it. Julia Shining from well off the pace. She's now 2 for 2. She wins the Grade 2 Demoiselle. She's a full sister to champion Malathaat. The sky's the limit.
What a performance. Early on, did not seem to be moving well over this racetrack. Extremely wide, a bit like her sister doing just what she needs to do to win.
This is not winning like a 1-2 shot should, but a thrilling win nonetheless. I mean, she was going nowhere. We talked about in the backstretch, she didn't seem to be handling the track or running at all. Now, this race totally fell apart. Probably going through on the inside with the one Foggy Night was a fool's errand, as it does seem like the best running all day is being done a bit off the rail. But this race just fell apart at the end. The maiden Affirmative Lady ran terrific for Graham Motion. He almost looked like a genius, but Julia Shining, she just got her nose down in front. And as you say about Malathaat, she never won these races impressively, but all she did was win them.
Time after time after time. And now her full sister does it as well in the Demoiselle again, after Malathaat had done it a couple of years ago. And she does it with this trip, too, that the time's not going to turn heads, but again, the way she did it, just like in the debut, it's going to make people take notice.
I'm going to be curious to see what the times look like in the Remsen. 1:53.05 is the final time here. 3/4 in 1:14.31. Interesting to see how these races compare. And with this kind of close finish and Gambling Girl finishing third, I don't think this is going to be considered an outstanding effort. But the fact that she was able to win, doesn't feel like she was particularly handling the racetrack that well, probably a good learning experience for her. And this race, Edna Best, is a stepping stone. Listen, Ness won this race last year. She won it in a narrow margin. She had a big wide trip and she ran very well. Think of how she progressed. There's no reason this horse can't and won't progress as well.
Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer. Still got a lot more work to do this afternoon, but he collects another Demoiselle. He's won this 3 consecutive years in a row now. Malathaat, Nest, and now Julia Shining. Sky indeed the limit after what we have seen. First 2 starts of her career. Impressive. Now a Grade 2 winner, getting it done on the sloppy racetrack. We'll be back with the Grade 2 Remsen on the road to the Derby when we come back.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
And obligatory goes by the ball. Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back at America's Day at the Races, program brought to you where you can play all the action at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nairabets.com. We may have seen not even a future star. She may be a star already. Julia Shining with that pedigree, now a Grade 2 winner. The next one in the line for trainer Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher that he has big aspirations for here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she's not winning any major races with performances like this. But there's a reasonable argument she wasn't really comfortable on this racetrack. And it's her second start stretching out. I wouldn't convict her on this performance. I think she is very possibly extremely talented, but she's going to have to run better going forward. I think Todd breathed a sigh of relief getting it done here. And I'm interested to see how this time compares to the final time of the Remsen.
Which we will have for you next on the road to the Derby. There's Luis Saez, Pletcher, Stone Street Stables. Homebred filly here, the full sister to soon-to-be dual champion Malathaat. Perfect 2-for-2 start to her career. And look, it's not necessarily how flashy you get it done. As we talked about, her sister wasn't necessarily flashy, even in the distaff. Looked like she barely was going to get that done, but somehow she did. She was kind of a grinder a bit.
And I mean, nobody would have believed what we were seeing last year with Nest was going to turn out to be the kind of Nest that we saw up in Saratoga. These horses are all works in progress. Their second career start going 9 furlongs on a sloppy mess out there. So to convict or to love her off this performance or convict her would be foolish. This isn't the race she needs to win. You want her in races like the Alabama, the Kentucky Oaks, the Coaching Club American Oaks. These are the big races, and we hope we see her in those races.
But still, it's a filly to be excited about.
Oh, no question about it. Listen, that's what we love about the game, and we love about 2-year-olds is you get excited about them. No, she's not a superstar of that performance, but she won, and it didn't seem like at some point in the race that she was going to finish anywhere.
Yeah. Julia Shining, Grade 2 Demoiselle winner, earns 10 points to next year's Kentucky Oaks. Meanwhile, we have Derby points on the line coming up next. Grade 2 Remsen, first test for 2-year-olds anywhere this year, going 1 mile and an eighth here in 2 turns. In our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and John Service, Tuskegee Airman, coming in from Delaware, puts a perfect 2 for 2 record on the line. We're going to pause momentarily. New audience joining us. Welcome back to those rejoining us on FS2. Been watching Big East basketball there. You're watching now America's Day at the Races. Hopefully you were with us earlier as well. We're going to get into the road to the Kentucky Derby. 2-year-olds, Grade 2 Remsen with Derby points on the line in this race for next year's Derby. We just saw the Grade 2 Demoiselle. We're going to show you what took place in that race for 2-year-old fillies with points on the line for next year's Oaks. And all the talk coming into this race, if you're just tuning in, by the way, Greg Wolf, Andy Serling. Julia Shining won her debut so impressively, the full sister to soon-to-be dual champion Malathaat.
Yeah, she's got some pretty big shoes to fill, and no matter what she does, she might be a bit of a disappointment compared to Malathaat, but she's pretty good in her own right, Malathaat, and it's interesting to see Julia Shining in days like this. Scar Mile, the big race, but with the Remsen and Demoiselle, these are doors to the big horses next year. Last year, Mo Donegal won the Remsen. He won the Belmont Stakes. Nest won the Demoiselle. She was incredibly impressive up in Saratoga, winning the Alabama Coaching Club. We could be looking at stars of tomorrow.
Todd Pletcher has had a stranglehold on this Demoiselle the last few years. Just so Malathaat, full sister to Julia Shining. Last year, Nest, and her second half of last year, just incredible. And now everyone expected to see Julia Shining step up late in the wagering. She was 3 to 5. Just about the entire wagering, late click down to 1 to 2.
1 to 2 shot, a wet track today. We have seen favorites so far leading the Demoiselle sweep the cards. Some horses seeming a little over bet, but managing to get it done. We'll see if that trend continues.
So we're going to bring you this race coming up in a moment. As for your quick thoughts before we get to it, we have it now. Let's show it to you now. Grade 2 Demoiselle from moments ago.
The lead, see how far they can take him. And I know that Butch Reed kind of said that he felt as though she should be able to get the distance, but she wasn't able to get the one.
Full sister to champion Malathaat, Julia Shining, the 3. Her first stakes test. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're in the gate. And they're off in the Demoiselle Stakes from the extreme outside. Tribal Queen trying to get that early lead, but now moving up is a Royal Spa. Oh, steadying there was Foggy Night as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. Foggy Night is in the middle of the pack here as they go around the turn with a Tribal Queen on top. And then comes Royal Spa, who's racing in second. La Vida Sofia on the outside. Now Foggy Night advances down at the rail. And then comes Affirmative Lady, who's racing in 5th. It's almost 3 lengths back to the big favorite, Julia Shining, who's in 6th position. And the trailer is Gambling Girl. They're on the backstretch now after a quarter in 24 and 3. Tribal Queen is the leader here, 3/4 of a length. Royal Spa is in second by a half length. La Vita Sofia on the outside in 3rd, a little more than a length to Foggy Night, who races in 4th. Another 3.5 back to Affirmative Lady. Julia Shining is at the back of the pack with Gambling Girl, the half in 49 and 1. Big long shot. Tribal Queen is the leader here by a length and a quarter, with Royal Spa in second. La Vita Sophia's on the outside in third. Foggy Night is down towards the rail. Then Affirmative Lady in fifth. Julia Shining being pushed along. She hasn't responded yet, about 7 lengths from the lead. Gambling Girl trails. 3/4 up in 1:14.1. And the 2-year-old fillies head for the top of the stretch. There's room on the inside for Foggy Night, and she's coming on through and going up to challenge for the lead. Right there is Tribal Queen, and on the outside is Royal Spa. Julia Shining is out in the middle of the track along with Affirmative Lady. And now they're coming for the 8th pole, and Julia Shining is coming on now on the outside. Here comes Julia Shining up to grab the lead with a 16th to the finish. But Affirmative Lady is right there along with Gambling Girl. They come on for the finish, and the Demoiselle. Julia Shining won it. Julia Shining from well off the pace. She's now 2 for 2. She wins.
Impressively first time out because of her trip, and it looked like she wasn't handling that racetrack at Keeneland. The full sister to soon-to-be dual champion Malathaat, and again, looked like she wasn't handling the racetrack. Wide trip, does just enough to win.
Right. I don't think anybody is making a huge bet at a short price in the future book for the Breeders' Cup off this effort, but she won the race, and she won at a distance that was new to her, to go 1 1/8 miles in just her second career start. She really didn't seem to be handling the racetrack down the backstretch. So the fact that she was still able to be competitive and gut out the win is a real feather in her cap, and it's onwards and upwards.
3 Demoiselle wins in a row for a Hall of Famer. Todd Pletcher is with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Julia Shining, Todd, she did what she had to do today. Again, looking as though she wasn't necessarily handling the racetrack, but with that wide, sustained run, she got the job done and looks so much like her sister in doing so.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities. She's still figuring things out, and we knew she wouldn't like the kickback, but I don't think she really loved the surface on top of that, so it took her a long time to kind of really finally get into a rhythm, and once she was out in the clear down at the inside the 3/16 pole, she finally leveled off a little bit, but tons of talent there. She's just still figuring the game out.
And I like, too, though, that she kind of put her ears up at the end, like, okay, I did it. What's next? It seems as though the tank is kind of limitless with her.
Yeah, I think she learned that from her sister Malathaat, who had a tendency to do the same thing when she made the lead. And so we'll see. You know, we took a while to put blinkers on Malathaat. I don't know if it could be in this filly's future at some point, but just as long as we keep progressing, we're happy.
She's such an exciting prospect heading into the 3-year-old season, but I got to ask you about a 6-year-old making his final start, Mind Control, later on in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile. Todd, I know it's been reported he doesn't love a wet track. Is this just kind of hope for the best?
Yeah, you know, every wet track can be different. He trains actually pretty well, not that we breeze him on it, but he gallops pretty well on it. So he's got an outside post. Hopefully, you know, be able to keep his face clean, and, you know, hope he takes to it. I'd love to see him go out on a good note.
Yeah, really exciting. You looking for your 6th victory in the race. Best of luck later, but congratulations with this Demoiselle win.
Thank you.
All right, Julia Shining, such an exciting prospect for Todd Pletcher and the rest of the team. We'll see, does she head down the same road as her older sister Malathaat? Greg?
You start building these undefeated records, people get excited. Her pedigree, before she ever ran, people were getting excited. There's a lot to be excited about with her.
I wonder if a lot of people remember her dam, Dreaming of Julia, running a 121 Beyer when she won the Gulfstream Park Oaks. She was a heavy favorite, Kentucky Oaks, and while she lost, she actually ran well with a tough trip, and things didn't work out well for her, but she certainly was a talented horse, and as a broodmare, she looks like she's one of the true stars.
Up next, we're on the road to next year's Kentucky Derby with points on the line. 10 points to the winner for the Grade 2 Remsen. First test for 2-year-olds at 1 1/8 miles anywhere in the States. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, and even money on Tuskegee Airmen, bringing in a perfect 2 for 2 record for trainer John Service, who won this race back in 2004 with Rocky. Rockport Harbor won it for him. Luis Saez will be aboard the Son of Street Sense. Short price here, coming into New York for the first time. Still kind of figuring things out according to his trainer. We'll see if he can take another move forward. Going 1 1/8 miles coming up at the Remsen.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here live at Aqueduct on Cigar Mile Day as we have the Grade 2 Remsen on tap for you next as we'll check in with your favorite. That is number 2, Tuskegee Airman, the very attractive son of Street Sense, whom I actually saw in his debut down at Parks on Pennsylvania Derby Day. It was funny. I was standing there doing a mic or check or audio check and did no work on that first race and just saw him walking in and said, I got a bet. And luckily, that was right. Now I've learned who Tuskegee Airman is. And I really think that the longer he gets to go, the better. I know it looked as though he was kind of struggling midway through the last race, going that 2-turn mile at Delaware. Delaware can be a weird track as well. I've ridden over it, and it's wide on the straightaways and narrow on the turns. And I find that sometimes because of that, it gets deeper on the turns too. So we'll see how he negotiates the wet going. Certainly has a pedigree to handle it. And also he's a lot more forward and into the bridle than what he was in that debut. Number 1 is Il Miracolo, who comes up from Gulfstream Park. And sometimes horses, when they transition from that hot weather to the cold, they respond favorably to it. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing from this horse. Big, solid son of Gunrunner, a lovely pedigree that did only sell for $70,000, but I like what I'm seeing here today, Greg. Maybe a big horse that's just needed more ground, and we hope that he's forward from that inside position.
11-1 right now on a horse that went gate to wire, Maggie. Thank you, Il Miracolo, from that inside post, coming off that maiden win at Gulfstream. Or Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day here coming up on the road to next year's Kentucky Derby. Grade 2 Remsen and even money. Let's talk about that for a moment here on Tuskegee Airman.
Yeah. This is ridiculous that this horse is even money. There's absolutely no kind of layover in this field. He obviously could win, but he got a very delicious trip last time, and he's a massive underlay.
Here's the horse that went gate to wire at Gulfstream last out, Il Miracolo, and then here's the even money favorite.
Yeah, I mean, once again, he's a contender. You saw Jonathan used all in this race. You see where he stands on it. And I think to take a short price on this horse is a mistake. He's been impressive, but gotten the right trips, and this is a tougher spot.
Prove right. Was just 3rd in the Grade 3 Nashua here.
Yeah, I don't think he ran that badly in Nashua. Maybe a bit close to the rail at times, and they're not the place to be. But overall, he just may not be quick enough.
A couple of speeds we'll see next. Arctic Arrogance tried to go and did gate to wire in the Sleepy Hollow last start.
Yeah, he was very much with the track in his last race, but he was impressive in winning. And Linda Rice does well in these longer races. I don't think he's any particularly less likely to win than the horse who's even money right now.
Could get some heat next door from Midnight Trouble, the 5.
I like Midnight Trouble's last race. I know he lost by 3 1/4 lengths to Tuskegee Airman, but he did all the hard work in that race, and I think he's a player.
Quick to Accuse was second, 4 1/4 lengths behind Arctic Arrogance in that Sleepy Hollow.
I believe he's an improving horse and has a real chance in this race. Wide last time out might have not helped him against Arctic Arrogance, and I think he has a chance to turn the tables. He's my top choice.
And WNL for Danny Gargan, a good Magic who in his debut had to face eventual Kentucky Jockey Club winner Instant Coffee.
Yeah, now last time he beat an off-the-turf soft field. Danny Gargan's 0 for 13 off of maiden wins and dirt routes. And while he hit the board 8 times, 6 of them were very short prices, ranging from 35 cents to the dollar to 9 to 5. And while they hit the board, they didn't win. Not something he's done that well, and he'd probably have to improve to get it done. But he did win on a sloppy sealed track.
So here's the even money favorite, Tuskegee Airman, Saez. He rode him in his debut in that maiden win at Parks. Here is the rocky run, though. This was at Delaware with Paco Lopez. And did just lose interest a little bit, but then showed what he could do when he kicked into gear here down on the inside.
Yeah, well, they were moving a little bit up front in this race and just think they got away from him a bit and got a perfect trip coming up the rail. A terrific ride by Paco Lopez, staying inside. Listen, he can improve. He could be okay. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins this race, but I think he's just massively overbet at even money in here. I mean, I don't think he's facing any monsters, but this race is fairly wide open with some horses that have run credibly, and I think the second horse did a lot of running in the race as well, and I think Midnight Trouble could turn the tables. I don't see how they're even money in 14 to 1. To me, that's a mistake.
Well, it looks like there's a few that want to potentially set up what would be a good pace for him to run into. Let's go to Jonathan for more on the Remsen.
Yeah, look, I don't like hitting the all button. I think a lot of times it's lazy. But I do think that there actually is a place for it when you honestly believe that any horse could win the race. And that's how I feel about this situation. I really just feel like any of these horses could win, and I don't necessarily trust the favorite. So I'll talk a little bit about the 2 longest shots on the board. If you did hit that all button, hopefully we can try to get some good karma going to get those horses into the winner's circle. The 5 Midnight Trouble, like Andy mentioned, he wasn't that far off from Tuskegee Airman, who's being overbet right now. But the other thing I liked about Midnight Trouble is if you look at his last 3-4 races, lots of horses have won out of those races. Lots of horses have improved their speed figures out of their races. I just think he might be a little bit faster than he appears to be on paper. And the 1 1/8 for the first time for all these horses is a great equalizer and a sloppy racetrack, an even bigger equalizer. So random things can happen. And the other one, I'll say, the longest shot on the board. I wouldn't be shocked if the 3 Prove Right were to figure out a way to win here. And the Nashua last time set a fast pace and just got tired in a race that fell apart. What's wrong with the Speed and Fade? If this horse can get loose on this sloppy racetrack, I think it's wide open. And one of the other horses I think can win, Mag, is a 7. What do you think?
The 7's an interesting entrant in here, Jonathan, in that I was actually talking to his trainer, talking about number 7, WNL, Danny Garkin, who I said, well, at least you tick off the box that he's a horse who can handle a wet track, and he said he hated it and still got the win. And you could see in that race he's kind of running in spots, so kind of having to readjust his stride throughout the running of that off-the-turf mile event. And I wasn't in the paddock that day. I was actually up on set when he broke his maiden. But going back to my notes for his first start, he was a horse that was very lean. He had been working really well, but he has bulked up and put on so much muscle mass and conditioning since then. So I love to see that. My problem is, though, is while he does have the good magic on top, he's got Flores Wildcat on the bottom, and I'm not sure even if he's a horse that necessarily gets better with more ground. He might kind of top out at that 1-turn mile distance. So I respect him. I'm not going to be shocked when he wins here, but I'm just calling into question mainly the distance today, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. So about to load up here for the grade 2 Remsen, 7-5. He's actually gone north of even money here. Tuskegee Airman.
Ooh, it's an overlay right now, 7-5. Not to me. Listen, I think he can win. I played against him. I used 4, 5, 6 in the pick 5. I am alive. I got Julia Shine.
It's I think many did. Good for
Thanks,
you, though.
Greg. I wanted a little more.
He's got to prove that he's for real coming to a big-time circuit.
I think he's one of the horses to beat in here, but I play against him. I picked the race 6, 4, 5, 2. I don't think he's particularly more likely to win than any number of horses in here. And to me, he's just massively overbet. But we'll see what happens.
There's Midnight Trouble. The 1. The 3 showed speed. The 4, the 5. Even the 6 on occasion has shown pace. We'll see who goes for the front early. Tuskegee Airman, the 6 backs away.
I thought the 4 would be in front with the 5 and 6, sort of stalking. And maybe Paco Lopez learned from the last race that the rail might not be the best place to be. Took him a long time, but maybe he's figured it out.
Manny gets back in with the help of the starting gate crew and Quick to Accuse. Last to load, WNL. Here we go. Grade 2 Remsen. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Veering in there at the start was number 1, Il Miracolo. It is Arctic Arrogance going out for the early lead, with the Prove Right sitting behind. In second on the outside is WNL, next in third. The 2-year-olds go around the clubhouse turn with Arctic Arrogance on top. WNL now moves into second, and Prove Right is next in third. Then comes Quick to Accuse, who's racing in fourth. Followed on the inside by Tuskegee Airman. Checking there was number 5, Midnight Trouble, who got into some trouble there. It's almost 3 lengths back to Il Miracolo. The quarter in the slop in 24-1. Arctic Arrogance on the inside and WNL on the outside, and the 2 of them are heads apart as the field races up the backstretch. It is Arctic Arrogance narrowly. WNL is on the outside and in second. Prove Right is in between horses. Quick to Accuse on the outside. And now gaining some ground is Midnight Trouble. Down at the rail is Tuskegee Airman. And Il Miracolo is the trailer in 7th, the half mile in 48 seconds. Arctic Arrogance still the leader here. The lead is 3 parts of a length. WNL on the outside runs in second. It is Arctic Arrogance and WNL, and now they are heads apart for the lead. Tuskegee Airman down towards the rail, racing in third, and on the outside is Prove Right as the field comes for the top of the stretch. W&L on the outside of Arctic Arrogance. The two of them are right together as they head for home. 3/4 in 1, 12 and 1. Tuskegee Airmen is all out in third, but now 4 lengths from the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Arctic Arrogance on the inside and W&L on the outside. The front two have separated themselves from the rest of the field. W&L on the outside narrowly. Arctic Arrogance continues to battle on. They come on for the finish, and it is W&L to win the Remsen by a long neck. Arctic Arrogance was second, and a big break back to Tuskegee Airmen in third.
W&L, he looked impressive, breaking his maiden in the slop like he really enjoyed it. Although his trainer said he didn't. It looks like he enjoyed it here. He battled with this 4 to get the Grade 2 Remsen win.
Oh, those trainers, they say the darndest things. Obviously a horse that can handle a wet track, and this was a race that had an honest pace. They went slightly faster, almost 2 seconds faster, the 3/4 than the fillies did the race before that, but the speeds ran 1-2 around the track. You wonder if Jose Lezcano was best off dropping down to the inside with the second-place finisher Arctic Arrogance, or maybe if he flowed a bit, it would have helped. But it was a terrific battle between these two, and for people that are watching at home, this race was run in 2.17 seconds faster than the prior race won by Julia Shining. That's probably 13 lengths. That's a significant distance. So I think this was a very nice effort. You saw how much distance they put between themselves and the overbet favorite. But I think it also shows you that Demoiselle, not a very fast race. This race came up pretty strong.
7-4. Awaits back to Tuskegee Airmen in third, and then Quick to Accuse the 6 in fourth in here. The battle was between W&L and Arctic Arrogance in here, put on quite a battle down the stretch.
Yeah, no, this race really stacks up as a pretty quick race. I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, even if you think a Demoiselle came up super slow from a buyer standpoint and gets sort of a 65 buyer, you've got a race that's going to get a figure in the mid to high 80s. So this is a pretty strong race by these two horses. You want to see what they do on a dry track, but I thought both of them ran very, very well. And the favorite was overbet. He didn't run terribly, but he was just overbet. He should never have been 6-5.
Jose Lezcano on the inside there on the 4. He tried to establish himself early. He went to the front, took the lead, and hung around late, but just gets edged by W&L.
But Jose Ortiz didn't want to let him get away. And Jose rode to 7 like he felt the horse to beat was Arctic Arrogance, not Tuskegee Airmen, and he was right.
There's Danny Gargan, winning trainer with W&L. This 2-year-old son of Good Magic, now with back-to-back victories and with 10 points to get into next year's starting gate for the 2023 Kentucky Derby.
And Stone Street, part owner of this horse, of course, they now swept both 2-year-old races, not wearing the silks, but this is their part owners.
We're going to take a timeout. It's W&L Grade 2 Remsen win. Jose Ortiz for Danny Gargan. We'll be back with more graded stakes action right after this.
Sire Sensation Gunrunner is the sire of 6 first crop Grade 1 winners.
God-eyed, and he's going to win the hopeful Red Gold Zulu wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and Cyberknife has won the Haskell. Society is going to win the Cotillion, and Tama, they win the Backcars Pennsylvania Derby. Early voting comes inside and wins it. He wins the Preakness.
Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage on Cigar Mile Saturday. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. W. Nell, back-to-back wins on 2 sloppy racetracks and earned some points into next year's Kentucky Derby with this victory here. $10 for the win. Jose Ortiz, Danny Gargan. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with Danny Gargan, WNL. Danny, I think he's okay on a wet track, man.
I think he is, yeah. I still think he's going to run better on the faster track, but he ran really good today. They went fast, and he was in contention the whole way. I mean, they went 3/4 and 12 and change in the Philly race. I think they went 14 and change, so that was pretty impressive, and he dug in, you know, a little green late, put his ears up, playing around. He's maturing a lot, and he's going to get better, and you know, with age, and you know, this race going 1 1/8. You don't have to go that much further to be in the right race in May. So, you know, we're hoping he's that kind of horse, and if he keeps getting better, I think we might get lucky and be that kind of horse.
Danny, I actually questioned whether the 1 1/8 would be in his wheelhouse, and he definitely proved me wrong today. Do you think he's a horse that keeps growing and kind of fills into that frame? Because even from his first start to this one here, he's matured a lot.
Yeah, he's going to get bigger and fill out a lot more. When we bought him, Connor Foley and me, and we bought him, he wasn't a huge horse, and he's grown into a decent sized horse, and he's going to fill out. You know, he won't run again now till probably March. And so we'll give him a little time and let him mature and grow into himself. But I think he's got a lot of talent and a bright future.
I was asking where Larry Connolly and the crew of West Paces were today. LSU and Georgia.
Yeah,
they're at the game.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank, you know, Larry and the team and Barbara Banke. This is the first horse that Ian and them have allowed me to train, and it's pretty special. The first horse you have for a person is a Grade 2 winner. So I'm excited about the future for this horse.
As you should be. Such an exciting horse. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, Danny Gargan and WNL taking this Grade 2 Remsen, as he said, they've got their fingers crossed, and you got to start dreaming already about the Kentucky Derby. Greg?
Nothing like being able to hope and dream. That's one of the great things about this game. What do you think about the ability going longer? It's out of a Dam, who was a multiple grade stakes winning sprinter, but now has won at 1 1/8.
I mean, the horse wins a 1 1/8 race late in the 2-year-old season. I don't think you're supposed to be overly concerned about distance. Being forward helped this horse, and the race came out to be a very quick race. We'll see the figures tomorrow, but I'm not going to be surprised when the buyer numbers in the 90s, and this is an impressive performance. I'm not saying he's going to win the Derby. None of us are, but who's not to say this horse can't be a major player going into the races next year?
Joining us on set champion jockey Richard Migliore. Mig, good to have you up here.
Good to be here. Yeah, listen, 2-year-olds get a 1 1/8. You've got to start thinking about things like classic races because it's getting to those classic distances. We've seen a lot of good horses come out of the Remsen, particularly last year.
And the fact that the race came up so much faster than the Philly race, I think that's a very good sign that we saw a really good effort. And they put a lot of distance. The third-place finisher might have been an overbet favorite, but he had run reasonably well in his 2 starts, and these 2 horses just crushed him.
Let's take a look at how this late pick 5 has played out so far. Odds-on favorite, heavy favorite. Full sister to Malathot, Julia Shining kicks things off. Now WNL with, favorite that got overbet, but still favorite defeated. $10 here in leg number 2 with 3 legs long way still to go, and one of the most wide open races on this entire card. Grade 3, go for 1 unless you think Bank Sting's going to win here, who currently is at 9-5 in here, but was 4-1 morning line. 1 turn mile competitive group.
I agree. I mean, between Battle Bling, the 3, the 7, Dr. B, the 8, Betsy Blue, and the 10, Bank Sting, you're probably seeing the winner in that group, but I think it's wide open between them. I like Dr. B, and the scratch of the 5 in here. Sharapova makes potentially her the main speed. I thought her last race was very good. She's got to get the mile today, but I loved her last effort and feel like she's improving quite a bit.
Bank Sting pretty classy, though.
Well, she's very classy, and, you know, she's going to be well-placed from the outside with Joel Rosario. But I'm kind of in agreement with Andy about the 7, Dr. B, on the stretch out. She got, you know, ran a good race, 7/8 last time against Boston Post Road. And I think the mile, she's going to be forward. And on a day like this, I want to be forward, but I also want the option of picking my path, staying off the rail if I want to.
I was surprised Jose Lezcano went right to the rail in the last race in the Remsen. I'm not saying he would have won. I thought he would have been better suited by staying a little bit off the rail, because it seems like the best running today is being done off of the inside.
Yeah, although the winner was only one path outside of him. But I agree with you. I think, though, if you can put yourself in a position where you have that option where, hey, you know what, I'm more comfortable here in the 4-path or the 3-path, and you want to invite somebody inside, you can make life hard on them.
And I was very impressed how Dr. B just kept coming after Boston Post Road, because it felt like that filly put her away, and she just kept coming after her.
We'll get more of the Go for One coming up in a little bit. We're going to look ahead to the Grade 1 Cigar Mile, final Grade 1 on the dirt for older horses in the country this year. It's presented by Naira Bets. Two very intriguing 3-year-olds, Zandon, White Barrio, reuniting from when they met in the Derby. And, of course, the old man, final start of Mind Control's career. Let's meet the contenders for this year's edition. When Mind Control enters the gate for the 34th edition of the Grade 1 Cigar Mile, the 6-year-old son of Stay Thirsty can conclude his career by rewriting history. The dual Grade 1 victor can provide conditioner Todd Pletcher, who won this race last year with American Revolution, with a record 6 triumphs in this event. He and his sire can also join 49er and Gold Fever as the only father-son duo to win the last Grade 1 on the New York circuit.
Groupie Doll and Stay Thirsty. A thrilling finish. Photo finish.
Mind Control has collected graded stakes wins in every year he has performed.
And Mind Control is clinging to the lead. Mucho on the outside is second best to Mind Control in the Hopeful.
Winner of the Grade 1 Hopeful was a freshman, and the Grade 1 Alan Jerkins is a sophomore. The horse has demonstrated an affinity for surfaces in the Empire State. From 7 trips to the post at Aqueduct, he has won the Grade 3 Bayshore, the Grade 3 Toboggan, and Grade 3 Tom Fool Handicap.
Here's Mind Control, and he got there. Mind Control, oh, does he love Aqueduct.
To reach the winner's circle, Mind Control must exert his will over 5 other talented horses, including Grade 1 winners Zandon and White Barrio. Zandon's last triumph was in the Grade 1 Bluegrass Stakes.
In deep stretch, it's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
The Colt, however, was 3rd in the Kentucky Derby and Travers Stakes. He has never finished off the board in all 6 of his appearances and was 2nd to Belmont Stakes winner Mo Donegal over this surface. White Barrio's last victory was in the Grade 1 Florida Derby.
White Barrio's still there, and White Barrio wins the Florida Derby for Sappy Joseph Jr.
But the flashy gray did defeat Mo Donegal in the Grade 3 Holy Bull Stakes. A debut in the Big Apple may be just what the son of race day requires to return to his winning ways. Mind Control will attempt to go out on top, but his foes seek their own success. Any of his 5 challengers are more than capable of claiming the vaunted Cigar Mile trophy as their own. Going to be a terrific rendition of this Cigar Mile. Will the cutback in distance be the difference here for Zandon? Can White Barrio step up, cutting back as well? Can these 3-year-olds make an impact?
It's a very good question, and I think White Barrio has that speed, which gives him a little bit of a tactical advantage over Zandon. Zandon's a better horse, though.
Zandon has acceleration. He has turn of foot for a horse on the dirt. He actually reminds you of a turf horse the way he finished, particularly in the Bluegrass. I mean, the way he knifed through that field, that's reminiscent of how a turf runner runs.
No, I agree. If it was a turf course, they'd say he has a nice turn of foot.
Exactly.
And if he was European, they definitely say
100%.
Grade 1 Cigar Mile still to come. Grade 3, they'll go for one. Tremendous, wide open betting race. That is next. Fillies and Mirrors in a 1-turn mile. And there's a look at one of the major players in this Go for One. Battle Bling. She has won 3 in a row at 3 different racetracks. And the success for her, since they changed tactics and put her near the front or on the lead those last 3 starts. Can she be there again today?
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
as the field turns for home in the Masquette, and Go for One is surging on the outside or the inside. Feel the beat, and Go for One taking command as they come to the final furlong. Feel the Beat is bravely trying to hold on for second, then farther back Mystorian is third. They're coming down to the final 16th, and Randy Romero has put the whip away as Go for One comes home to score in the Masquette by 2.5 lengths.
That race she won would be renamed in her honor. What a 3-year-old season. Champion 2-year-old, champion 3-year-old filly, the Ashland, Alabama, Beldame, Mother Goose Test, and this win.
And the Test back in those days came 9 days before the Alabama. And then 3 weeks later, on opening weekend at Belmont Park, she beat older fillies and mares in the Masquette.
Yeah, I mean, just that feat of winning the Test at 7 furlongs and 9 days later winning the Alabama at 1.25 miles. And she was great. She was a true champion.
Great horse.
Yeah.
Right. No, in my opinion, she's one of the best fillies and mares I ever saw race. What she did in her career, she was a sensational runner and such a sad, tragic ending, but she was an amazing filly.
Who beat her in the Frizette as a 2-year-old?
She was third in there.
I thought she was second.
She was second. She got a bad. Did she run a Frizette? Or did she run a Laurel in the Salima off the turf?
Frizette. Stella Madrid.
Stella Madrid, okay. Wayne Lucas.
Peter Brent.
There you go. Wow. Okay. I loved her in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Yeah, Gulfstream.
And they had a pick 3, then I used her. Dancing Spree at $38, putting Greg to sleep.
Here we go to this year's edition. 7 minutes away. Grade 3 Go for One. There's a look at Banksting. 2-1 favorite. Joel Rosario, John Terranova. She was not at her best last time out. She's traditionally, though, been a lot better. Second off the bench. She is classy. How does she look? Let's go downstairs to Acacia Clement.
And Greg, we'll take a look at a horse that's in terrific form right now, and that is Battle Bling, who's looking to make it 2 in a row as she does come in off of that victory in the Turn Back the Alarm last time out. Now, I am not encouraged by the fact that Nostalgic, who finished second to her that day, came back with a very disappointing 7th in the Comely in her subsequent start. But one thing I will say is that I felt that Nostalgic had looked probably the best that she had in a while going into that race, and I had actually questioned before the Turn Back the Alarm being in the paddock whether the 1 1/8 was actually what Battle Bling really wanted to do, if that distance was really kind of stretching her a little bit. And she was so tenacious. She did get to set the pace and do things her own way, but as she backs up now to the 1 turn mile, physically it really does look like this is a distance that she would prefer. She's incredibly fit, very athletic looking type of filly, and she looks great off the back of those 3 consecutive victories. She's kind of the now horse, and she's still showing it in the paddock. As we take a look at the number 7, Dr. B, who we saw come to New York last time out, finishing second in the Pumpkin Pie behind Boston Post Road. I thought that she actually ran a valiant race, kind of drifting out a little bit in the stretch there and then kicking on and really never giving up, trying to chase down that talented rival. She fits it and stacks up nicely in here. And while she is stretching out to the mile for the first time, physically, I don't mind it at all. There is some good length to her frame. She's not that kind of out-and-out sprinter type of physique. She's very strong, and she's forward here in the paddock. I like the energy that I'm seeing from her, and she does have a forward running style. The number 10, Banksting, stretches back out, and she does have a lot of back class. She makes sense, certainly coming in second off of the layoff. I have seen her look a little bit better in the past. She's starting to get a little long in her coat, and I do wish that she was carrying a little bit more condition. But she can be a high energy type of filly and sometimes just kind of really takes her races hard and takes her races with her. So we'll see if she's able to build off of that second in the Iroquois last time out, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here's our post parade. Love in the Air coming off back-to-back wins at Parks.
Yeah, she's going to have to get a lot faster to get it done. We'll see if she can even be close to the lead in this field.
Dylan Davis on Exotic West.
Yeah, filly that lost a rider last time against Battle Bling would have to find one of her better races to be competitive here.
Does own a win over Battle Bling. Here is Battle Bling. Again, 3 wins in a row at 3 different tracks.
Good second in the mile race at Aqueduct behind Banksting last time out, but her new forward style is not going to happen in this race with much more speed.
It's a 12-time winner here, W.W. Fitzy, 6-year-old mare.
And she likes to make the lead. I don't see her making the lead in here. She does her best running when she can control things.
3 wins in a row for self-isolation for David Jacobson.
Yeah, but she's looking for a much, much bigger win here. This field's way too tough.
Yeah, big class test for her. First time in Graded Stakes Company. Here's Dr. B. Just missed, as we talked about, against Boston Post Road, who played hard a run for her money.
This is the one where Irad gets that record-breaking win, wire to wire.
I'd like to see him do it here in New York.
Yeah. This would be number 77 to set a new single season mark. Betsy Blue, Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice.
Well, hard trying, hard knocking mare, just shows up every time. 8 for 18 lifetime.
59 to 1. Here's Manny Franco on Flight to Shanghai.
Yeah, she's in a little bit tough off the claim here.
Only trying an off track was a winner. Here's Banksting. She is 8 for 13 lifetime. She's 6 for 8 at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and she's consistent and hard knocking as well. She's 4 for 7 in wet surfaces.
And 34 to 1 outside Tonal Vision, Junior Alvarado.
Tonalist, her sire, won the Cigar Mile in his last career start. She, on the other hand, probably not winning the Go for One today, but drew well outside.
Coming off a win in the mud at Parks against considerably easier company. So Banksting, 2 to 1 current favorite in here. Multiple stakes winner. And we're going to take a look back to her comeback off a short layoff in here. Says fractious in the gate. I didn't get an opportunity to see beforehand in the gate. What happened during the race, though?
I don't know, it was an odd effort. Right here, she looks like she's backing up to last. And she actually does manage to sort of keep moving forward and finish second while the field was bunching and it wasn't the strongest of races. I thought she ran an acceptable race in here. Maybe Betsy Blue trying to close up the inside, not the best move to make. It's a funny race, Richie, where an improbable long shot won and nobody really made up any significant ground.
No, I think it's a good point. You know, November Rain was on the lead and she just kind of toughed it out. Banksting was going the wrong direction around the turn and then kind of found her stride again and came run on the outside. Going the mile, though, she should be able to at least run up into the bridle and get more comfortable.
She was really wide in that race, too. From post 10, is she going to have, Rosario going to have an opportunity to try and save any ground or no?
I don't think you really want to on this racetrack.
No.
I really think you're better off being a little bit outside in here. So I don't think it's going to play a major role in these one-turn races. Is ground loss that significant?
I honestly think she's going to be forward anyway. I don't think she's going to be that far off the pace.
I think you're going to see Irad go to lead with the number 7 in here, Dr. B, and you're going to look to see Banksting be sitting about second or third, actually, and with a scratch of the 5, she could be sitting second. They'll probably stay about 2-3 paths off the rail. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, it does, and especially you got a half a mile to the far turn. You know, you got plenty of time for it to shape out.
Here's the Dr. B race last time to Boston Post Road, who I think would probably be favored, the horse who won this race, Pumpkin Pie, if she had run in today's race, a Chad Brown Peter Brand horse. I just loved, Richie, how she just kept coming after her. You know, it's like Boston Post Road put her away, but she just kept coming. And to me, you look at Dr. B, I just look at her last 4 races. I think that's the horse. I don't look at her earlier races. She's just a new horse.
Well, as a 4-year-old, got better over the year. You know, I agree with what you're saying, too. Last time, they went slow early. They threw that third quarter in 23 and change, and she got a little outpaced there. But then she kept coming back, and they weren't throwing in the towel the last 8th mile. Still came home in 12 and 2.
Beat the rest of the field by almost 8 lengths, and thought she was a nice performance. She's got to get the mile.
That beat her in that race. Yeah, she lost by a nose to Played Hard, who was the Grade 3 Locust Grove winner, was being considered for the distaff for a time for Phil Bauer. Let's go back downstairs to Acacia.
And as far as Dr. B does go, she looks like a different horse this year, too. She's become much stronger and much more athletic. And Andy, hopefully not jinxing it with you and I liking the same horse, but I liked everything I saw from Dr. B today. As far as the number 8, Betsy Blue, does go, she's stretching out in distance, too. And yes, she was wide last time out. She has carried her condition really well into these winter months and looks great in her coat, as she always does. And I think that she does certainly raise the question, did she just kind of get good in the summer? So she looks like she's doing well. I'm just still not completely sold if longer really is better for her. She's so powerful in her hindquarters. She's so well built up. To me, she'll have to turn things around and prove herself, because I do really wonder where those couple big races came from and if she can repeat them against this caliber, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Loading up Grade 3, Go for One, talented group of fillies and mares. It's Banksting, the New York bred for John Terranova, 6 for 8 on this racetrack. 8 for 13 overall, who's the 2-to-1 post time favorite. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
For self-isolation and Tonal Vision. Also waiting on the 10, Banks thing. And Joel Rosario is off, number 10, Banks thing behind the gate.
We saw Joel Rosario letting the starting gate crew get Banks Sting in line, still working on that with a 2-1 favorite.
Did you say that she did this last time?
Fractious in the gate last time out.
This is her. She's always difficult to load. You know, it doesn't seem to have a negative effect on the way she runs because this is within character for her.
Rosario watching on, letting the starting gate crew do their thing, and then he'll hop aboard. Everyone else has to wait.
He should give a little push, too. Get in there and help.
Yeah.
I'm sure you used to do that back in the day.
I think that's just what Joel's thinking of doing.
Joel hops aboard the favorite. Tonal Vision, the 11, last to load. Here we go. Grade 3, go for 1. Back to John Imbrial.
And we are set for race 8. And they are off. Hesitant beginning for number 3, Battle Bling. It is Dr. B who grabs the early lead. Flight to Shanghai runs in second, and on the outside, Banks Sting is next in third, followed by Self-Isolation in fourth, followed by Betsy Blue on the outside in fifth. Then comes Love in the Air in sixth. Battle Bling has advanced now up into seventh. Then it's W.W. Fitzy. Down at the rail is Exotic West, and on the extreme outside is Tonal Vision in 10th. The opening quarter mile in the slop, 22-3. Dr. B shows the way here by a length with Flight to Shanghai. Big long shot sitting in second, and on the outside is the favorite Banks Sting in third. And then it's a length and a half. Self-Isolation down at the rail in fourth. Right alongside is Betsy Blue. It's a gap of 3 to Love in the Air. Then Battle Bling and Exotic West, followed by Tonal Vision. The half mile, 45 seconds. It is Dr. B who maintains the lead here. Banks Sting now moving up on the outside. Dr. B in front. Banks Sting now moves into second. Flight to Shanghai is next in third. And Betsy Blue is fourth as the field comes into the stretch with Dr. B in front. Banks Sting on the outside in second. Dr. B is the leader. Banks Sting is in second. Betsy Blue has now moved into third. It is Dr. B who has a 3-length lead and just a 16th to the finish. And this is going to be a record-setting stakes victory for jockey Rod Ortiz Jr. Stakes win number 77 in 2022.
Eclipse Award was already locked up for this young man, but how about a little extra cherry on top? Single season record, 77 stakes wins in a single season for Rod Ortiz Jr.
Absolutely incredible accomplishment. You think about the riders that have held that stakes record over the years. Irad puts his name with a very elite list of riders. And also, this is the 7th consecutive year, Andy, that he's ridden at least 300 winners in the season. Incredible consistency.
And he's doing it against a remarkably strong riding colony. I understand he's a great rider. He gets great mounts with his agent, Steve Rushing. But make no mistake, he's not beating up a bunch of guys who can't ride. He's competing day in and day out against some of the best riding groups ever assembled on the racetrack. And I love the way he rode this filly. He took advantage of her strength. He said, you want to beat me, you're going to beat me playing my game. I'm not going to nurse her along in the front end. I'm going to go fast. This is a real Richard Migliore type ride.
Isn't it the right way to do things, though? Play to your horse's strength. You have speed, use speed. And you could see it was pulling everybody along into the race. Banks Sting was under a hard chase. Don't allow them in the race and then, in essence, try to outkick the kickers.
You and I both bet on her, and watching the race, we both agreed this is what you want to see. When they went 45, I thought, good. I don't want to see 46 and let them get brave. Make them play your game.
And look where he parked her, about the 3-pat the entire way.
Staying off that inside. Dr. B at 3-1. Record-breaking stakes win number 77 on the year for Rad Ortiz Jr. He'd been tied with Garrett Gomez, that Marquis had said a few years back. Wins for Butch Reed here. And this was a question, could she get the mile? She'd never been this far before. She could certainly do it today.
She's not getting a rating. She's getting it flaunting her speed. And let's give Butch Reed some credit here. He's had a terrific run in New York, winning the big race last weekend with the Discovery. And he's done a great job with this filly. She is just getting better with every start. For him, the year's coming to an end too soon.
Yeah, because she's in really, really good form. Probably a race like the Barbara Fritchie will be in her, on her agenda for next year. But how about the 2 New York breds running second and third? Bank Sting and Betsy Blue rounding out your try and exacta.
They're terrific horses. The winner's just too good for them. This horse has gotten very, very good.
135 for the mile for Dr. B, who now wins for the 5th time in her career. And this is obviously the biggest victory of her career. Grade 3 victory. As you said, Butch Reed, he brings horses here with purpose. Cash's King Stables. And the record breaker for Arad, well done. It's been an incredible year for that young man, as he is a lock to pick up his 4th Eclipse Award.
Absolutely a lock for that. You saw him getting congratulations from his brother, Jose. And I'm just happy that he did it here in New York. It just seems like it's more appropriate.
Well, sure. It's where his career really basically began and where he's had so much success. And he rides against terrific riders. Joel Rosario deservedly beat him for the Eclipse Award last year, which is not to say Arad didn't have an Eclipse Award winning type year, but he made no doubt about the race this year.
7, 10, 8, 9. Up next, Grade 1 Cigar Mile, named after one of the all-time greats. Maybe the greatest streak we have ever seen in the sport. We'll hear all about it when we come back. The Bill Mott Superstar when we return.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Mitole running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Mitole's a monster! Mitole wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Mitole, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Mitole is a few Mitoles.
The mighty Mitole, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our live coverage on FS2 of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Grade 3, Go for Wand. And Dr. B, first time going this distance, this long, one-turn mile, and she was up to the task. Arad Ortiz Jr. puts her on the front end. She goes gate to wire in a new single-season record, 77th stakes win in a single season, besting the mark that he was tied with Garrett Gomez for.
I saw him this morning. He was wearing his Knicks, what do you call it? His Knicks outfit. And I said to Irad, I think the Knicks could use you. So after saying the stakes record and today's Knicks debacle, maybe you just go to the Garden and help him out. A little pep talk or something.
You could give him a talk about desire, I tell you that.
Yeah, I could use somebody tough like him.
Yeah, he's got more heart, grit, and determination.
Yep.
I'd love to hear him speak. Get us fired up for the show.
Bring him up.
77. Mick, put that into perspective. I mean, that is a lot of stakes victories.
You think about all the great riders over the years that have held that record. You know, Jerry Bailey. Years ago, Craig Perret.
Garrett Gomez, I think
obviously Garrett Gomez, right? I mean, it's the who's who of the greats of the game. And now he stands alone as, you know, the record holder. It's a phenomenal feat.
And he's once again not doing it in a situation where he's riding against a lot of lesser riders and he's just always getting 3 to 5s. He rides a lot of short-priced horses, but he's won. This is the 48th week of the year.
Yeah.
So he's winning, you know, he's doing it in less than a year, more than 1.5 stakes a week.
Also telling about him going to Mahoney Valley on a dark day to ride stakes there to get the record, to me that speaks of his desire. And you see it whether it's a 10-claimer or a grade 1, he rides hard.
I agree.
Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
I was so happy to be joined by Irad Ortiz. A very, very special moment here. Irad, we saw some emotion from you after you weighed out. What does this mean to have that stakes record for 1 year?
It means a lot, to be honest. It's a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, big support from the owners and trainers. Without them, anything would be possible. And just have to say thanks to my agent, Steve Rochin. And I don't know anything until week before the Breeders' Cup. He told me, we are close for this record, so we should push to try to do it. And thank God we got the job done. So I got to thank him a lot. He did a great job. We talking to the trainers and owner and find some rides for me and try to get on the best horses. And I do my job, he do his job. And it's been a great team. It's been a great team. And thanks again to everyone who support me all year around.
I so admire your work ethic and going to Mahoning Valley and Parks and looking to pick up some more of the wins and doing it here at your home track at NYRA. That has to be extra special.
It's very special because I'm leaving tonight, so I was pushing to do it over here, to be honest, and it looks very impossible in the last couple of weeks. I mean, we try, but we can win anything, so we just stay positive, keep riding, and today, thank God, everything worked out good with this filly. And I think I tied the record with Bush Reed at Mahoney Valley, and we did it today with him again. We break it again, so thanks him too.
For Butch and Ginny Reed with Dr. B, this filly has improved so much. You put her on the lead, and what was that feeling like? And she just kept going in the stretch.
She have some good races on paper. She got beat by Goodnight Olive at Saratoga, so sprinting. So going 6.5, so I know I got some speed. The track is playing good for the speed, so I say whatever it comes easy, I'm not going to take away. So she broke good. She put me in a great position. I take it and let him be relaxed. And she was finishing last time behind some horses, a little traffic, and she kept coming in the end. So I say, let him be heard. She was going relaxed and quarter pole. I start moving, and she was responding like she did last time.
Irad, couldn't be happier for you breaking that stakes record here, and it's so fun to watch you ride in stakes no matter what the level is. Big congratulations.
Thank you very much, and thanks everyone again.
Irad Ortiz, 77 stakes wins in 2022, Greg.
In case there was even that one rogue voter out there that wasn't going to vote for him, this may have swayed that one vote.
If you don't vote for him, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. I'm sorry. I mean, there's ones that are debatable. This one is not debatable. He is far and away.
There's no argument to be made for anybody else this year. I mean, he left no doubt about it.
Right. I mean,
he's got the billboard to prove it.
Last year, I thought Joel reserved it. I could understand if other people didn't vote for him 2 years ago when Joel didn't win it. It was very close. This is not even a horse race.
Yeah. And you talk about the man with maybe more desire and just fire to win these races. What number can he reach by the end of the year in terms of stakes wins?
Well, he'll be riding tomorrow at Del Mar. I imagine he's in both stakes out there. Who's he got in the cigar? He's got White Abarrio, certainly has a chance. I mean, I don't, go down to Florida.
Low to mid-80s, a possibility?
Oh, yeah, I would say he could win 6.
Oh,
he's won more than 1.5 a week. So he's got 4 weeks left. So
roughly 25% of his victories this year came in stakes races. Think about that.
He will be on one of the 3-year-olds coming up in this Cigar Mile. White Barrio, as you mentioned. Of course, Zandon, though, is the one to beat coming up 3-5. We'll check in on that in a moment. Here's the late pick 5. Here's how it's played out so far. WNL 4-1 in the Remsen. Julia Shining in the Demoiselle. And Dr. B in the Go for Ones. Grade 1 Cigar Mile. Here we go. Our ABR race of the week, final Grade 1 on dirt of the year for older horses. And Zandon, third in the Kentucky Derby, Grade 1 Bluegrass winner. 3-5 favorite with Joel Rosario for Chad Brown, who's won this race twice before.
Yeah, and he's following the same route that Connect ran for Chad Brown. In his case, he won the Pennsylvania Derby, beat Gunrunner, as a matter of fact, that day. The only horse that ever beat Gunrunner after that was Arrogate. No, that's not true. He ran second in the Breeders' Cup Mile, right? Dirt Mile, I would say.
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
Oh, well, I tried.
We'll get to more on these 3-year-olds, their chances coming up against the elder statesman. Good story, too, with Mind Control making the final start of his career in a moment. First, this race, of course, named after pretty fun horse. Unraced as a 2-year-old. Cigar came to trainer Bill Mott in his 4-year-old campaign, and after 4 unsuccessful tries on the turf, Mott and his team decided to switch him back where he was successful in the second start of his career, impressive, breaking his maiden on dirt. The rest, of course, was history.
For every great champion, there is a unique story. And for 2-time Horse of the Year Cigar, his road to glory began in his 5th start for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who believed the Maryland-bred son of Palace Music had more talent than he had shown in 11 straight grass races.
The last time he had run on the turf, I think Julie Crone had ridden him and said, well, he galloped back good on the dirt. And I said, well, maybe it's time we try the dirt. So we were over here in October, and we really didn't know what to expect. He reeled off some pretty fast fractions, but he just kept widening his margin, and then came back about a month later and won the Naira Mile.
Cigar running a monstrous race today. Beat Double is due by 6 lengths.
Cigar would go on to win 14 more consecutive races, but possibly his most impressive and memorable performance came in the 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic.
It was a sloppy track, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, he had never run in the mud before. Now we're facing a new challenge, and Jerry Bailey's holding on to him, waiting for him to go, and when he released him, I mean, he just, like you shot him out of a cannon.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush. A 1/4 mile between Cigar and a perfect season. Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has. And here he is, the incomparable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
Throughout his mighty 2-year reign as the best horse in America, if not the world, Cigar not only won the admiration of the most avid racing fan, but also captured the attention of the general public and made them fans as well.
You know, the great thing about his career was it lasted over a 3-year period. You know, good horses sometimes are limited to 1 year where they hold their form to that top level. It's very difficult to keep any top horse in form for 2 full years. He became such a fan favorite, and he was America's horse. You know, Mr. Paulson's colors with the red, white, and blue, and we took him everywhere. We took him east, west, we took him abroad. Finally, it got to the point where people were saying, man, let's go see him. Let's just go watch him.
So, when it was announced that Cigar would be retired at the end of the '96 season, Connections made sure that America's racehorse was sent off in style. And what better way to do so than to van him into the middle of Manhattan to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Mrs. Paulson was into the show horse world as well, and they had the National Horse Show at Madison Square Garden, and she said she wanted to take him down there and parade him, and I thought she was absolutely crazy. But as it worked out, Bailey and I skipped the races that day. We both rode down on the horse van with him, and it really turned out to be probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. We brought him in and they turned the spotlight on him. I mean, everybody stood up, and it was exciting for me, and I think everybody that had ever worked around him and seen him for that matter.
Oh, maybe the greatest streak we've ever seen in this sport. 16 in a row at the highest level for the Great Cigar. What a move to switch this horse back to dirt. And hearing Bill Mott say, Julie Crone said, well, after losing again on the grass, skip back over on the dirt pretty good. Part of the reason maybe they decided to make the switch.
I mean, he ran a 93 Beyer in his second career start in the dirt, and his trainer then, Alex Hassinger, put him right in the turf. It's a very tough game. Making it tougher is not a way to be successful.
There is Zandon in this year's edition of the Grade 1 Cigar Mile. Grade 1 Bluegrass winner. In that performance, a lot of people felt this might be your Kentucky Derby winner.
And you watch a race like this, and it makes you feel like the lack of pace in this race might not be a major issue for him, because he feels like a horse that's capable of making his run whether or not he gets a fast pace.
He had no pace on here in the Bluegrass. Look at the way he picked his horses up, and he knifed his way through this field. I mean, I love the way he ran through traffic and the way he accelerated.
Nobody else was gaining ground. You watch the race, it's not like the race was falling apart. He's a very, very talented horse, and I'm looking forward to seeing him cut back, because I think this is a horse that the cutback could really accentuate his closing kick. And it's also not going to hurt him to get away from Epicenter and Taba, because they're pretty good.
Sure.
Won't have to face those two in this one, but he will have to face the old man Mind Control, among others. Grade 1 Cigar Mile coming up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, I'll actually start off by talking about the 2 3-year-olds in this Cigar Mile, beginning with your favorite, and that is number 2, Zandon. And over the summer, and maybe I'm completely off base because these were his 2 fastest races when I saw him at Saratoga and back at Parks, he just looked as though he wasn't carrying as much weight as I'd seen from him in the past. And furthermore, he didn't look as though he was as comfortable behind. And today, with a bit of a freshening, all of those issues I had with him are completely gone. I do think he was on the best part of the racetrack last time out at Parks, and he got a good trip, but still, I think he's 1-2 that should be able to handle the surface based upon what I'm seeing from him physically. I will say, though, he does have a fairly clubby right front foot, and they have the shoe 3/4. So what that means is the shoe, which is typically, a U-shaped, part of it will be basically eliminated, so there isn't a shoe on the inside quarter of his foot, just alleviating any pressure there. This is the best I've seen him look all year. So we'll see. A conventional wisdom, at least from my behalf, doesn't say that shorter is better, but maybe ultimately it is, and based upon what we've seen from him on the racetrack. Number 3, Weta Barrio, he does come out of that PA Derby as well, and he's one that I think the turnback should suit him. He is a bit smaller and shorter couple. He does fit the conventional wisdom rule here with me, in that physically he looks more like a sprinting type, so the 1-turn mile I think suits him well. He looks stronger behind than what I saw from him at Parks. I think he makes a good deal of sense, and he's going to be forwardly placed here. As we'll also take a look at the California Invader, number 4, Get Her Number, as he stretches back out in distance. This is a horse that throughout his 3-year-old campaign was tested at these more classic type of distances. I think a 1-turn mile is absolutely perfect for this horse because he's built like a horse that wants a bit longer, but he's shown that he can be successful on the shorter side. Now, he did get a decent pace to close into last time out, but he looks great here in the paddock. Looks as though he's handled the ship really, really well. Resplendent coat to him, good weight, but really defined too, now that he is kind of second off that bit of a freshening here. I think he's a bit intriguing in this Cigar Mile, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. There he is. He's 11-1, shipping in from the West Coast. You can earn a $20 bonus on your winning Cigar Mile bet today. To qualify, go to NYRABets.com. You got to opt into the promotion. Place a $25 win bet on any one horse in this race. If your ticket hits, you'll earn that bonus in your account at NYRABets.com.
And if you like the favorite Zandon and he ends up 3-5, you're turning him into a 7-5 shot. That's value.
Here's our post-parade double crown. He was a shocker in the Grade 2 Kelso at 42-1.
That would look like he won as the favorite compared to what it would look like if he won this race today.
Here's the Bluegrass winner, 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, Zandon for Chad Brown.
Only 2nd time in his life he's getting to run around 1 turn. He broke his maiden on debut at 6. I like the mile for him.
Cut back for White Barrio, this year's Florida Derby winner for Saffie Joseph Jr.
We'll see if he's fast enough, but I think Irad Ortiz would like to try to steal this race the same way he won the last race.
Here's the West Coast shipper Maggie was just talking about for Peter Miller. Get her number.
Has run some races. It certainly would be competitive here, and I like the high marks for Maggie.
Stable made a double crown outlier maybe to try and set it up for him.
Feels like this horse should be in there to show speed and be a pacemaker, if you will.
Great name for a long shot.
And final start of Mind Control's career. Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3. He's won a graded stake every year of his career. He's 6 years old.
He's just been a remarkably cool horse throughout his career. And win or lose today, he's had a great career. And Todd Pletcher did a great job of getting him back to his better starts. He figures to be, if not in front, stalking outside of White Barrio.
You don't even see a lot of hopeful winners, let alone winning graded stakes every year, but staying around in the game this long.
You know, I agree. They don't run as 4-year-olds too often, but he's had a terrific career.
This kind of longevity, and I read where he's going to stand in New York State, which I think is a great addition to the New York breeding program.
No, I agree. Stay Thirsty. Stay Thirsty won the Cigar Mile by a desperate nose with Ramon Dominguez over
Groupie Doll
and Reggie Mirage.
2012, that was one of 5 wins in this race for Todd Pletcher. Well, this is Mind Control, and he can, every now and then, look, he's always consistent. He can run huge ones, like outdueling the gritty, gutty Hot Rod Charlie here in Monmouth.
This was a terrific performance way the Salvador. This 3 starts back.
2 horses that like a fight. This was the equine version of Hagler and Hearns.
You think of him, and he probably is a better one-turn type horse. All of his biggest wins came at one turn, yet the 3 triple-digit buyers that he shows were all 2-turn races, 2 at Parks, and 1, the last one we looked at from Monmouth.
Should be forward, maybe, if not on the lead, sitting just off it. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
I got a chance to catch up in the paddock with jockey John Velasquez, who will be reuniting with Mind Control, a horse that he's gotten to know really quite well over the years. And of course, the conversation is about the conditions of the track. And Johnny said, yes, it's a big concern for him. But he did say that when looking back through his career, he said it wasn't as wet as it was here today. But when Mind Control won the Jerome here at Aqueduct, that was his lone wet track victory. And he said he actually handled it okay. He said, I think I just need to be able to keep him in the clear. But one thing he said is that he's a really, really cool horse that is mentally matured and settled so much. We've gotten a chance to see him on this circuit for quite some time. And he used to be a really rambunctious, really energetic type. And he is the real professional out there on track here today. And John Velasquez saying that it's a bittersweet day to be riding him for the last time out on the track. So we'll see what we get from Mind Control, who does look a picture, but so does Zandon. And Jonathan, I know that he brings back some big memories for you from some other great horses in the past.
Yeah, look, I think Zandon's going to really appreciate this cutback. And when I started to think about comparisons, I thought about Frosted, who we know who freaked in the Met Mile once he finally cut back. But how similar are Zandon and Frosted? Well, if you look back at their past performances, it's kind of creepy how similar they are. They both were off the board, ran second in the Remsen. Then they came to their 9 furlong preps. Zandon ran in the Bluegrass and won. Frosted won in the Wood Memorial. They both, 3rd and 4th in the Kentucky Derby, ran well in the Derby but didn't win. They both ran second in the Travers. They both ran in the Pennsylvania Derby. Frosted won. Zandon ran second. And now they're cutting back, just like Frosted did. I think Zandon's going to love the cutback. He's that type of horse that always ranges up, always looks dangerous, always looks like he's about to win, and just can't find what he needs to get past the other horses in the stretch. I think this distance is going to hit him right between the eyes, and I think he's going to win here.
There he is, loading up. High praise to compare him to the great Frosted, who ran some big ones going a mile, including the Met Mile.
Jonathan's shirt reminded me of a great one, Secretariat. You have Secretariat's colors on, right?
I'm aware of that.
Yeah. I like it.
Is he selling that shirt?
I'll
be able to get one. I can probably get a discount. Yeah,
3 to 5 favorite. Final start of this horse's career. Mind Control beat a Met Mile winner in Silver State Parks last year. Here we go. Grade 1 Cigar Mile. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. In the Grade 1 Cigar Mile, presented by Naira Bets, and Mind Control was away well. White Abarrio now moving up, and in between horses is Outlier. Outlier goes on with it to take the lead as they race up the chute and head for the main track. It is Outlier in front by a little more than a length. And Mind Control is sitting in second with White Abarrio and Get Her Number right together third and fourth. The favorite Zandon is fifth, 5 lengths from the lead, and to his inside is Double Crown, opening quarter mile in 23 1/5 seconds. It is the big long shot here, Outlier, who leads by a little more than a length. Mind Control in second. Get Her Number is third by a head. White Abarrio down at the rail, then Zandon and Double Crown. Less than a half mile to the finish now, and it is still Outlier who leads by 2. Mind Control in second. The opening half went in 46 2/5 seconds. Get Her Number being asked for more on the outside in third. And then the 3-year-olds, White Abarrio and Zandon, they're fourth and fifth. And Double Crown is the trailer. Outlier is still the leader. Then Mind Control, Get Her Number on the outside. White Abarrio is down at the rail. Then Zandon, 3/4, 1:11 and now they're in the stretch. And here comes Get Her Number on the outside. Mind Control is right there. White Abarrio is down at the rail. Zandon is out in the middle of the track. It is Get Her Number with Mind Control and White Abarrio. The three of them will fight it out to the finish. Zandon is in fourth. They come on for the wire. Mind Control and Get Her Number. Oh, it's very tight. It may have been Mind Control. And if it was, what a way to wrap up a terrific career. Mind Control and Get Her Number in the Cigar Mile.
Looks like it was indeed Mind Control. What a performance. Final start of the 6-year-old's career, going out on top.
What a performance. You know, to think of a horse that won Grade 1s as a 2- and 3-year-old, to make his final start as a 6-year-old and win a Grade 1, as you were saying down the stretch, Richie, such a gritty racehorse.
What a fighter. He just does not want to lose. When he's in that situation, he keeps sticking his nose out, not allowing horses to get by him. This was a tremendous performance. Mind Control pushes his earnings up over $2 million now with this win in the Cigar Mile. Goes off to stud, and if he could pass along his tenacity to his offspring, he's going to be a fun sire to see in New York. I thought Zandon had a difficult trip, not a lot of pace on, kind of had a, to me, abruptly come out over heels, and you know, it wasn't a very smooth transition.
No, there was absolutely no pace whatsoever. I mean, this pace was significantly slower than the Go for Wand. The final time, I think, very close to that of the Go for Wand. I also think Irad Ortiz was unlucky with White Abarrio. He didn't want to have to be inside. He just was left with no choice.
You saw Todd Pletcher, their 6th Cigar Mile victory for the Hall of Famer. And yeah, this time slower than what we saw in the Go for Wand. 135.18 for the Fillies and Mares, 135.53 here.
Not a super strong race in and of itself, but a very cool performance by a very, very cool horse who's had a great career.
6 times he's won this race. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
He has found the key to the Cigar Mile, that's for sure. But Todd, it certainly always takes the right horse, and Mind Control just has the heart to fight.
He really does. He is a warrior, and so great to see him, you know. First of all, we were concerned whether he'd handle the off-going because he hasn't at times, but he's always trained well. And when he broke well and put himself into the race, I felt like he was traveling well. And you know when he gets in a fight, he's tough to get by.
The fact that this is his last race and he's going out with a Grade 1, how special and rewarding is that?
So special. You know, his sire, Stay Thirsty, won this race for us years ago, and so it's you know, this horse has been such a, you know, consistent horse, and I really hope that he gets an opportunity at stud. He certainly deserves it.
You've won this race now 6 times. You mentioned Stay Thirsty being one of them. And you have horses that go longer, go shorter, and they kind of come together for this mile race. What is it about finding a horse that fits this 1-turn mile at Aqueduct?
Yeah, I mean, I think you need the right type, you know, and so many of the good horses, they do multiple things well. And, you know, he's an example of that. You could turn him back to 6 or stretch him out to 1 1/8. But I think a 1-turn mile at Aqueduct's probably his favorite.
Well, it was so great to see Mind Control with a big win today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mind Control, we look forward to following him in his next career as a stallion and going out on top, Greg.
Really feel-good story here with this horse closing out his career with a Grade 1. And Todd Pletcher, we know he can do it all. He won this race last year with a 3-year-old who in a span of about 6 months went from breaking his maiden to becoming a Grade 1 winner as a 3-year-old. Now he wins it with the old man of the group.
Yeah, just incredible. And you know, I think it's so appropriate. Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer, Johnny Velasquez, a Hall of Famer. They were such an integral part of their rise through their careers to ascend to the Hall of Fame. And just a fun horse to watch, Mind Control. Love a horse that fights for it.
Mind Control goes out on top. Final start of his career, collects his 3rd Grade 1 win after Grade 1 wins as a 2- and 3-year-old at Saratoga. We'll be back to wrap up the Cigar Mile right after this.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, the ABR race of the week just played out, and what a story it was. 6th Cigar Mile win for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, with horse making the final start of his career, Mind Control, who actually started his career, and Todd Pletcher had given Greg Sacco a lot of credit for how this horse came to him in such good shape. First Grade 1 winner of Greg Sacco's career when he won the Hopeful back as a 2-year-old.
And Todd did a really good job of sort of getting him back to being able to run those good races again. First time Todd had him, he won the John Nehru at Belmont at Grade 2, and he's just done very, very well for him. The 6 basically made the race almost easier for him, setting that slow pace up front, and Mind Control could just sit off of him, and he's just so game down the stretch.
That was the one happy photo finish. It was tight. Get her number running a big one in defeat, but it's about Mind Control. 3rd Grade 1 win of his career in his finale. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And I'm so pleased to be joined by a man that knows this horse very well, John Velasquez, and Johnny, Mind Control with another big win, picking up another Grade 1. And you've been with him really from the beginning. Talk a little bit about how he's come along and just what a cool, tough, consistent horse he is.
What a cool horse and a tough cookie. When he shows up, he's definitely a tough one, and he loved the fighting thing. When the other horse put the head in front of him, and if he doesn't outrun me from here, I'm gonna come back, and you'll see. And sure enough, he did it again. We were about the track. I mean, last time he ran in the track like that, he didn't run at all. So we, at least me, Todd didn't have it here, but I kind of remember a couple of races, last 2 races he won in the wet track. He ran 1/8 of a mile and didn't go anywhere. Like today, he broke like he was going to go, and I tried to put him into the race, and he didn't go. I was like, oh, don't do it to me, buddy. Don't do it to me. Pass the shoot, kind of grab him together, and he started getting comfortable. And then, okay, I was kind of positive the way he was moving. Obviously, the way he ran, he showed that he has a lot of heart.
And you had referenced when he won the Jerome here on a good track, not as wet as what we had today, but it seems like he gets over the surface at Aqueduct quite well. Maybe that gave you a little bit more confidence with him?
Well, I didn't mind the track. I mean, the Aqueduct surface is actually a very good surface. I just didn't like the wet track, how wet it was, though, you know. Like I said, the last 2 times he ran a track like this, he ran 1/8 of a mile, and then out the pack, he was like right away. He seems to doing really, really well. I think his confidence was much better today, even in the wet track. Even the first 16 of a mile, I was a little iffy, like it's going to run, it's not going to run. And once he passed the chute, I think he was already on the bridles, and then I felt comfortable that he was going to run.
Off to start his next career as a stallion, but it's special with horses that run for as long as he did. He's a 6-year-old now, and you had a true partnership. It's got to be really nice as a jockey to be a real piece of that story.
I know, it's sad for me to another horse that I've been riding for a couple of years, and another horse that's retiring, so now I have to look for something else to keep me in the game for a little while. So it's sad to see him go, yes.
Well, it's great to see him go out with a big Grade 1 victory. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mind Control, a horse that we've all become really fond of, getting a chance to watch him on this circuit, Greg.
He's made a lot of fans, and credit too to Don Pletcher, who they made the decision, let's pass on the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, wait for this spot. Instead, it's going to be an easier group, and you go out like this.
But the reality is this is a more prestigious race than the Breeders' Cup. That race is run around 2 turns, and the really important mile races are this race and the Met Mile. 1-turn races where the sprinters and the routers can kind of come together in those races. Yeah. The 1-turn races, I think those are more important than definitive races.
Where the 2 worlds collide, right? Sprinters stretching out, routers turning back, and usually put on a pretty good show.
It just feels like we're not going to see too many horses win Grade 1s as 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds, and then as a 6-year-old. Today's day and age, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, he's been and one of his best performances too. I know it was a little bit funky how it played out in the stretch, but he beat a Met Mile winner at Parks in a non-graded stake in Silver State.
He did. Yeah. He's faced some very good horses in his career.
8th.
Beat Chance-a-Lot after that crazy performance in the Amsterdam.
8th graded stakes win of his career, 3rd Grade 1, and gets to wear that in the final time we're going to see him on a racetrack.
And much like the old-timer Mind Control, another old-timer is about to leave us.
Well, he's doing the walk-off. I'm ready to do the walk-off also.
Do we have a blanket for Richie?
Is he retiring?
No, just for the day.
For the day. I'll be here tomorrow.
This was breaking news.
Breaking news, he's leaving the set.
Mig will be back tomorrow. We still have the nightcap coming up. You see how that Lake Pig 5 has played out to this point. This will be the finale on our Cigar Mile Saturday card. 7/8 of a mile, 50,000 starter allowance race. Major spin right now. Rudy Rodriguez off the claim with Saez the favorite.
I think we'll see Tenebris, who's my top choice, the 4, battling with Major spin early, and it does seem like, for the most part, it's been tough to close today. The only race that really fell apart, the Demoiselle, a race that Julia Shining got it done at a short price.
And before we send Mig off here, I want to remind everyone, too, an auction for a tremendous cause going on right now. Most of you know the story of Jake Panis, son of Stephen Panis with America's Best Racing, tragically killed in a car accident before he got to enroll in his dream of going to the University of South Carolina, where he was hoping to become a walk-on. He had actually just aced his first practice SAT exam as he prepared to accomplish his dream. Scholarship set up by his father in his honor, which they've just handed out last year to a very deserving student. You can help fund that scholarship with this auction. Use that QR code right there. Items that are up for sale include VIP tickets to next year's Breeders' Cup, Clubhouse box for 5 at Saratoga, Shaquille O'Neal autographed LSU jersey, among many other items.
Incredible family facing unspeakable tragedy and showing so much strength and turning into a positive in memory of their son.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. We will be back. Still have the finale coming up. Mig, we'll see you tomorrow.
Came back in for those two good races, and I'm out, guys. Have fun.
See you tomorrow. Have a good night.
We will be back. More coming up. Still have the nightcap ahead earlier on in the card. Star Potential, now undefeated. Points on the line for next year's Oaks for Julia Shining. And in the Remsen, Danny Gargan as a horse that we know likes it off track. Looking forward to seeing him as a 3-year-old. We'll recap him when we return.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's a Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
We're back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Now standing in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Finale is next. Here from South Ozone Park, look at the pick 5, Will Pays, to that horse, who is our current favorite, $736.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Major spin off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. We'll see if Rudy can start heating things up. Obviously, it's been a slow second half of the season. Sometimes the Aqueduct meet works out better for him. He should be stalking Tenebris. I prefer Tenebris, but I can understand Major spin even though I'm against it.
Well, meanwhile, the 2, What a Dude, David Jacobson, blinkers going on. This horse has never been on the dirt, but is taking plenty of money right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he's getting bet because people see his turf figures and they don't understand that it's a completely different surface. To me, he's more than eliminating the takeout at his current odds of 4-1. He's also a horse that has absolutely no speed, so I don't really understand how he's a horse you want to bet at 4-1 and similar prices. I'm going to fool around with bet the 4 Tenebris and use the number 9, the far outside horse Gaslight, who I think is dangerous, getting a rider switch to Jose Lezcano, and the 1 Colloquy, who has back races that are fast enough to compete, but I worry he doesn't have much early speed.
There again, What a Dude. Acacia, your thoughts on a horse trying dirt for the first time?
It's definitely a question, Greg. I had actually only ever seen this horse in the flesh in his debut when I wrote that physically he doesn't really look overly turf-meant. He doesn't kind of have that flat turf hoof that we look for typically. But in his body, he didn't have a ton of condition and muscle. In his hind end, his physical looked like he would actually handle getting over turf a little bit better, and he ran very well, so I can understand why they kept him on the grass. That said, while I certainly don't mind him going to the main track, it's always just going to be really tough for me to take a potential short price on a horse that's doing something for the first time. And to Andy's point, no, he doesn't have any early speed. He's very laid back once again here in the paddock, and shortcut blinkers do go on, but he's not really showing too much more energy in here. He has certainly strengthened up and now making a 5th start of his career, so that's a positive. But I do prefer a couple of others in this spot. The number 4, Tenebris, comes in for Bruno Tessori, and he does have some early speed. Last time out, he was in a chasing spot at Monmouth, and he was a little late, a little awkward switching leads, and yet he just finished so much best the rest of that field. He's a big, leggy good-looking son of violence. I can understand why former trainer Michelle Hemingway had run him long at Tampa, because he does look like a little bit more distance would be his friend. So I am A-okay with him getting out to the 7 furlongs. He looks terrific coming in here. He fits these conditions nicely. He is really well muscled, really, really strong, and he's run some fast races. I think he's really intriguing. The number 5, Major Spin, his first off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. He was really asked quite hard out of the gate last time out, and he had some company into the turn, got run down late from another mother in that most recent start. And he's a horse that I do think he's got that early speed. That's definitely the big weapon for him. He's not necessarily a winning type, but I think he fits right here coming in. And it's an interesting spot in that starter allowance going this 7 furlongs to see if he can control. I think he runs his best races when he's able to be on the lead. And I do think it's also a benefit that he looks like a horse that has put on some muscle mass in his recent types. He's really, really strong and much more focused than he has been in the past. And he did run the only race that he won on a sealed, sloppy track, and looks like he should get over these kinds of conditions quite well once again today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. 3-1, still your favorite. The 5 there, Major Spin, Rudy Rodriguez off the claim. You can play this finale coming up, all the action we bring you in all the other racetracks around the country with NYRA Bets. That's the promo code for new members, Match 200. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus by going to NYRABets.com. So traveling 7/8 of a mile in this finale here coming up, and a horse who has been off since mid-September at Monmouth. Coming off back-to-back wins at 6 furlongs. Moving to a new barn here.
Yeah, this horse is a private purchase since his last start and moves to trainer Bruno Tessori, who I'm not that familiar with. But I like this horse. Thought was an improving horse. I like the fact he has early speed, and I just thought that Jose Gomez should be aggressive with him going the 7th day. He's run well enough going longer. It shouldn't be a problem. I liked his chances. I guess I was kind of excited by the idea of a new face in here. I was using this one, as I said, with Colloquy on the rail and the 9 Gaslight.
Yeah, second start of his career, stretched out from 6.5 to 1:40. Just missed at a mile. He ran 3rd against winners at Monmouth. He's got a big drill. We don't know how he was asked to do it, if he was all out and gassed by the end of it, but a bullet drill quickest of 135 in the morning, November 27th at the Belmont Training Track.
Yeah, I think he's going to be very dangerous here, and I have to expect that Jose Gomez is going to be aggressive with him. And we've just seen horses that were forward have a real advantage on today's card for the most part.
This horse makes a nice appearance. Royal Tryst.
Oh, he's going to need the race to completely fall apart.
And he comes from pretty far out of it. You hear the, oh, we do. I don't know if you do at home. Hear the call to post behind us. Here is Colloquy. Horatio de Paz claims off of Christophe Clement.
Horatio de Paz does not have great numbers off the claim on dirt, but I think this is an interesting horse. If he can get him back to his faster races, he has a chance.
Talked about the dirt debut with a 2, also adds blinkers. Here is the horse we just showed you in that win at Monmouth.
Yeah, no, I like his chances, and the favorite public does too.
Major Spin, no longer favored.
He should be forward as well with Luis Saez off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez.
8-1. Royal Tryst, here's the 6.
A bit of a Jekyll and Hyde type that more often than not doesn't show up, but when he does, he makes a big run from the back of the pack. At times he hates a wet track, and at times he loves it. Who knows?
Skylander, he 2 starts back, 1 going away at 7/8 by 8 lengths.
He did get a good trip to get it done that day, but he ran well. He did not come back off the short rest and run well, but 6 weeks off, I think he's dangerous to run back to his better races.
Semper Fidelis' only win, it was at this distance at Parks back in September of last year.
Yeah, it's tough to make a case for him off his races. Not surprised he's a big price.
And Gaslight taking money from the outside.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he can't be a contender in this race. Getting a rider switch to Jose Lezcano. Second off a little bit of a freshening.
Sorry, did you ask me a question?
No.
Okay. 3 minutes to post.
I want nothing from you.
Do you have any questions for Jonathan Kinchin? Because we're going to go to him now.
I don't, but he can give us some answers, maybe.
We're counting on you.
Man, I thought Andy was going to come with some heat right there. He's off his game a little bit. Look, when you look at these races, these starter allowance races, one of the things I look for is a horse that maybe qualified for this condition and has kind of changed as a new horse and can run a race that's much faster than any of the other ones. There's not a big standout in that arena. The other thing I look for is horses that have been competitive in starter allowance races. And we'll start with the 5 major spin. If you look at that race 2 back, ran a nice speed figure that day, ran well that day, and did it against starter allowance company. So I felt like the 5 major spin was one that you'd want to consider. You get to Rudy Rodriguez, who's been cold of late, but historically when horses switch to Rudy, no matter who they come from, they often can improve it from time to time. The other horse I thought was interesting was the 9 Gaslight to the outside, a little bit of a better price. This horse ran last time off of a little bit of a break in starter allowance company, was extremely wide. I mean like 6-path wide all the way around there. And I think this horse might have another opportunity.
Apologies there. We lost JK. We'll see if we can get him back. He was talking about this horse we're looking at right now, who is his top pick, actually, Gaslight, Jose Lezcano for Patrick Quick.
I picked him second. I have nothing against him. He's run fast races in the past. Second off, I thought he ran fine against Coffray last time out. I think he fits very well in here, and I don't disagree at all that he's a major player in here. I think he's a very fair price at 5-1.
Let's get more on Gaslight from Acacia.
I'm sorry, Rudy Rodriguez was giving me a very tough time for not picking his horse in this race. So I'm talking about Gaslight to the outside. He was really sharp when he came into the paddock and actually had to follow the lead pony leaving the paddock to just get him to settle a little bit. And he's had a relatively quiet warm-up out there. Jose Lezcano did not elect to take him away from the pony and trying to get him just to contain some of that energy, but he's always a high energy, good feeling type of horse, and one that is now making a second start off a little bit of a freshening. And last time out I noticed that he had actually broken pretty sharply, but there were several horses that were forwardly placed and he actually ended up last. And given just how energetic he is, the demeanor of the type of horse that wants to be forward, and he does have an outside post here going the 7 furlongs. I don't mind the 7 for him physically. There's a lot of length to his frame. I would expect that he's going to run better if he's able to kind of get into stride and be forwardly placed from that outside post. He actually ran on pretty well to be third that day, but the way that he breaks out of the gate, I would expect to see a little bit more speed from him than we did last time out, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Loading up for our finale here on Cigar Mile Saturday. We've seen some future stars. We've seen a horse that we've followed for a long time in this game, Mind Control, won the Hopeful on our program as a 2-year-old, go out a grade 1 winner as a 6-year-old.
Yeah, I think about Tonalist going out a winner in this race, in his final career start after winning the Belmont and a couple of jockey clubs, and Mind Control going out a winner in his last start in the Cigar. And he just had a great career running against some very good horses from start to finish, and we wish him well as a stallion in New York.
4 and 5, both on the board at 5-2 co-favorites here. As we see Major Spin getting a little help into the starting gate under Luis Saez. Rudy Rodriguez off the claim. Nightcap from South Ozone Park here coming up. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
We are set for race 10. And they're off. And it is Tenebris who shows first. Major Spin is right there, and on the outside is Gaslight as Colloquy moves up down at the rail. What a Dude is racing in 5th, and Semper Fidelis in 6th, followed by Skylander in 7th, and the trailer is Royal Tryst in 8th. They race up the backstretch with Tenebris leading here by 3 parts of a length. Major Spin runs in 2nd through a quarter in 22 3. Colloquy is down at the rail, 3rd by a head. Gaslight alongside in 4th, 2.5 lengths. Back to What a Dude in 5th, followed by Skylander. And at the back of the pack are Semper Fidelis and Royal Tryst. Up front, Tenebris narrowly over Major Spin. Tenebris and Major Spin, and now they are on even terms. Just in behind is Colloquy in 3rd, and on the outside is a Gaslight, the half mile in 45 2, and there's a quarter of a mile to the finish. It is Major Spin narrowly now, with Tenebris down towards the rail, who continues to battle on. Gaslight is running in 3rd, with Colloquy next in 4th, and Royal Tryst is putting a late run out in the middle of the track as they come for the 16th pole. It is Major Spin, and on the inside, Tenebris, and Royal Tryst continues to gobble up the slop here as they come come on for the finish. Royal Tryst got there from way out of it to win the nightcap.
Royal Tryst comes from the clouds and picks up the 5th win of his career. He'd been 0 for 6 in the money at Aqueduct.
He got a very, very strong contested pace to close into and just was able to overtake the number 4, who probably ran the best race of anybody, being forced to duel inside. Very hard horse to figure, Royal Tryst, because he very randomly seems to run good races. He's run some terrible races on sloppy sealed tracks. He's run some good races on sloppy sealed tracks. What he did today was make a big close, something we've seen very few horses do, but he got an extremely favorable setup to do it.
Look how much work he still has to do at this point.
Well, they were coming apart in the seams, going the last 1/8 of a mile in just about 14 seconds. That certainly helped. A tough beat for the 4 Tenebris if you needed him. I mean, yeah, he ran super to lose this race.
Winds up winning by about close to a half a length in the end. Jeremy Laprida. We don't see get many opportunities on this circuit with a big win for him.
Yeah, he got the pace to run at here, no doubt about it. He's just a very hard horse. I mean, he's obviously had a couple sloppy track races that you could bet him off of, but for the most part, he's just a Jekyll and Hyde. I mean, he wins in the sloppy track with an 89 and 86 Beyer. He runs 9th, beating 58. His first start back in October off a couple of a small freshening. Horrible at 4 to 5 that day behind I Am the Law, who did come back with a big win yesterday. Tough horse to like. Just got the right trip and got it done.
Double-digit odds to close it out, 10 to 1. Well, the prices, when we come back, we'll look back on the earlier stakes action on the card, including the ABR race of the week. Grade 1 Cigar Mile and Mind Control, the 6-year-old, going out on top in the final start of his career. Stay with us.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, presented by NYRA Bets, where you can play all the action. Go to NYRABets.com. Next Friday, we will have live coverage. Opening day in Hot Springs, Arkansas, from Oaklawn Park.
I don't think it's going to look like that on opening day. What do you think, Greg?
Think it'll be that warm?
No, probably not. But Paula Duke will be there.
Yeah, we'll be live on site for our coverage of the meet. And look, they have terrific racing. Winter, especially in the spring. important races on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Some great sprints. We saw Whitmore rise there a few years back. We look forward to it. Meanwhile, nightcap here in New York, Royal Tryst. Ran to his looks here in the nightcap. He looks sensational warming up. Wins it 10-1 here. And Jeremy Laprida from Chile came here a few years ago to try and make it here in the U.S. Gets a big win here on the NYRA circuit.
Yeah. That's an excellent trip. Gave him a good ride, saved ground on the turn, angled out. Got a fast pace to close into. You know, you look at this pace and you compare it to the Cigar Mile. It shows you how slow that pace was. And for those that are wondering why did Zandon not run the race that many expect he would, you simply couldn't close into a pace like that. You get a pace like this and they go the last eighth of a mile in almost 14 seconds. It makes it a lot easier for a closer. The Cigar Mile, with a much slower pace than the prior race, was a race where it just made it so hard for anyone to gain ground.
$22 winner to close things out after it had been pretty formful up to this point. Not an easy one to find. Fifth win, 22 career starts for this 4-year-old son of Medaglia d'Oro for trainer Marcelo Arenas. It's his fourth winner of the year, owns this one as well. Pick 5, you see just shy of $2,100.
Happy for Marcelo, good guy.
So WNL 4-1 and then a 10-1 shot.
What do we got? 2000s. What was the parlay? 15. Let's say 16. About 60. About 70. About a little under 300. Let's say. So about 3,300, 3,200. So it paid about 2.5 times the parlay, Greg.
Love
with a
late
1-2 shot.
5.
The first
yeah.
leg.
How about that, Julia Shining? We're going to look back on all these big races from earlier today. Speaking of that 2-year-old filly. Not the quickest time in the world, but again, visually impressive the way she did it.
Yeah, no, she looked, not to be handling the racetrack that well. Listen, it was a race that just completely incinerated in the late stages, where the horses that ran 1, 2, 3 all made runs from well back in the pack. And Julia Shining did beat a horse that was a maiden, 0-for-2 as she stretched out for the first time. But considering she probably didn't love the going and was trying to figure things out, and she's stretching out from 7.5 furlongs basically in her debut to go 9 furlongs around 2 turns, she passed the test. This is not the most definitive race. She's going to have to run a lot better than this to win the big races next year, but she won't be the first horse or the last horse to do just that. And she certainly has a pedigree to be a very good
Still, look, she's second start of her career, still young, still figuring this game out. To overcome what she has to still be 2-for-2 is pretty impressive.
No, she's done well, but the reality is there have been slow races. And when you think that this race was 2.17 seconds slower than the Remsen, and it probably wasn't the greatest Remsen we've ever run, in all fairness, she's going to get into races where she's going to have to run faster to win. We'll see if she can.
So Julia Shining, that big pedigree, full sister to soon-to-be dual champion Malathaat, homebred for Stone Street Stables with the Demoiselle win. Points on the line for the Kentucky Derby and the Remsen. And WNL and Arctic Arrogance, they got into a throwdown down the stretch.
Yeah, and this was, when you compare it, I like that these races were back-to-back because we saw 2 speeds run 1-2. They set a significantly faster pace than the one that we saw fall apart in the Demoiselle. And then they went 13 lengths faster, effectively, than the Demoiselle. And I think it shows that this was a very, very strong race. I won't be surprised when this buyer ends up showing up around 90. They'll be coming out later. I'll tweet them out later if you follow me on Twitter. And I think some nice performances by both the first and second finisher.
WNL out of Adam, who's a multiple graded stakes winning sprinter. Back-to-back wins now on sloppy tracks, so we'll see how this horse fares going forward when he gets fast going now as we turn the page to 2023.
And I thought a very good ride by Jose Ortiz, being aggressive and making sure he put the horse into the game, and that really made the difference, because if he had allowed Arctic Arrogance to just sort of loaf along and set his own pace, it was never going to beat him.
You never know how it's going to pan out. I mean, it's very early in these horses' careers, but it makes, if you own a horse like this that wins this early in their career, going 1 1/8, it gives you good hope going forward.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't own him next week, so I probably would sell him. But I think Stone Street, who was part owner of that horse, I don't think they're looking to sell. But I know if I owned him, I need the money.
Grade 3, Go for Wand. Dr. B had never gone a mile before. Rad Ortiz Jr. has made a lot of right moves this year, including this one, putting this horse on the front end, gate to wire in a record-breaking victory here. Single season stakes record of 77 this year.
This was the performance of the day, and an exciting day, as you say, for Irad, breaking that record of what's been that incredible year. This filly went a considerably faster pace than they did in the Cigar Mile, and she went about two lengths faster than the Cigar Mile went. Would she have won the Cigar Mile? I don't know, but she ran the best race of anybody on today's card, and she's a very promising horse for her connections.
And Rad Ortiz Jr. now stands alone with a record. Most stakes wins in a single season with 77 with this performance here. And Butch Reed, well done by him. Cash is King Stables. She has gotten very good. 5th win of her career. This is the biggest win by far of her career. And to conclude her 4-year-old season.
And a race name for one of the greatest racehorses I've ever seen run, Go for Wand, and obviously a tragic ending to her career. But for those of us lucky enough to have seen her run, where when she finished races, only 2 horses finished ahead of them, one of them being Seaside Attraction, a sloppy track, Kentucky Oaks. The Go for Wand, always one of my favorite races to remember. A tremendous, tremendous racehorse.
Look at that. Was tied with Garrett Gomez coming in. We knew it's just a question of when, not if, he would stand alone, and turned out to be in the Grade 3 Go for Wand with several more chances coming up before the end of the year to add on to that number.
Well, maybe he doesn't want to win that many more because he wants to try to break his record going forward.
Okay.
I think he's going to hold back in some of those. Irad
not a guy typically
know
to do
how
that.
to hold back in a race. I mean, he is the most competitive rider that you'll ever, is as competitive as any rider you'll ever see. I mean, that guy just wants to win, and he does it quite often.
Meanwhile, Grade 1 Cigar Mile, our ABR Race of the Week. What a story here. Mind Control. We knew it was going to be the final start of his career coming in. Picks up the 3rd Grade 1 win of his career going out.
Yeah, and it's a good story and a day of decent stories. He's just such a game horse, and nothing you know, you don't want to be in a pitched battle with Mind Control, because throughout his career, he's had a knack for getting his nose in front. I think of that incredible photo he won in the Alan Jerkins, which I think it was the Alan Jerkins at that point, if not the King's Bishop, so long ago, 3 years ago. And to close his career out as a 6-year-old, winning a Grade 1, I don't think too many 6-year-olds are winning Grade 1s in their final career start. As far as Zandon, the favorite, was badly compromised by the pace. And when you saw a slow pace like this, it was going to make his job very tough. So I don't hold this loss against him. Probably a little over bet at 3 to 5. Mind Control, though, the star of today's Cigar Mile.
Former hopeful winner, going out at 6 with the 3rd Grade 1 win of his career, 8th graded stakes win of his career. We are back tomorrow, 12 Eastern start time on FS2. It was Julia Shining, full sister to soon-to-be dual champion Malathot, equaling what she did in the Demoiselle, getting a graded stakes victory in her graded stakes debut for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. W now for Danny Gargan in the Remsen. Back-to-back wins. He has been impressive on and off track. Irad number 77 standing alone with that stakes record in a single season. And Mind Control going out on top, a winner.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.